Okay. Welcome back, everyone, for our part 2 of our council meeting today. And the first staff report for consideration, sorry, I need to redo the disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof. I know that Councillor Wright has a conflict, so she'll join us following this discussion. But seeing no other indications of pecuniary interest or conflict, we'll get started then with the staff report, the rental housing regulation review, prepared by Grant Curlew. Welcome, Grant. We're looking forward to your presentation.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council, members of the public and staff. I'm here tonight to present our report on rental housing regulation review. My name is Grant Curlew. I'm the manager of licensing and standards. Some background. The residential rental licensing bylaw was established in 2012 and last reviewed comprehensively in 2017. The bylaw is a tool to ensure safety, habitability, and set minimum standards for low-rise rental housing. Regulations are designed to protect all tenants and are not student-specific. Back in June of 2024, Council directed staff to explore potential additional measures to address some emerging challenges and opportunities within the rental market. Over the past year, we've completed extensive community engagement. This engagement included 3 surveys through our Engage Waterloo platform, which received over 700 responses from students, landlords, and tenants. We also consulted with tenants and landlords directly, as well as short-term rental operators. We spoke with representatives from Acorn, the Social Development Center, the Regional Co-Creators Group, and post-secondary student unions. Through the review, we also looked at municipal peers, specifically Hamilton, Mississauga, and Caledon, to review best practices and see what measures they had in place. Some of the feedback themes were that tenants are facing rising rents and housing insecurity, and then landlords are concerned about compliance costs with regulations. There was strong support for increased enforcement to improve safety and maintenance standards across rental properties. Tenants expressed a need for better access to information about building conditions and about the bylaw complaint process. There was mixed feedback on short-term rentals. There was a desire to balance economic benefits of having short-term rentals in the community, but also concerns about the impact on the availability of long-term housing and the impacts on neighborhoods. There's a desire from both tenants and landlords for fair enforcement that targets non-compliant landlords without overburdening responsible landlords. Through our review, we looked at 3 distinct areas. The first one was a review of our current low-rise rental licensing regulations. We looked at short-term rental licensing options. Some of those were brought forward in a January report of this year. And then we also looked at an apartment building safety program with the review of that part of the review ongoing. So for our current licensing regulation updates, through our review, we're recommending a number of changes. The first one, simplifying the license classes. This will help with applications and clarity for landlords. Increasing the number of maximum bedrooms permitted in each unit from 4 to 5. And the goal of this is to allow for more flexibility and hopefully increase the availability of rental options. We're looking at reducing inspection frequency for oil and gas fueled appliances from every year to every 2 years. We believe through our consultation that this would still maintain a sufficient level of safety while reducing some of the compliance costs experienced by landlords. A new requirement for an insurance certificate on initial inspections. This would verify appropriate levels of insurance being held by the landlord. And then criminal background checks being required for only owner-occupied rental units. For short-term rentals, a number of requirements were brought in January, as I previously mentioned. Short-term rentals are permitted currently only in owner-occupied units. We're proposing that we expand the licensing of short-term rentals to apartment buildings, which would carry the same requirements for being owner-occupied. We're also recommending that short-term rental platforms like Airbnb and Vrbo be licensed through our business licensing bylaw, and we could set requirements for them to list only licensed short-term rental properties. Through our review, we saw that from initial estimates of around 500 active short-term rental listings, we saw a drop to 289 from January until May. There's a number of factors that may go into that, but staff believe there are the implementation of short-term rental licensing may have had a factor in that decline. For the apartment building safety program, we're still currently reviewing options to bring in such a program. And a program would, for apartment buildings, would address concerns with maintenance of large apartment buildings and the increased demands for response to those concerns. We plan on bringing recommendations to council in the fall of this year. Additionally, as part of our review, and we'll speak to this as part of the following report on renovation licensing, that we created tenant and landlord rights and obligation information package. So this would be a package created jointly with other local municipalities, the region of Waterloo, and in consultation with various community organizations. And we'd have a requirement in our licensing bylaw for landlords to provide this to all new tenants, outlining their rights, and anytime they take action through the landlord-tenant board against a tenant, that they would be required to provide this to their tenants. Some of the staffing and financial considerations of our recommendations, if approved, we would return in December as part of the fees and charges report for a final approval on staffing and budget implications. We'd be requesting a part-time zoning coordinator to assist with floor plan reviews, and the elevation of a licensing and standards officer to a supervisor role to assist with program oversight. We're also requesting funding for a short-term rental identification software, which would assist with enforcement of non-compliant properties. Next steps, if approved, the new regulations would go into effect July 1st of 2026. This would give us lead time to communicate the changes to affected parties, and also to develop new online application portals and associated documents. And again, we will return in the fall to council with recommendations for an apartment building safety program. Thank you, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much, Grant. Appreciate the report. Council, are there any questions of staff at this time? Go ahead, Councillor Freeman.
Through you, Mayor McCabe. I had recalled that when we first started this rental housing bylaw, that there was some very specific reasons for the number of classifications that we had. And now, as we're shrinking them, I'm trying to wrap my head around kind of unintended consequences. So can you help me to understand like where the owner-occupied fits in now if they're renting to like extended family or something? Do they still have to do like a criminal records check and?
Through the mayor to Councillor Freeman, yes, if they're not listed on title, we would consider it to be non-owner occupied, and they would have to license it as a Class B license, which is a Class A license, which is a non-owner occupied unit. So they would not be required to do a criminal background check in that case.
Did you have a follow-up, Councillor Freeman?
No, I'm trying to remember why it was that we had so many categories at the beginning, and there was a lot of work with the Human Rights Tribunal too, in terms of setting up the classifications, and I just want to make sure that kind of all of the reasoning why we did that has been taken into account with regard to shrinking the number of classes, I guess.
Through the mayor to Councillor Freeman, we did consider the human rights decisions. We looked at our statistics on what is licensed and what hasn't been licensed historically. And again, some of the changes that we're proposing to expand to 5 bedrooms may eliminate the need for some of the additional classes of licenses we had previously. And then the other item we're looking at is removing discounts for townhouse blocks and moving that to just a single kind of tier of license.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Are there other questions from any members of council? Just a couple of quick questions from me, and then we'll get to the delegations. I'm curious about it said about the inspections for oil and gas fueled appliances. Does this apply to any kind of like heating and cooling source? I'm thinking like it mentions specifically the fossil fuel ones, but does it also include heat pumps and that as well, like renewable heating and cooling sources?
Yes, through the mayor. It would include any appliance that's fueled by gas or oil. So it could include furnaces traditionally, gas fireplaces, gas stoves even potentially. And the idea is to make sure that they're inspected regularly because they could be a source of gas leak, which could cause safety concerns. Okay, thank you. And then when you mentioned about the information documents needing to be created, like would a lot of that information would it already be available through the landlord and tenant board? Or does it require some editing and that to apply to a Waterloo situation? There's a number of sources for this information that are already available through the landlord and tenant board, through documentation by the region, and some of the community groups that provide it. Our vision for it is kind of a Waterloo specific or region specific document that can kind of consolidate all the different sources of information and provide some direction to tenants that need that additional source of information.
Okay, so you're not starting from scratch. You're pulling things from a variety of sources to create this information package?
That's the idea. I don't think
Okay.
we'd be creating anything new, really. We'd just be consolidating different sources of information.
Okay. And then on page 5 of the report, it says that there's limited vacancy. And so I'm just curious, because the report that was citing from a couple, like about over 6 to 12 months ago, is that still the case? Is there still limited vacancy, or has it opened up a little bit?
Sorry, I'm just trying to find what you're referring to specifically here.
I didn't quote the whole thing. Let me just see here.
I think if you're speaking to vacancies in general in the rental market, I'm not sure the situation has changed drastically. I think there's still challenges with affordability and availability of rental units. I think based on the time of year, particularly in Waterloo, we see ebbs and flows in the vacancy rate. So it would be hard to say just reviewing a short period of time from the last time we reported.
Okay. And then, and I'm just also interested, you said that there's improved enforcement was a common theme, and participants from all groups agreed that the city needs to be more consistent and proactive in holding bad landlords accountable. And so I guess I'm partly wondering, where does the role of the city start and where does the role of the province end in this? Because we know that the province has, they oversee the landlord and tenant board. So where do they stop and we start?
So our role in this is really focused on the proper maintenance of rental units. So we're looking at property standards and through the licensing bylaw, proactive measures to make sure the landlord is taking steps to maintain their property. And things like safety considerations, overcrowding, units being created without proper permits, all those sorts of things we're responsible for. The Landlord-Tenant Board and the Residential Tenancy Act focuses more on the tenant and landlord relationship and things like lease agreements and evictions. Okay,
great. Thanks for just highlighting that distinction. Are there any other, that's all my questions right now. Are there any other questions from council? Nope. Okay, so thanks very much, Grant. Appreciate the information in the report. So we'll get started with the delegations. And I'm just going to read the standard caution to delegations that we have. Waterloo City Council welcomes and encourages members of the public to comment on matters of interest to them. A principle of a fair public hearing is that those in favor or in opposition feel comfortable to speak at this meeting of council. For this reason, we will ask that you do not cheer, clap, or make negative comments during any delegation. Delegates are cautioned that offensive, discriminatory, derogatory, or inappropriate remarks may constitute slander and could potentially lead to legal action against them. If such comments are made, the delegate will not be permitted to continue speaking, the microphone will be muted, and the live stream may be disabled. Any such comments will not be recorded in the minutes of the meeting. I, as the chair of the meeting, will inform all delegates as they get close to the allotted time. Delegates may also monitor their own time using the clock that is on the podium desktop. Okay, so we'll get started. The first delegation for the rental housing regulation review is Alexandra Stricture. Sorry, I know I did your last name really incorrectly. I apologize for that. But welcome. You're the president of Conestoga Students, and you have 10 minutes.
Through the chair, hello council members, my name is Alex Ostriker and I'm the president of Conestoga Students Incorporated, or CSI for short. CSI is the official student association of Conestoga College, representing Conestoga College students, including thousands of students living in Waterloo and attending school in the Waterloo region. Our advocacy efforts are guided by the pillars of accountability, affordability, equity, and sustainability, which has brought me here today as a representative of the students of Conestoga to voice our support, as well as a few considerations for changes being proposed regarding the rental licensing bylaw. At CSI, we believe rental licensing is one of the most effective tools under a municipality's control to proactively support vulnerable tenants and address neighborhood concerns. This is because rental licensing takes a proactive approach, ensuring that unsafe units do not make it onto the market in the first place, preventing landlord absenteeism, and catching code of conduct and property standard violations before more serious issues arise. As such, CSI is pleased to see the City of Waterloo proposing various enhancements to the existing rental licensing bylaw, particularly related to the increased number of bedrooms, the focus on tenant education, and the expansion of short-term rental program to apartment buildings. Beginning with the increased number of bedrooms, CSI is pleased to see this step being taken. One of the largest considerations of the City of Waterloo's current rental licensing program is that it is restrictive in scope, applying to the limited number of residents. Therefore, by widening these restrictions, such as increasing the number of bedrooms covered by the rental licensing program from 4 to 5, the City of Waterloo better expands the existing program to more rental situations, closing potential loopholes. Moving on to the focus on tenant education. This is another addition that CSI was very pleased to see included, particularly with the provisions related to sharing this information both at the beginning of tenancy and during any particularly stressful period, such as when a landlord files to terminate a tenancy. We would also like to see this expanded as well, such as providing landlords with material that could be placed in public areas, such as magnets to go on a fridge, to ensure that this information remains easily accessible to tenants throughout their lease. Finally, CSI was also pleased to see the expansion of the short-term rental program to apartment buildings, particularly as the City of Waterloo continues to recognize the negative impacts short-term rentals can play on long-term housing supply and affordability. By positioning the short-term rental program towards encouraging landlords to move to long-term leases and expanding this program to include more short-term rental types, the City of Waterloo can further protect the long-term housing supply. While CSI is largely pleased by the steps the City of Waterloo is proposing to take regarding the rental licensing bylaw updates, there are two key areas CSI has concerns. First, CSI was dismayed to see the floor ratios maintained. While CSI recognizes and is supportive of measures focused on reducing overcrowding and safety, the floor area ratios, when comparing the spaces of bedrooms to shared spaces, forces particular ways of living that do not reflect all situations. For example, many students live with a higher number of roommates in order to address affordability concerns. It is important to ensure that all units are safe. However, maintaining 50% floor area ratio does not do this. Instead, CSI hopes to see the City of Waterloo maintain building standards as laid out in the Ontario Building Code to ensure that units are safe, while allowing for the flexibility many students need to address ongoing affordability concerns. Additionally, CSI was disappointed to see that the City of Waterloo has paused its investigation into apartment building safety inspection program. As the city itself has outlined, the number of occupied dwelling units in buildings 5 stories or taller grew by nearly 74% between 2016 and 2021, and up to 1,300 dwelling units now exist in the city. Most concerning of all, however, is the fact that maintenance concerns have increased over 150% from 2019 to 2024 in these units. What is clear is that this program is a necessary step to support vulnerable residents in the City of Waterloo. While we recognize and are pleased that the City of Waterloo still holds this program as an important initiative, the fact of the matter remains that this program is necessary as soon as possible. Through city staff discussions, we know the timeline for recommendation to this program are scheduled to be presented to council this fall, and recognizing the need for this program, we urge the city to stay committed to this timeline, or if possible, accelerate it. Overall, CSI believes that the changes proposed to the rental licensing bylaw are largely positive, taking steps towards expanding the program and ensuring that tenant needs are centered through education and protecting long-term rental supply. However, CSI hopes to see the removal or change of the floor area ratios and the prioritization of the apartment building safety inspection program. In closing, I would like to thank the staff who have worked on this project by inviting us for feedback both early in the process and again here towards the end, and council members for listening to our concerns and suggestions. If council members have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexander. Council, are there questions of the delegate? There's questions for staff. Okay. Thank you so much, and I thank you for participating in the consultations. As you mentioned, that happened a while ago, and that continued till more recently. I appreciate the input. There are a couple of questions for staff following the delegates. Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I'm just wondering if I can have staff expand a little bit on the concern about the floor ratio and maybe what the rationale is behind this, maintaining it. Is there any option for change, or sort of what your perspective is on that?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Rowe. This was one item we did look at through our review, and through the feedback, a large number of respondents indicated that overcrowding was a primary concern. And this was one area that we felt helped to offset some of the overcrowding potentially, made sure there was still living space for tenants, and the units weren't all bedroom. There was still, living area outside of their bedrooms, and that was what kind of drove the decision to maintain the current floor area ratios. We did through our last review in 2017 adjust it from a 60-40 split up to a 50-50, which did reduce some of the living space floor area. So we didn't want to further reduce that floor area.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Hanmer.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, I think my question is probably to Grant too. Thank you for the thorough report and the response to Councillor Rowe's question. It was one of my questions. My second question, though, is about the pausing of the review. And can you just expand on when we're going to be getting that report from you?
Through the mayor to Councillor Hamner. We decided to pause the review of the apartment building. I wouldn't say pause it, I'd say delay our reporting back on it, just in consideration of some operational, financial and legal considerations that we needed to further explore before we made final recommendations. So we just wanted to take a little more time to make sure we got it right.
So we should expect the report sometime in the fall? What's the timing that you're expecting?
I would think it would probably be sometime in October that we'd be able to come back to council.
Great. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Councillor Hanmer. Seeing no further questions, we'll continue with the delegations. The next delegate is Tony Rosignoli. Welcome, Tony. You have 10 minutes.
In the Bauer district here locally, and then what I want to explain, I guess, from my perspective, is how disruptive short-term rentals are to a condo building where we had expectations of retiring in and living there as a retired couple and being able to enjoy all the amenities that City of Waterloo has to offer when you live downtown. But with some Airbnb and mainly something called laundry rooms, which I'm not sure you guys are all aware of or not, which is basically a spin-off of Airbnb. They operate exactly like Airbnb. I know they didn't start out that way, but it's definitely that way now. It's they advertise on Airbnb. They do one-night rentals when they weren't going to do that originally. There was supposed to be more long-term tenants. So when you're trying to live as a retired couple or even business professionals, there's a number of those in our building because it's a higher-end building, a newer building in the Bauer area. It's extremely disruptive. Anybody can rent there. All they have to do is really apply online, give a credit card, keys are sent to them electronically on their phones. There's no interaction of who it is or what it is or anything for that matter. It's hit and miss, mostly miss. You get good people occasionally, but usually it's people partying their faces off and yelling and screaming all night. And if you're a light sleeper, like my wife, you end up staying up all night, and then I end up hearing about it for the whole rest of the next day because I sleep through it all, fortunately. But the point, I guess my point is I want to make sure that you guys understand that the laundry rooms is Airbnb. They are in our community. They're in the Bauer district. They're down at Station Park as well. It's short-term, it's disruptive, it's not conducive to quality of life in the City of Waterloo as professionals or retired people. I was on the condo board for the first 4 years of this particular building, thinking that I could help pull it together, keep it together, because an awful lot of things went wrong. I could write a book, but I won't bore you with all that. But, having full camera access, I can tell you that an awful lot of things go on in these buildings that people are completely unaware of. A lot of it's illegal, but it still goes on, and when nobody's monitoring it, because nobody does, it's, again, beyond disruptive that you could even comprehend what goes on after hours between the criminal activity and just the partying in general. It's somewhat intense at some point. When the SWAT team arrives to take people out of your building, it's pretty serious. But so, anyways, that was my point. Was trying to make everyone aware from our perspective. Unfortunately, at this point in time, and I mean, I don't expect things to change overnight. Maybe they can, maybe they can't, probably not. But you know, we're gonna leave the area because of this, right? And most of the people who were originally in the building have left and are leaving, and it's turning into more of a short-term rental nightmare than it is a luxury condo building that people should be able to live and enjoy the city of Waterloo in.
Which building is it?
Circa. You know, Circa building, so. But I know they have the same problem at Station Park, so. There's over 40 laundry rooms, and I know there's a few Airbnbs because they lock their locks on poles and stuff outside, so. Anyways.
Thank you for your delegation. Tony, I appreciate hearing about this. I don't know, Council, if there's questions of the delegate? Yep, Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Thank you for your delegation, and I've certainly learned something tonight. I didn't understand that laundry rooms, that was something that was happening in place of Airbnbs. I'm wondering about external supports. Like, have the police been supportive? Have you reached out to bylaw here at the city? If you can give us an idea of what that experience is.
Yeah, so absolutely, that experience is extremely poor for those who choose to go down that road. First of all, you call the police and they have, as you know, way more bigger problems than big parties or whatever's going on, right? And bylaw is, you know, they show up when they show up, and because most of these buildings are secure, whoever called them is expected to sit up all night and wait for them to get there to let them in the building to go to the unit that needs the attention. So it gets to the point where people just have gone, what's the point, right? I'm not staying up all night to wait to unlock the door for whoever's going to show up. Now, in some cases, some people have and have had to, because some of the cases are extreme. And again, I could go on and on and on about all the things that happen. I could even show you pictures if you want to see some, but it's not a nice process, and there's no support from condo management, or you know, there's not much the condo board can do as something's happening. But bylaw and the police have not been that effective quick enough to make a difference to the people who have the problem.
Thank you. It does sound challenging. I have a question for staff then.
Okay, thank you.
When I can,
Does anyone else have a question for the delegate? Oh, Councillor Roach.
Hi, Tony.
Hi.
Thanks for coming on again. Just a question, one quick question. Have you seen it getting worse? You've been in that area for now a few years. Have you seen it getting much worse?
So I quit the condo board, and so I no longer have camera access. So I'm certain that the same things are going on that nobody sees, which is fine, I guess. I kind of resided to myself. It doesn't affect my life personally. I kind of just don't worry about it. But yeah, you definitely see the aftermath of it. And the cleaner, who I know fairly well, can talk about all the, you know, the disruptive, the alcohol, the left bottles, the puking, you know, there's a number of things that go on. So yes, I think it's escalating, and or at least the same as it's been in terms of being bad enough that there should be awareness brought to it. And that, you know, I think that hotels have their place per se. I mean, a lot of people arrive to use the laundry rooms and they have no clue how to get in the building because they were given a key on a phone. They don't even know where the fob is when they arrive because there's no instruction. At least when you go to a hotel, you know, there's someone at the desk and you have some help. And if there's something going on, you know, by your room where you can't sleep, you call down to the front desk and generally they do something about it immediately, right? But yeah, I see it as an escalating problem for sure. It's certainly not getting better in any way, shape, or form.
And
Do you have a
just
follow-up?
one follow-up. I do know one specific building, sort of next door to the funeral home, where there's a bar at the bottom and then there's
That's
residences?
the Circa building, that's where I
Okay,
live.
all right, and there's a restaurant, or there used to be a restaurant. and-
Still there.
And then, yeah, and even in the back, they show laundry room parking, you know, where to park. So I just wondered if that was the specific building you were talking
It's
about.
the building. They also have it at Station Park down, I guess that's Kitchener. So the same concept there. So I don't know if you want to know how it works. I know how it works, but so basically you own the unit, and I inquired because, I mean, I said I ran basically the board and the building for 4 years. So I made application just so I understood exactly how it works. So a 1-bedroom, you know, $500,000 condo, you've got taxes and condo fees that might be $1,000 or more a month. They give you a 10-year deal, take over your unit entirely. You don't do anything except you pay the taxes and the condo fees. You don't pay the hydro and all the rest of that. And they give you approximately $2,500 a month for the time, and it's guaranteed. So now what we're finding is they're struggling. When they are struggling, I may talk to someone today. The weekend, I had a friend over, and he actually stayed there. He paid about $170 a night plus taxes and parking. And someone was there today using the pool, because we have a pool. And because there was no activity, they rented it to him for $100. So I've heard people from hotels say that they're being undercut just because these guys have to pay all the people who have signed up in these 10-year deals. So the other thing that's going to happen to the building eventually, unfortunately, is there's going to be, after 10 years, I assume that people will stay or not stay in these contracts for laundry rooms. So there'll probably be a flood of units for sale at potentially discount prices. I'm not sure, but I plan to sell mine prior to that so I can avoid that instance. But
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you very much, Tony. There's a question for staff. Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Yes, Grant, I'm just wondering, in terms of the short-term rental bylaw and how best to address this type of situation, or if you have any recommendations outside of calling at that moment. Like, is there anything that can be done in terms of information gathering, contacting the owner? I don't know if this is possible, if it's a unit that's being, subletted, for example.
Through the mayor to Councillor Rowe. Yeah, so the concept of expanding the short-term rental regulations to apartment buildings is really to mitigate a lot of these issues, right? So you'd have to be an owner that actually lived at the property, and maybe you're going away for a week and want to rent it out. In that situation, you could. And hopefully, as an owner that lives at the property, you'd have more investment in the property and more at stake, right? In terms of filing complaints, these are difficult, especially on a busy night. Sometimes there's not officers available, or there's other priorities, and then, as the delegate mentioned, access to condo buildings is often challenging, so it could lead to further delays. Certainly, if there's problematic units, collecting the information and providing it to us the next day, obviously doesn't solve the problem right away, but we can certainly look into it and investigate further.
Yes, that's what I'm wondering, if it can be outside of, those moments, so that there can be a bit more follow-up perhaps. And then, as you were saying, when we look at apartment buildings, that perhaps there can be a shift.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so we'll move on to the next delegation, Sophia Bahar, who's with the Waterloo Undergraduate Student Association. Welcome, Sophia. You have 10 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor McCabe, members of council and city staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Sophia Bahar, and I'm here on behalf of the Waterloo Undergraduate Student Association, or WUSA, representing more than 30,000 undergraduate students at the University of Waterloo. I'm a political science student. I'm going into my 3rd year at Waterloo, and I am currently on co-op this term with WUSA as Stakeholder Relations Assistant. We appreciate the opportunity to contribute to this process. Students have a direct stake in how rental regulations are shaped. While engagement with student voices hasn't always been consistent in the past, we are glad to have had the chance to participate this time. We hope that this kind of involvement continues as this work moves forward. For students, housing isn't just about shelter. It shapes our health, our stability, and our ability to succeed academically. When basic repairs go unresolved, or lease conditions aren't clear, or renters feel unsure of their rights, it's not just frustrating, but it can be destabilizing. Last year, Teresa Nguyen, a now former member of WUSA's board of directors, spoke to council about these challenges. She shared that nearly half of students reported experiencing 1 to 2 maintenance issues in their rental units each term. I can't say those numbers have improved much, but it does feel like those concerns have been acknowledged now. That's meaningful, and we want to see that momentum continue. In November 2023, WUSA adopted a formal off-campus housing advocacy statement. It highlights 3 major areas where students continue to face persistent challenges, those 3 being affordability, awareness of tenant rights, and difficulty securing safe, suitable housing near campus. These aren't new problems, but they are becoming increasingly pressing. And that's why this review matters. We are particularly glad to see the introduction of a tenant information package included in the review. It's a practical and common sense measure that can help ensure all renters, regardless of background or experience, have access to clear, reliable information about their rights and responsibilities from the start. That kind of clarity is often missing when it comes to the rental experience, and when it is, it creates avoidable problems. We also support the decision to increase the permitted number of bedrooms per unit from 4 to 5. That change reflects how rental housing is actually used in many neighborhoods, particularly in student-heavy areas. It also helps bring more units into legal compliance without sacrificing safety or livability. More broadly, we welcome the shift towards clearer expectations, streamlined compliance, and stronger enforcement mechanisms. These are tools that don't solve every issue, but they do give the city a stronger framework to respond when things go wrong. We also want to acknowledge the section of the report that addresses apartment building safety. As noted, Waterloo's strategic growth areas are densifying, and that has led to growing concern around bylaw and property standards, particularly in larger buildings. The staff report highlights that occupied rental units in buildings 5 stories or more have increased by nearly 74% since 2016, as well as the fact that maintenance-related complaints in those buildings have more than doubled since 2019. For many renters, including students, those numbers reflect daily realities. Whether it's a specific unit, a broader living situation, or a property management issue, safety and maintenance are essential. We understand that city staff is still refining recommendations for an apartment building safety inspection program, and that these will return to council later on. WUSA supports this direction and will welcome the opportunity to remain involved. A proactive and transparent safety framework benefits everyone, not just students. Of course, we recognize that these issues don't start or end with just one bylaw. Student housing affordability is tied to a much broader system of pressures. But this review shows that even local changes can make real impact, and that is something we welcome. These updates won't fix everything, but they can help address some of the most persistent issues renters face in Waterloo today. WUSA remains committed to working with the city to ensure that students are informed, protected, and heard. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you very much, Sophia. I appreciate you coming in. Council, are there any questions of the delegate? Councillor Hanmer.
Thank you. Through you, more a comment. Sophia, thank you so much for being here today. And I understand you're a co-op student with WUSA. You've made some very good points and reinforcing. It's good to hear that. And hopefully your co-op term will last long enough that when the report comes back, we'll see you back again. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there's no other questions or comments for the delegate, thanks. We appreciate your time. And as I said to your colleague from Conestoga, we appreciate you providing your input at the beginning and throughout this process. So thank you.
Thank you again.
The next delegate is Elliot Wand with Waterloo Region Acorn. And is Elliot here? Oh, thanks. You have 5 minutes, Elliot.
Thank you. If I just may ask a quick question, my responses to both items A and B, I was just curious if this is the best time for me to speak, because I'll be talking about both those
It would be,
items.
no, you need to keep your comments on this part to the rental housing regulation review.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Greetings, councillors. My name's Elliot Wand. Today I'll be speaking to you both as a representative of Waterloo Region Acorn and as a resident of Waterloo that is a renter. Waterloo Region Acorn is a community and tenant union made up of low to moderate income families fighting for our rights. Like any union or association, our membership decides and drives the organization, while ensuring the vast majority of our resources go towards organizing door-to-door, block-to-block, and city-to-city. We're here today to express strong support for the direction that city staff have laid out in the rental housing regulation review, as well as the other eviction regulations and tenant supports. These reports are very important steps towards protecting renters and improving the quality of housing in Waterloo. Acorn members are especially encouraged to see proposals for strengthening the rental licensing bylaws. Regular inspections, clearer rules, and fair licensing requirements are very badly needed to ensure that all tenants, whether in basement units, high-rises, or shared housing, are living in safe and dignified housing. We're also thrilled to see that Waterloo is considering other rental-related laws and bylaws. Acorn has long fought for these policies in cities like Toronto, Hamilton, and Kitchener, and we're proud to have helped push forward these types of policies. These bylaws are one of the most concrete tools a municipality can use to stop the loss of affordable renting housing during redevelopment. That's all I really have to say in regards to Section A of the report. I'm just very happy to see that these kinds of things are progressing and that we've already made a lot of these laws and that we're looking to see their efficacy over time and lead to any improvements and changes that make them more effective for all affected by them.
Thank you, Elliot. Thank you. Appreciate that. Are there any questions of the delegate? Seeing none, thank you very much. I appreciate it. We'll see you in the next one as well. Okay, the next delegate is Helene Chow, resident of Waterloo. Welcome, Helene. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'll keep my comments short on this section. I'm just here to echo the other voices in the room saying that we're happy to see these changes and proposed in this report, and I'll have more to say in part B. Thank you.
Okay, that is short. We appreciate saving some time here. Are there any questions of her? No, not at this time. Okay, Christina Mills is the next delegate. Welcome, Christine, also a resident of Waterloo. And you have 5 minutes as well.
Thank you, but I need some clarification. I'm here to speak about the anti-renoviction, or speak to the anti-renoviction bylaw, not to this part.
Okay, no, that is the next report.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And then the next and last delegation here is Mo Markham. Is Mo Markham here?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm also here to speak to the renoviction issue. I'm here to speak to the renoviction issue as well.
Okay, so you're
Sorry about it. I thought I was clear on my application. I apologize.
Yeah, okay. Just move her down. Whoops. So staff, or sorry, council, so we've heard the delegations, we've had the staff report. Are there any further questions or comments? Then we do have 6 recommendations in front of us. Looking for someone who's interested in moving it. Moved by Councillor Vasic, seconded by Councillor Rowe. All in favor of these recommendations? That is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll move on to the next report, which is the review of eviction regulations and other tenant supports. I'm just going to take a quick pause. Thank you very much, and we'll welcome our staff, Michelle Lee, who will lead us off with a presentation around this issue. Go ahead, Michelle.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Michelle Lee. I'm the Executive Officer to the CAO, and co-authors of this report are Grant Curlew, Acting Director of Municipal Enforcement Services, and then Tanya Kurik, Senior Policy Planner. As you heard in the last presentation, staff were directed by Council last June to undertake a review of the city's residential rental regulations. Part of that review included an analysis of the approaches the city could take to prevent or minimize unlawful evictions. Some of the highlights of our findings include the fact that there's quite limited data on the number of evictions. We know they're happening, but it's very difficult to determine how many each year are happening and whether or not they're lawful or unlawful. We do know, though, or we have a strong sense that many evictions are probably not following the landlord-tenant board process. We also have learned through our engagement process that any eviction, regardless of whether it's legal or not, can be very difficult for tenants. And we heard some very traumatic stories from tenants about the difficulties they faced when they received an eviction notice. In our legislative review, we learned that the province is the governing body that governs evictions and eviction processes. Currently, the landlord-tenant board system falls under the province, and we've learned through our engagement with tenants and landlords that it's not working very well, either for tenants or for landlords. Some of the reasons for that is lack of understanding about the rules and the process, bad actors that are exploiting loopholes, and landlord-tenant board backlogs. Given that the province is the primary governing body for managing and adjudicating on evictions and other landlord-tenant disputes, we feel that the region, the city, legal clinics, and nonprofits all play an important but supporting role in this process. To summarize some of the engagement feedback that we heard, we reached out to landlords, tenants, and tenant advocacy groups, and we heard that tenants are indeed experiencing evictions in Waterloo. They represent a range of types of evictions, but they're also experiencing a range of related issues such as property maintenance concerns, building standards concerns, harassment, and a long, long list of other concerns. The tenants we spoke to wanted more education, more support, and more oversight and accountability for landlords. Some of the tenants we talked to felt that the landlord-tenant board was biased against tenants and in favor of landlords. Interestingly, when we talked to some landlords, they felt very differently. They felt that the landlord-tenant board was actually biased against landlords and in favor of tenants. The landlords we spoke to expressed concerns about regulatory changes that might be considered and the impact that they could have on the cost that they need to take into account when renting their rental units. Through our research and engagement, we learned that problems surrounding evictions are actually quite complex. It's very rare that it is a simple matter of legal or illegal eviction, but rather it's often wrapped up in a slew of difficult, challenging behaviors, sometimes from the landlord, sometimes from the tenant. Very difficult challenges that both groups need to face and sort through. So with that in mind, in considering the possible solutions that we could take as a city, we looked to focus on solutions that we thought would be effective. We were really looking to try to make sure that we weren't adopting solutions and directing resources towards things that we didn't think were going to tackle the problem effectively. We also wanted to encourage solutions that would avoid duplicating provincial or regional responsibilities or programs. We wanted to leverage the existing supports in the community. We wanted to both focus on some of the immediate challenges facing tenants, but also consider longer-term, more permanent solutions. And we wanted to acknowledge that there are also some things being recommended through the affordable housing strategy that will help complement the solutions that we've proposed. Such things as increasing the amount of affordable rental housing supply is one of the actions that's recommended in the affordable housing strategy that could help this broader problem that tenants and landlords are facing. Finally, we wanted to acknowledge and avoid unintended consequences from any of the actions we recommended. So there are a number of recommendations in front of you. I've summarized them in a number of bullet points, but obviously they're not direct translation from the report. One of the recommendations we're making is that, and you've heard this already through the previous council report, that we'd like to work with the region, Kitchener, and other municipalities to develop a clear tenant and landlord information package. And in the report, it sets out how and when we would disseminate that information so that tenants are receiving that information about their rights at the right moments early on in their tenancy. We also wanted to advocate to the province to proclaim tenant protections in Bill 97 that have not yet been proclaimed. And we're also recommending that we advocate to seek that the province increase funding for landlord-tenant board adjudication processes and also increase funding for legal clinics that are funded by the province. We're recommending that council support the provision of one-time funding to local eviction prevention services. We're looking to council, or recommending to council, to consider sustained, more long-term funding for the multi-unit residential acquisition program, which is a program that is under development right now and designed to preserve affordable rental housing in perpetuity. We are hoping or recommending to proceed to explore a rental replacement bylaw as recommended in the affordable housing strategy. And last of all, we're recommending that we continue to monitor the Renoviction bylaws or renovation regulation bylaws that are being considered and also being implemented by other municipalities, and to report back to council in 2026 with any updates and changes to our recommendations. So that's it for my presentation, fairly short and sweet, but I'll be sitting over there with my colleagues to answer questions.
Thanks very much, Michelle. We're following a trend here that all the delegations are ending shorter than their subscribed time, so we appreciate that. Councillor Bodley, did you have a question for staff? Yep, we can do questions now.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor McCabe. My first question, I have two questions here. So my first question is, really appreciate the first recommendation here that we discussed also in the previous report around creating that tenant and landlord information package, but also requiring those who have rental licenses to distribute that information to their tenants. I think that's excellent. And I'm curious about whether or not we have the same level of authority to require this to be shared when a building permit comes in for a renovation.
Through the mayor to Councillor Bodley, we did explore that idea with our building department, and unfortunately, there's no authority under the building code to require a landlord provide that information. One item that we will consider when we bring the apartment building program back in the fall is expanding that requirement to landlords that are operating large apartment buildings.
Okay, that's great, thank you. And even if we are not permitted to require it, I wonder if we may encourage landlords to voluntarily share this information, particularly if we have a nice, neat little package that we might be able to share with them, but I will leave that with you. My second question is, So with respect to the final recommendation on the list here, which is monitoring the existing renovation license bylaws that are out there and reporting back, I guess, and I may address this in some of my comments after the delegates have come forward here, but my great curiosity is what does success look like here? If there are less N13s that come forward, is that a good thing because there have been less N13s, or is that a bad thing because more bad actors have chosen to do it without issuing an N13? If we get a host of renovation licenses that come through to the city, is that a good thing, or is that a bad thing because is it a good thing because that means that people are following the rules, or is it a bad thing because that means, is it a bad thing because that means people are following the rules, or does it a good thing because it means that, again, more people are being sort of surreptitiously evicted by these bad faith actors? And so as we do this monitoring, should this pass in the way that it's written today, what are we looking at to sort of decide whether or not these renovation license bylaws are effective or not?
Through the mayor to Councillor Bodley, I think those are all good questions, and that is, you really hit the nail on the head with respect to the challenges regarding evictions, in that they are hard to track, they are hard to quantify, they are often under the radar, and then more to the point, what is the metric of success if you're not seeing evictions that you are having a hard time counting in the first place? However, I think that staff would, in reporting back to council, would be looking to understand through the reports coming from the various municipalities how they're interpreting their bylaws, but rather than just taking the basic statistics at face value, doing a little digging into those statistics to understand what does it actually mean to have fewer N13s, or what does it actually mean to have a large number of permits or licenses granted for renovations. So I don't have a specific answer of what those metrics might be, but I take your point. I think we all take your point that is really important as part of the reporting back, and we would definitely want to bring back a thoughtful report that consciously addresses some of those concerns about the metrics.
Thank you, Councillor Bodley. Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I wanted to just pick up on something that Councillor Bodley was mentioning, and with, if N13s, if a reduction is a good or a bad thing, I'm wondering about unintended consequences, right? Like going underground and then we don't know what's actually happening. Can you expand on that, or any other consequences that we may not consider?
Through the mayor to Councillor Rowe. That's a good point. I think we, by enacting a renoviction bylaw, we may encourage landlords to take different tactics, to use different methods to evict tenants. And it would be heavily reliant on tenants making reports to us, reporting renovictions. So there is a number of consequences if we did explore a renoviction bylaw.
Thank you. I have another question.
Sure,
if I
go
may.
ahead with your follow-up.
Yes, thank you, because as I understand and I hear what you're saying, this is not cut and dry, and that there are certainly things to be considered. The other thing I just wondered if you could expand a little bit on, something that I'm very interested in, is the rental replacement bylaw. And if you could just expand on that a little bit and explain it. It's certainly something in Ward 6 that I'm aware of, and I'm sure my fellow councillors are as well, for the reason of rental replacement in demolition, but also broadly in the affordable housing piece.
Through the mayor to Councillor Rowe. So the rental replacement bylaw is an action that's recommended in the affordable housing strategy, and we've reproduced that here as a direction, sort of redirecting staff to continue to proceed to pursue and explore that bylaw as a possible approach. That deals specifically with evictions that are associated with demolition, so it doesn't relate at all to renovations. It is something that the city has authority to, under the Municipal Act, to regulate, and it is something that could, in other municipalities, could be used to require landlords, or sorry, property owners who are intending to demolish a property to require that a certain number of units in the new development be created that are at a level of affordability that is similar or the same to the units that were lost. So it's a bylaw that would allow you to allow for the new development to include units that were lost at the same price and the first right of refusal to those who lost their units from the demolition. So it is, I think, a fairly effective bylaw. It's been used, and it's been now at least 5 years, I think, that a number of municipalities have had them, and it's fairly effective on providing tenants with the rights to return at an affordable rate. There are some, other considerations that will need to be made as part of that, but that's what staff would explore as part of this process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bassett, go ahead.
Thanks through you, Mayor. Thanks so much for this report. It was a excellently written report, and I learned a lot of new things. So I have a few questions, so I'll stick to my 3, and then we can move on, and if necessary, come back. One thing I'm concerned about, I really appreciate the second one, to advocate to the province. But I'm always, as many people are concerned about, this sort of jurisdictional ping-ponging where we say, well, but it's theirs, And so I guess what I'm wondering about is, even if they, if they did proclaim Bill 97, and there is some indication that there is not actually interest in that from the current government, but let's say they did, will there be any remaining gaps that we would still need to tend to?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Vasic. The Bill 97 addresses one really key thing that is often found in a renoviction bylaw or a renovation regulation bylaw, and that is the requirement for a landlord to demonstrate in some form, usually through a report, that the renovation requires that the tenant leave the unit while the renovation is happening. And so that report would probably be provided by a professional who has some kind of skill that allows them to make that assessment. That is currently missing, although it can be brought to the Landlord and Tenant Tribunal without this, this regulation or this new provision to be added through Bill 97. But it's just that would make it a requirement. So that's what the bill would allow. However, the bill would not address some of the things that other municipalities have chosen to do with respect to topping up the compensation that the Residential Tenancies Act requires. As well, some renovation regulation licenses also require that landlords provide certain accommodations as an alternative while the renovations are happening. That would not necessarily be a requirement under this Bill 97 either. So those are the 2 gaps probably that would not be filled.
Are there ways for the municipality, or do you anticipate ways for the municipality to, let's say this were approved, that we could supplement in that way? And is that worthwhile?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Vasic, that's a tricky one. So compensation, the amount of compensation is something that's determined by the Landlord and Tenant Board as part of a much broader process where information and evidence is brought forward about the existing rents and the tenant need and the incomes and that kind of thing. The renoviction bylaws that are adopted by other municipalities, I think, presuppose a certain level of compensation is required, and then they make that a requirement. I mean, I think that yes, technically it's probably possible, but it assumes that the city has the knowledge and the skills to determine what is an appropriate amount of compensation, and then it would require, of course, a program around it to enforce it, which is that renovation regulation program that we're talking about that staff don't currently recommend at this time.
Okay, thanks. Okay, my other question is about 145 McGregor, and I usually wouldn't out a building, but this has been public in the media, so I'll use it as an example. I was made aware of this through MPP Fife's office. They'd received, half the building has received N13s, and there has been a landlord-tenant board process that's been initiated. And so what I've noticed through this process is it's been really disjointed. There are many organizations that have been involved at 145 McGregor, many individuals trying to help, including myself. And it's been confusing. There's a clear lack of full knowledge about how to help tenants and how to advocate to the levels of government to really move things forward, in spite of great efforts. So it's not a criticism of anyone, including myself. It's really just to say there's a real disjointed system for support, one-on-one support, and then also advocacy in spite of great effort. So I suppose my question is how do we get somebody from who's received an N13 from point A to staying in their apartment if there is sort of a bad faith renovation happening? How do we usher through them through the system and we don't additionally traumatize them by not knowing information? For example, I didn't know that there was a rental housing enforcement unit until I read this report, and I emailed the residents at 145 McGregor the day before their first hearing to say, oh my gosh, I don't know, is anything like this on your list? And we should have all known about that before, but none of us are subject matter experts. Much of it is politicized because if I'm running for election again, I want to show the community that I'm doing a really good job. And so does MPP Fife, I presume. I don't want to put words in her mouth. And so there's a lot that we have to do to show the community that we're doing stuff, but we're not subject matter experts. And so I think that they need people to usher them through. In any case, I'm hoping that you can speak to what do we do in this kind of disjointed system. Of course, we want to have the right policies, but people also need on-the-ground support within the existing systems.
Through the mayor to Councillor Vasic, I'm going to start to tackle that question, and then I might pass it on to Nicole to see if she has anything to add. Yes, and I completely, I think we all completely recognize the challenges that tenants are facing, the disjointed supports, the information that seems to be there, but then sometimes it's not there at the right time. You're hearing about it too late after you've made critical decisions that now cause you to not have access to all the rights that you should have had access to. So the current proposal that we're making with this report does not have a space for a subject matter expert. The only thing that's related to that is the $30,000 one-time support that would go towards a community organization that is providing eviction prevention services, which they do employ those subject matter experts and support people to help. Should council want a subject matter expert, as a complement to all the other services we provide at the city, I think we would look to council to direct staff to perhaps consider that through the next budget process. I think there may be some opportunities to build elements into some of the work we're doing, but a fully informed expert in that matter is probably something that would need separate council direction on. I'm now going to look to Nicole to see if she agrees and also if she has anything to add.
Through you, Mayor. Well, of course I agree, Michelle. I think that is something we are exploring in terms of a role potentially in community programming and outreach that could assist with that. The job hasn't been completely developed, and that certainly is some skill set that we could look for that could potentially assist us. So there is some capacity to kind of make that consideration should we be directed to do so by council.
If I may, I don't know if you had a follow-up, Jen, but just on that point, the region of Waterloo has two, I believe they're called something like housing services, support staff, something of that nature. I think there's two of them. So, I mean, is that really what you're referring to when you're talking about either Councillor Vasic or either of the staff who responded? Like, the region has two of these staff. My understanding is that they are there with some level of subject matter expertise to work with people to prevent people being evicted. Is that the type of position you're talking about? And I guess my follow-up to that is, if the region has two that are trying to serve the entire region, I understand it's probably not enough. Like, would it not be better to kind of to point to that direction rather than so that there's consistency across the whole region? But is that the type of position that you're talking about, is really what I want to be clear on?
Through you, Mayor. I think there is some capacity because there is a lot of intersection with our teams, and perhaps just the capacity issue the region may have related to that, with having a Waterloo-specific sort of expert to help navigate all of those systems might be beneficial if we're able to do that.
And I guess my follow-up to that too is, and I guess it's a hypothetical, but if the provincial landlord and tenant board were actually operating in the manner and, in a more full capacity, would that really not be the place where these kind of issues should be managed, rather than at municipality by municipality by municipality across the whole province, where you can get into, like, you want something that's consistent and standardized across the province? I mean, that's the purpose of the landlord and tenant board, correct? And I see you nodding. Like, I mean, really, like, the responsibility for having to really address these issues lies with the landlord and tenant board, correct? In a perfect world, and we realize we are not living in a perfect world.
Through you, Mayor, yes, it is staff's belief that the responsibility of managing, adjudicating, and guiding landlords and tenants through disputes is the responsibility of the province, and that they actually know their rules the best, they know their processes the best, they're actually in charge of those processes, and they would be best suited to provide this guidance, and unfortunately, they aren't at this time.
And so I guess continuing to advocate, as we have done here, for Bill 97's regulations to be enacted, and then also more capacity added to the landlord and tenant board, are continued directions, as I know you have outlined in your recommendations. Sorry, Councillor Vasic, I don't know if I cut you off. I just wanted to build on your questions there. Okay. I'm just checking my own questions here. Okay, thank you for that. Did you have another question? Go ahead.
I had 3 questions, so I'm going to do my third. And
Okay.
then if my fourth's not answered, then yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to pick up on the conversation about this system navigation stuff when we're debating it, but those were good, helpful thoughts and points. So my third question is, where is it? So we're not, the report is not recommending a renovation licensing bylaw as it stands, but to continue monitoring the efficacy of other ones to see if that's the right route. There are concerns about the adverse impacts potentially and the efficacy of renoviction bylaws, which there is debate about, and we will hear, I'm sure, which we're looking forward to and welcome. But as the report stands, it's not recommending that, and it provides some indication of how much it might cost to have a renovation licensing bylaw. And so I'd be really concerned that should we not pass the renovation licensing bylaw tonight, that the community might feel we're not doing so because of the costs. And so I'm really curious about what your perspective is, thinking that there are more effective routes forward. If you could use the money that's anticipated to be needed for a renovation licensing bylaw for things that you believe would have more efficacy, what would you prioritize?
Through the mayor to Councillor Vasic. That's a tricky question. I think there's multiple ways we could spend. I think we estimated close to $300,000 a year. I think, as the report kind of suggests, taking a supportive role for tenants and helping them navigate the current landlord-tenant board system and creating processes that assist with that. And again, as the report alludes to, I think supporting the multi-unit residential acquisition program as a long-term solution to create more affordable housing and hopefully mitigate some of these issues when they come up.
Thank you. Do you have another question?
Yeah, I am curious about this idea of data collection, and where would that be baked into the process? The other question I had that was kind of tended to is the idea of the latent demand or people who aren't using the landlord-tenant board process, and so how would we go about doing data collection in addition to the direct support? Do we need also? I don't want to scare anybody about suggesting a FTE staff person, but in my mind, I think, do we need someone in addition to a support person to also be collecting and reporting back on the data in a really complete way?
Through the mayor to Councillor Vasic, I think in preparation for our reporting back to council, we can and will need to probably look at ways that we can start gathering that data, because evaluating the metrics of success partly relies on understanding how are we measuring evictions, specifically renovictions. That could be, I believe, incorporated, just for the next year at least, incorporated into the staff work plan as part of the review and monitoring. Over the long term, though, I think probably we're looking at that idea of having a staff person or some capacity of an existing staff person dedicated to doing that as a separate thing outside of the current recommendations.
Thank you very much. There's no further questions of staff. Sorry.
I do have a fourth question. I just
I thought
thought
you
we
just
were
asked
only.
it.
No,
Okay.
I thought we were doing 3, so I was taking a step back.
Oh,
so-
okay. Sorry, did I see your hand, Councillor Rowe? Okay.
Thank you, through you, Chair. This is just sort of from my own understanding. How I perceive what you're recommending here is, instead of a bylaw, we're looking at approaching this from multi-directions to have more effect on the ground. Am I interpreting that correctly?
Through the mayor to Councillor Rowe, we are definitely recommending things that are often included in a renovation regulation bylaw. For example, the tenant information package, through the separate report that you heard about and already passed, requiring landlords to disseminate that information at various times, critical times that the tenant would need to receive that information. That is often part of a renoviction or rental regulation bylaw, rental renovation bylaw. There are components, though, that we don't think would be effective that are typical of renoviction bylaws, so we've not recommended pursuing that. So I think, to summarize, you are correct in that we've proposed a myriad of actions some of which are included in these types of renoviction regulations, some of which are not, but we're able to bring them forward because they are actions that we already have on the way, and we are going to be making them more robust, or additional actions that we're proposing to kind of complement the whole package.
Sorry, if I could just add to Michelle's comments. I think our recommendations are also more broadly focused on supporting tenants in general, not just tenants that are going through a renoviction necessarily, but tenants that are having challenges with their landlords in all types of circumstances, and taking kind of a more broad supportive approach.
That's very helpful, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Vassic, back to you.
Thanks. Through you, Mayor. I think it's going to be, I think we know that we are going to have delegates here who are going to advocate to take a clear stand for a renoviction bylaw. And I really appreciate the caution that staff are giving us around that, and the myriad of other recommendations that you believe will have efficacy. And so I guess where I'm at is there is merit to passing a renoviction bylaw because it gives really clear, firm stance to landlords that we don't believe in this. It's a statement, and it's a strong statement. And at the same time, if it doesn't work, well, I'm tempted to swear, but I won't because it is not allowed in council chambers. But like, we took a clear, firm stand, but it actually was a no good deed goes unpunished situation, and we end up with more potential renovations, like underground ones. And that is a scary thought, to potentially participate in making a decision to make that process in order to perform in a way that I will be seen as a desirable policymaker by the people who I really care about in this community. And so I guess that background to my question is, say we don't pass a renoviction bylaw today, and we say we're not quite there yet, we don't think it's going to be the most effective, which is your recommendation. How do we take a very clear, firm stand? Is there any other ways to say we don't stand for this without a bylaw? Notwithstanding your second recommendation, which is to advocate to the province, which for sure I agree with, but I think we're all quite concerned that that won't have the effect that we're hoping it does. So curious for your perspective on that.
Who wants to start with that?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Vassic. That is a good question. I would say that not adopting a renoviction bylaw is not synonymous with being supportive of renovictions, which staff are absolutely not suggesting is a good thing. I would also say that it's challenging to take a stand on something that you don't have accountability for, or even the tools to prevent. We can prevent renovations, but we can't prevent evictions, and there's a big difference between those two things. And so what I would say, and I know you've already said, with the exception of the province, not including all the advocacy that we're going to do with the province, but I think that is actually the opportunity that the municipality could take to demonstrate that it's serious about dealing with renovictions, and that is to issue publicly, so advocate to the province, but issue that statement publicly as well, saying this is something that the city does not endorse, we see it happening in our community, and it needs to stop. And these are the actions that we think the province needs to take to help us get there. So that would be my recommendation, but I think Nicole had some other ideas. Oh, Grant.
I just, through the mayor to Councillor Vassic, I would also suggest that council has already made a statement in approving a previous report. Waterloo is one of a few municipalities that have a thorough rental licensing program. Municipalities have a clear mandate to support well-maintained and safe rental units, and we are, I think we are working hard to do that, and through the previous report and the updated rental licensing regulations, we are focusing on the areas that we do have a mandate to support and to do well, and then continuing to advocate to the province to focus on the areas that they are responsible for.
Thank you. Nicole, did you want to add to that or no?
Sorry, I don't have a microphone, but no, I concur, actually. I think that part of that support is sort of approaching it from an advocacy standpoint as opposed to just a strictly potentially an enforcement one, which may or may not make a difference within that scope. And I think that's a big, I think staff believe that, you know, that is a big gap when there are challenges in those situations with tenants, is that piece where it is that navigation and that assistance, and as opposed to investigating and potentially, you know, if there's a permit taken out or if there isn't, and that's sort of where maybe the enforcement piece doesn't provide that same support.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Councillor Freeman.
Sorry, I just wanted to build on the comment that Grant was saying. So do the other municipalities that have renoviction bylaws, so Toronto, Hamilton, and I forget who else you said, did they not have rental housing bylaws? I thought they did.
Through the mayor to Councillor Freeman, Toronto and Hamilton have recently introduced apartment building safety programs. I believe Hamilton's exploring some level of licensing program for low-rise properties and short-term rentals, but not to the same extent that we regulate the low-rise rental segment.
And how about our colleagues to the south, Kitchener? Do they have a rental housing bylaw?
Through the mayor to Councillor Freeman, they do not. They recently, from what I understand, passed lodging house regulations and are currently exploring short-term rental regulations as well.
Okay. All right. I think I'm kind of, you know, moving down that path of item 8 where you say direct staff to monitor implementation FC of eviction regulations in other municipalities, that I might like to see some stronger language around there such that it also leads to potentially building a renoviction bylaw so that it's more proactive. It's not just, you know, monitoring, but considering how the information that's happening in those places is actually informing a renoviction bylaw here. Because, you know, we find ourselves in this situation where municipalities, and I'm not looking for new downloaded responsibilities, don't get me wrong. It's just, I feel that very much that we've been forced into this situation as a municipality where we're trying to find land for affordable housing, we're trying to make land available for affordable housing, we're looking at dollars to, you know, help purchase housing stock to keep it affordable. Like, we're in the sandbox, right? Like, there was a time when all of that was, you know, a regional responsibility, but we're there, and there's this broader expectation of us to, I don't know whether it's a statement or quite what it is, but I just feel like we need to be a little bit more proactive. I'm not saying that, like, I kind of like where Barry was headed with this in Kitchener, where he said, you know, to explore a bylaw framework so that we could at least start seeing what a framework looked like, because right now you've provided us with costing of how this would roll out, how we'd need staff, how we'd need to do all of these things, but without that framework, it's really hard to really wrap your head around what this looks like. And also, I think the framework would help us to understand, is it gonna result in unintended consequences? Meaning, are people going to think that we can do more than we truly can? I don't know, but I think we need to explore that through a framework. Because, and
Councillor
I think
Freeman,
we need to do all what you're doing, but we need to do more.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we're kind of getting into comments like we would after we've heard delegates and that, so, which is fine. which is preferable to leave to after we've heard from all the delegates.
Fair enough. I think I just really wanted to kind of get a sense of what the other municipalities are doing that do have the Renoviction bylaw and where we differ.
Yeah, and I would just sort of summarize that last bit by reminding ourselves that the city of Waterloo has had the rental housing, not just a bylaw, but a whole program since 2012. And my understanding is that, through that system that we've had in place has been, generally pretty successful. We've been generally seen as leaders in this sector. Again, there's obviously not a perfect world or anything like this, but we are very involved with the rental housing, the licensing, monitoring, et cetera. And as we just approved through the last report, we're augmenting it, we're improving it. And as we continue to consider the other elements which may or may not be possible, or we may or may not agree to go forward with. So I'm gonna turn to our delegations now. And the first one here is Steve Singer, who is a resident of Waterloo. Steve, you're welcome to join us at the podium. Thank you for coming tonight. And you have 10 minutes.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me, Mayor, Council, staff, and people here. I'm a resident of Waterloo with no vested interest whatsoever. I'm not a condo owner. I'm not a landlord. I'm not a tenant. I own a home in Beechwood Park, a fairly upscale neighborhood. But to quote an old proverb, if I am not for myself, who am I? But if I am only for myself, what am I? But the last part is something salient for council to think about. If not now, when? Action is the preeminent part of that. So I'm here as a concerned citizen. I've had the opportunity through our councillor, Mary Lou Rowe, to meet with Michelle and to meet with Gord and to meet with you, Mayor McCabe, in very productive meetings prior to this. I just want to be full disclosure on this because I found my experience with the city of Waterloo goes back 30 years. And I found that working with either planners like Karen Fisher or Natalie Hardacre, or with Greg Romanuk going way back to the heightened density report, I found that if you present, there's an old saying, if you come with a problem, you should also have a solution in mind, not just talk about what's wrong. And I found the city of Waterloo in the past has really listened to some of my approaches. I'm a person who looks, if you've ever seen Dead Poets Society, I don't know if you have, with Robin Williams, he's a teacher at a private school. There's a part in that I love where he gets each student to stand on his desk at the front of the classroom and look at the world from a different point of view. And I think it's important that we do that once in a while. I tend to do it quite often. And it's reaped results in the past. I started the Beechwood produce stand when it was illegal 18 years ago in our neighborhood to build community. When I was at the MBA school at Western back in 1972, I had an idea to start a small business assistance program using MBA students to consult small business because they can't afford Deloitte & Touche and KPMG to do consulting work. So we got $50,000 for the Ministry of Industry. It was a very successful program, and it was rolled out in every MBA school in the province for the next 30, 40 years. When I was president of the Beechwood Park Homes Association, I related this story to Mayor McCabe, pardon me for repeating it, but we had a situation similar in vein to what you're talking about here, about why we can't do something. instead of why we can do something. It's back in the mid-'80s, because of the way the covenants and because of the way Abe Wiebe bought land, part of Hiawatha was not allowed to join our neighborhood association. There were 6 homes that were, and the other 20 were not. And every year from 1973 to 1987, when I became president, 5 neighbors would send a letter to the board saying, we'd really love to join. Can we join? Because their kids go to the same school, Keatsway and Centennial. But every year, the board said, no, we can't, because it might contravene the rules of our covenants that allow us to collect dues from each resident that's a member of the association. And so they just wrote it off. When I became president in 1987, we had a legal director, Gary Hauser. And I said, Gary, and we needed new blood. We needed new members. And so I said, can you do a review, one of your people? And so they did a review, whether it would affect the covenants and our ability to collect dues. They came back and said, it won't affect it. So we held a general meeting, and we passed the first associate member status in the Beechwood areas. Now they're prevalent throughout the Beechwoods. So again, it was like the Small Business Assistance Program. We were the first, and then it expanded. And it was a tremendous boon for all the associations in terms of membership and financial viability since 1987. So I come to you today with those kinds of stories because I'm very much an Indigenous believer that stories, within stories are truths, truths. And when you look, you know, I'm a guy, I was a businessman my whole life. And when I go around and I drive along all the different apartment buildings in Kitchener-Waterloo, I see names on the front, and I don't know if any of you do, Killam REIT, Boardwalk REIT, Starlight Capital, Greenwood, Hazelview. These are either publicly traded or private equity companies. They're REITs. And they are literally decimating the local market. The longer we don't get on board to set up a renovation bylaw, the greater the investment bubble that we've created. Because I'm a businessman, I own buildings, I know what profit and loss is, I know about these things. Because what happens is if London and Hamilton and Ottawa, perhaps, Toronto, have renovation bylaws, but we don't in Kitchener-Waterloo. What do you think these REITs are going to do? They're honing in on our area, among others. We're not the only ones without renovation bylaws. And the landlords that own these buildings tend to be historical, sort of local landlords that have owned these buildings for 50 years in a lot of cases. I know of one that just sold 500 units in Cambridge to Starlight Capital. He had owned them for 50 years, charged reasonable rents. It's sold now to private equity. So that is then going to create the situation that you're trying to deal with of renovictions. Because what the bubble, the investment bubble is that instead of that landlord selling those units for, let's say, $200,000 a unit, they can sell it to Starlight Capital for $300,000 a unit because they know there's no renoviction bylaw, and they then can, over a period of time, take that rental structure and move it up 35%. So what it does on the other side of the coin is if I'm a landlord and I've owned a building for 50 years and I'm 75 years old and I'm doing some estate planning, I'm thinking, you know, renoviction bylaws are coming in London, and this might be a good time to sell.
You have 2 minutes left.
So I'm trying to give you a bigger picture than just the details. And what I'm trying to say is we need a renoviction bylaw now. I mean, it's not like you don't read it in the paper. I pull it out, I get the record. Tenants at 250 Frederick Street feel the chill of Renoviction. The middle class thought they were safe. They're not anymore. Financial landlords, the Starlight Capitals of the world, more aggressive with raising rents, UW study finds. That's just a month old in May. So these financial landlords are the culprits. And then, of course, the one, Councillor Freeman, you referred to, Kitchener Renoviction bylaw, a step closer. And I, too, was very heartened by what Barry Verbanek and some of his councillors responded to about the same, this is with no malice at all. As I say, I've worked at the Waterloo over the years. But this report is, with all due respect, is playing it safe. You know, I've never been one to play it safe, whether it was changing the covenants so that Hiawatha could join, you know, starting the small business assistance program. We need to lead and not follow. And it's interesting that we do lead in what Councillor Freeman was talking about in terms of licensing regulations, student licensing. We're one of the only cities that doesn't have a student ghetto because of what the city of Waterloo has done over the last 25 years. It's a tremendous achievement. So I'm not saying it in any derogatory way at all. I'm just saying that, and I know I have to finish, that we're definitely in favor of a Renoviction bylaw in concert with the city of Kitchener and perhaps with the region, so you have, in Cambridge, a general approach, a regional approach. But based
I'm
on...
going to get you to wrap up, Steve.
Yeah, based on the stories I've heard, there's no time to delay.
Okay, thank you very much, Steve.
Thank you.
There's a question. Did you have a question of the delegate?
Thank you, through you, Chair. Not a question per se, but a comment. And Steve, I always appreciate when you add your perspective to all the different issues in the city that we've talked about, because I always learn something. So your perspective on Starlight and the large financial corporations purchasing apartment buildings is a concern, and that does shed additional light on the situation and the consideration. So thank you very much.
Yeah. And you know, if I may say one thing, that it's a provincial responsibility. I just want to say this. It reminds me of the pesticide issue.
Okay, but sorry, Steve.
Anyways,
We've got a number of delegates coming, and
anyway.
and there was no question there. So thank you very much for your time, and I know you do a lot in the community.
There's no time to delay.
Okay, thank you, Steve. The next delegate is Heather Bigelow, who is a resident of Waterloo. Welcome, Heather. And you have 5 minutes.
Thank you and good evening.
You can put the podium up if you need. There you go.
Thanks.
Okay.
My name is Heather Bigelow. I'm a lifelong resident of the region and current resident of Waterloo. And as you can probably tell, this is my first time delegating. I'm on the board of the Social Development Center, but I'm delegating tonight as a private citizen. I'm here because although I support the recommendations included in the staff report, I don't believe they go far enough, and I would like to urge council to pursue a bylaw to regulate renovation of all residential rental buildings. In 2019, I was evicted. My eviction will not show up in any statistics, as my partner and I chose not to fight it. My landlord at the time let us know that they wanted possession for personal use. As my landlord owned multiple properties, I had little reason to believe that this was in good faith. But we weren't interested in having an antagonistic relationship with someone who controlled such a basic need such as housing. So instead, we looked for new housing and were fortunate enough to find a place that fit our budget. Where I live now is an older building, and I'm fortunate that my current landlord continues to invest in it with regular repairs and maintenance. But I'm very aware that the moment the numbers change on their balance sheet, I could need to move again. Even though my partner and I are mid-career professionals, having to move would have a negative impact on our financial stability, as the current market rates exceed our budget. This means that I never feel fully secure in my own home. A renovation bylaw would reverse the onus on tenants having to defend their home to landlords requiring proof of the need for tenants to vacate. Although housing is a shared responsibility among all levels of government, it makes sense to have the city, which issues building permits, also track and monitor renovations. The city is also one of the most accessible levels of government, as evidenced by my being here tonight, which makes reporting issues feel safer than engaging in a multi-month-long process with the landlord-tenant board. I would also encourage that tenant information package, as discussed tonight, be required for all landlords to provide, regardless of the size of the building. My building, which is 10 stories tall, has a large population of newcomers who are less likely to be familiar with their rights. As Mayor McCabe mentioned tonight, Waterloo is a leader in regulating rental housing. I would ask you to continue that legacy, to please pursue a bylaw to regulate renovations in rental housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. You did very well for your first time. Are there any questions of the delegate? Go ahead, Councillor Rowe.
Thank you so much for your delegation. If I can ask, were you familiar at the time, I know you're with Social Development Center now, at the time were you familiar with the process, or did that overlap with your knowledge from your job?
To be clear, I'm a volunteer member of the board, so not employed by the Social Development Center. But I was aware-ish that I could have chosen to pursue it, but I knew it would be a fight with the landlord and tenant board, and I just really wasn't interested in engaging in a process with no certainty if I could just secure affordable housing, which I was fortunate enough to do at the time.
Thank you. I also have a question for staff.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you, Heather.
Thank you. I was just curious about what Heather said about the bylaw versus the landlord-tenant board. If there was a bylaw, does that mean there would not be any need to go to the landlord-tenant board, or is it just one piece and then there could still be the landlord-tenant board issue?
Through the mayor to Councillor Rowe, a bylaw and what other municipalities have done would really supplement the landlord-tenant board process. So a requirement, as an example of Hamilton's bylaw, is that they demonstrate they have issued the appropriate documentation under the landlord and tenant board to initiate the eviction process appropriately.
Thank you. Our next delegate is Elliot Wand. Welcome back, Elliot, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Again, greetings, councillors. My name is Elliot Wand, here to represent Acorn, and also here as a renter in Waterloo. Acorn is very thrilled to see Waterloo considering rental replacement bylaw. When tenants are displaced for demolition or conversion, rental replacement bylaws ensure that those affordable homes are maintained and tenants are either compensated or given the right to return to the same, given the rights to return and pay the same rent that they were before displacement. This is the kind of bold, practical policy that Waterloo needs, and we urge council to prioritize its development and to ensure having these strong protections. But at the same time, we are quite disappointed to see staff recommend against moving forward with renoviction bylaws. Renovictions are one of the most widespread and exploitative forms of tenant displacement that we see. Landlords claim they need to do major repairs, but then once the tenants leave, they can up the rents or leave the units empty. It's basically just displacement disguised as maintenance. We understand the caution in this, but once again, this is the time to be bold. Other cities, Hamilton, Toronto, London, even looking to New Westminster in BC, have shown that these bylaws are possible and that they're effective. We can learn from these models and craft a bylaw that will fit our local needs. Speaking from a personal standpoint, I've spent my whole life in Waterloo, born in Grand River Hospital. I went to WCI, I went to the University of Waterloo, lived here my whole life. I work 40 hours a week. I've always paid my rent on time. I pay all my taxes. I try to be part of my community. Buying a house is completely beyond even my dreams at this point, so renting is what I have to do, and every day when I get home and I check my mailbox, I expect to see an N13. My building is also owned by McGregor Pym Malvita Management, the same one as 145 McGregor, and of the 8 units in my building, there's only myself and 1 other tenant remaining. All the other ones have been evicted by the landlord, and they're turning our small, affordable 2-bedroom apartments into 3 bedrooms by walling off the living space and renting each individual bedroom for $1,000 apiece. That's not housing that Waterloo needs. There's no housing for young families. I have multiple maintenance issues that I've tried to bring forth, but the only phone number I have for my landlord goes to a not-in-service number. Their email address I get no response from. The tenants above me are too afraid to make maintenance requests because they don't want to be in the radar of our landlords because they can't afford to live elsewhere. Myself and my fellow ACORN managers really want to urge council to support tenant protection policies, including renoviction bylaws. We need to ensure that we're protecting some of our most vulnerable communities in the area. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for your commitment to making Waterloo a city where everyone has the right to safe and affordable housing.
Thank you very much, Elliot. Are there any questions of the delegate? Councillor Bassick.
Thanks through you, Mayor McCabe. I appreciated all of that, in particular, not that you had to say it, but really appreciated you just making us really feel what it's like to come home and look in your mailbox and wonder when, especially given everyone else. My question is, have you connected with staff? Thinking about this data collection piece, have you connected with staff about your personal experience at your apartment building, particularly given it's also about 145 McGregor? This is the kind of information I think city staff need to know in order to make the right plan moving forward. This is the same landlord. I don't want to target them in council chambers, but that's a really important piece of data. So I don't know if you have connected with staff, and if you haven't, if we might connect you with staff. You don't have to say that right now, but if you have interest, please let us know.
Yeah, absolutely. I wasn't aware for a long time. I unfortunately didn't make close connections with my neighbors. So by the time I kind of knew things had happened, almost everybody was gone or in the process. So I'm kind of newer to this, but definitely interested.
Not your fault that that happened, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elliot. Thank you for the work you do in the community. Our next, oh, sorry, Councillor Bodley. Apologies. Councillor Bodley had a question of the delegate?
Yeah.
Or of the delegate. Sorry, Elliot, could you come back? Apologies.
Sorry. Thank you. Through you, Mayor McCabe, I also want to echo, I appreciate you sharing your sentiments with us here, and it really underscores something that's highlighted in the report is, you know, regardless of whether or not the renoviction is legal or whether it is carried out in bad faith, these are deeply traumatic and financially challenging for any folks that are going through them and for folks who may have to go through them in the future. So again, thank you for highlighting that for us and making us feel what that's like. The question that I have is around, you had noted that in the other jurisdictions that have passed these renovation license bylaws that they are effective, was your comment. And I know this is the part that I am really, really struggling with, is the efficacy piece. Because I know in Hamilton, for example, recently, they've only had this in effect since January, and my understanding is that they have issued one renovation license thus far, and they're sort of leaning on that and saying, well, that's a success because there's only been one renovation license issued. And the metric that I think, and this was going to be part of my comments, but I thought it appropriate here given what you had said, the only metric by which a renovation license bylaw could ever be measured in my mind is that there are less renovictions. And one renovation license, I don't understand how they look at that and say that that's necessarily a success. Are they suggesting that there have been no renovictions in Hamilton since January? I don't know how they could say that. So I'm curious from your perspective, when you say that these renovation license bylaws have been effective, what do you point to and what do you see as the efficacy of these thus far that we can see?
I mean, I certainly can't speak for like the city of Hamilton and their staff. From my understanding, sorry, I'm just trying to think of how to word this. I believe in Hamilton, the data they had was something along the lines of 147 and 13 served in an entire year. If after the emplacement of this bylaw, that is cut down to 1, I would question how many of those 147 N13s were in good faith in the first place if, we haven't seen half that number in the same time passing. These types of things also discourage landlords from serving multiple N13s. From my understanding, even if the landlord does go through the legal process and you go through the landlord-tenant board, and the landlord-tenant board sides with the tenant and says, yes, they can stay, this is not a renovation that requires the tenant to vacate the property, there's nothing that prevents that landlord from just issuing another N13 and starting the process over again. These types of renoviction bylaws can help mitigate that. Even if the financial cost is not significant, it's still something kind of more that helps kind of stop just this blanket N13 to see who they can get to leave easily so that they can renovate and increase profit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Elliot. You can sit down now. Okay, our next delegate is Helene Chow, resident of Waterloo. Welcome back, Helene, and you have 5 minutes.
Is this on? Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm here today as a concerned resident of Waterloo, and while I'm encouraged to see the progress in expanding tenant protections here today, like landlord licensing and anti-dem eviction bylaws, I'm deeply troubled by the recommendation against implementing a renoviction bylaw. If adopted, this decision would leave countless tenants vulnerable to displacement, further intensifying the housing crisis in our city. During the last federal election, I spent my days listening to residents across Waterloo, and I heard the same message again and again. We're in a housing crisis, and there aren't enough affordable homes, whether to rent or to buy. The landlord-tenant board is also overwhelmed, and people from all walks of life are being affected. Seniors searching for houses on a limited income, parents helping their children with their rent payments, young professionals priced out of their own city, and students burdened by debt for rent just to get an education. Other municipalities across Ontario have recognized the urgency of this crisis and have acted. Hamilton, Toronto, and Ottawa have passed bylaws to protect tenants from predatory renovictions, requiring landlords to provide temporary accommodations, rent gap payments, and the right to first refusal. If these cities can do it, why not Waterloo? If we want people to choose Waterloo over other cities, we need strong renter protections right now. I've been a renter for 15 years, and I've experienced basically anything that could have been thrown my way. I've been dem evicted, rent-evicted, been evicted because a landlord's relative was moving in, had my rent been increased above guideline rent increases, had pest infestations, no heat in winter, no AC in the summer. I've made many of the repairs I needed all by myself. I never missed a rent payment in this 15 years. I have never caused damage to a property. And yet during that time, I have been on the brink of homelessness nearly half a dozen times. I am 31. I have a PhD in engineering from Waterloo and a good job. And last year I had to move in with 2 roommates just so I could afford to live in this city. And I still don't have hope that I will ever be able to afford to buy a home here. This stress and uncertainty erodes my well-being, just as they have for every renter I know. We are not protected by good intentions. I have spoken with my landlords to no avail. I have educated myself, but conversations alone can't stop their greed, and we need protections in law now. Opponents to renoviction bylaws point to burden on landlords and enforcement challenges, but this is not about punishing landlords. It's about fairness, stability, and the fundamental right to housing. A well-crafted bylaw would not block legitimate renovations, but would ensure that tenants aren't needlessly displaced in the process. And yes, a bylaw can be sustainably funded through a modest fee structure. Waterloo, as many others have said, has the opportunity to lead, not just in tech or academia, but in compassion and in bold leadership in housing. Supporting this bylaw says that we prioritize people over profit, that we believe in that long-term renters should not be treated as disposable, but as valuable members of our community, where people choose to continue to live here and to thrive here. I am urging Council to reconsider the staff recommendation and to take bold action to protect renters in Waterloo. We need a renoviction bylaw that puts housing first so residents can live with dignity, stability, and hope for the future. We need a renoviction bylaw that prioritizes housing for people who need it, not just as an investment or a moneymaker. And we must ensure that our city remains a place where people can live securely without the fear of losing their home to profit-driven evictions. I was also listening to the discussion earlier, if I have a moment to add to that speech. A bylaw means that Waterloo is going to stand up where the province clearly decides it won't. This bylaw will provide clarity to both landlords and tenants where there is currently confusion, and it sends a message that Waterloo cares about its tenants.
You have 1 minute.
I also say this, I'm an engineer and I make my choices with data, and I have seen the data that supports this bylaw, but I also want to bring back to what that data is. It's people's lives and it's people's well-being. And I think we really need to prioritize people's lives right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helene. Are there any questions of the delegate? Seeing none, thank you very much for your delegation. Our next delegate is Christina Mills, who's also a resident of Waterloo. Welcome, Christina, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Is this a good height? For hearing, am I audible?
Yeah, it's on. Yes,
okay,
go ahead.
Great. Madam Mayor, councillors, thank you so much for allowing me to speak this evening to this really important issue. And thank you for caring about Waterloo citizens, in particular their housing and tenant rights. My name is Christina Mills, and I'm a retired community health physician, and I live right across the street. While I'm unlikely to be personally affected by Renoviction, I can't help but worry about my neighbors who are not so fortunate. I feel strongly that what affects any of us affects all of us. As a public health physician, I know that safe, adequate, affordable housing is a core physiological need and a fundamental social determinant of health. Inequitable access to affordable housing is a major contributor to poor individual and community health. In public health, we always examine policy options with an equity lens. That is, we ask whether a given option is likely to increase or decrease inequities. Failure to enact true rent control clearly increases inequities. Renovictions are a way landlords get around our flimsy rent control system, and they are increasing in Canada, including in Waterloo, substantially contributing to the housing crisis by eroding the stock of affordable housing. Dr. Brian Doucette of UW School of Planning said that tough anti-renoviction bylaws are one of the best single measures a city can implement to make a dramatic and immediate impact on housing affordability. His 2023 research report on displacement for the Social Planning Network of Ontario found that only a tiny fraction of displacement happens through formal eviction notices. Of more than 100 people interviewed who had been displaced, only a handful actually had court-enforced evictions from the LTB. The rest left because they were subjected to various forms of harassment and pressure on the part of landlords, such as failure to perform needed maintenance, in hopes that the tenant would just give up and go away. The landlord-tenant power imbalance is such that many people eventually do give up, feeling they just can't win. This is what Dr. Doucette describes as displacement by exhaustion. Anti-renoviction bylaws are meant to dissuade landlords from using these tactics, and we have seen in other jurisdictions that they are effective. In 2019, New Westminster, BC passed a renoviction bylaw with provisions for heavy fines for noncompliance and virtually eliminated renovictions. I urge you to follow their example and that of Hamilton, Toronto, and Ottawa, and pass a renoviction bylaw without delay. Our vulnerable neighbors cannot wait until 2026 or 2027 for the protection that is afforded citizens in other jurisdictions. It's just not fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Are there any questions of the delegate? Go ahead, Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Thank you so much for your presentation. Eviction by exhaustion is something I hadn't thought of. I know that that is a possibility, or that does happen. I'm wondering, if that would increase, if you think that would increase with an eviction bylaw, if wearing a tenant down is the alternative in order to avoid an actual bylaw. I'm just curious about your thoughts on that.
That's an interesting question. I couldn't predict.
No, I was going to say, I know, I was just thinking
Yeah.
of it as I'm saying, and of course you can't answer that, but that's just sort of what popped into my head as you were speaking. I wonder if that would be one of those unintended consequences that staff were mentioning, but it's just something to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Christina, for your time tonight and your presentation. Our next delegate and last one on this issue is Mo Markham. And Mo, welcome. I believe you're a resident of Kitchener, correct? And you have 5 minutes.
I'm a resident of Kitchener just by one block, actually.
Okay.
I also wanted to support the creation of a renoviction bylaw, and I loved the question, if not now, when. I believe that it's important, and I think that it has helped things in other cities that have created these. And I hope that it's effective in preventing unlawful evictions in the name of renovations. I'm here because I also lost my long-term housing, but not from renoviction. I've experienced the devastating effect of loss of my home and my neighborhood and my community life, and the effects on my financial situation, my physical and emotional health. I lost my long-term and very affordable housing to a fire 3 years ago, and I've spent a ridiculous amount of time since then looking for housing in Kitchener-Waterloo. The first unit I rented after the fire, after several months of living in temporary situation with my cats and searching constantly, was sold to someone from Toronto after I'd been there for less than a year. That place was more than 2.5 times the amount of rent that I was paying before the fire. I now have another place, one that is unsuitable for my physical needs. The stairs are quite difficult for me, but the rent is just over twice the rent of my home before the fire. And I have a very kind landlord. I can only afford it by dipping into my RSPs, and I know that's a luxury that many renters don't have. And it's also one that's not going to last forever. I spent the first year in my current place looking for something that would be more appropriate for me physically, and I finally gave up because it just looked impossible. One place that I saw that was appropriate for my physical needs, et cetera, and in a nice neighborhood, had over 600 people respond to their ad. So right now, I'm just waiting. I'm on a wait list for an affordable seniors building, and that's also a very rare commodity. I have lived and worked and attended school and volunteered in Kitchener-Waterloo for nearly 30 years of my life. I never thought I would have to leave for financial reasons, but I did actually look at housing elsewhere because of the affordability issue here. And the housing that people are going to be rent-evicted from, as we know, is affordable housing. And they will not find housing at that rate afterwards. Oh, and I will just note that my my income has not doubled in that time. I hope that City Council focuses on the residents and their needs and in putting together a bylaw. I know the City of Kitchener is talking about it as well, and I would love it if you would work together on that. I know that some of the people who are facing rent-eviction have been in their homes for 5, 20, some of them 40 years. And I know how what being displaced looks like. I think that those people are the people that you should be here to protect, that you should be protecting, rather than the landlords and landladies. If there's a legitimate reason to evict or displace people for rent-evictions, then they can apply to the city. And I think that I hope that that's what the bylaw will do, is to decrease rent-evictions. And I ask you to consider the barriers facing renters. I'm an older woman, white, I speak English well, and I have a decent pension, good references, et cetera. I still have had a very difficult time finding housing that's appropriate. So I hope that council takes this opportunity to vote for the residents of Waterloo over the businesses and investors. And I'll just remind you that for some of those people, they will be out on the street. Or going back to abusive or dangerous situations. So I hope you think about what that means for their lives, their mental health, their physical health, et cetera. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Mo. Any questions of the delegate? Seeing none, thank you for sharing that with us tonight. Okay, so council, we have now heard from all of the delegations for this on this issue, and we've heard from staff. I don't know if people have additional questions of staff. Seeing none, okay, then I'm looking for some. Sorry, did you have a question? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, through you, Mayor, a little bit quicker than my hand was going up.
Okay.
Thank you. And I'm not quite sure who wants to answer this one. We have heard a lot today in support of, it sounds like, most of the recommendations that have come forward. A lot of our conversation seems to be around probably recommendation 7 and recommendation 8, both which have a timeline in them that are going to put us into 2026 in terms of seeing anything or moving forward. So my question really is, if we were to direct staff to speed these two up and have something back in place before 2026, what are some of the barriers? What would it take? How would we go about doing that?
Thank you, Councillor Hanmer. Looks like we're going to start with Grant, and then...
I can maybe speak to 8 first and maybe pass it over to Michelle. So through the mayor to Councillor Hanmer, I think a review of what other municipalities are doing and the effectiveness of those bylaws will take some time. We need some time to see what, these are all new programs for these municipalities, and I'm not sure we would have a different outcome if we sped up that process. I think we need to allow for some time to get some data and make those decisions based on that data. And I don't know, Michelle, if you want to speak to the other.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Through the mayor to Councillor Hanmer. For item 7, the rental replacement bylaw, that work would actually be carried out by the planning department, not necessarily by the staff at this table. I was advised by Adam Lauder, who's the manager of community planning, that that they thought that late 2025, early 2026 would be the timeframe that they could manage from a capacity standpoint. I'm looking to Ron. I don't know that there's any new information about any changes to that date.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Hamner. Yeah, we would need time to investigate, as Grant alluded to, the staff effort, to be honest with Council. If what we're hearing tonight is a desire to formally investigate this in a proper manner, I would be hesitant to commit to a deadline right now.
No, and I appreciate that. That's fair. The data is needed for sure, but it's just that tension we've got between needing to have something in place that's going to be protective of those that are experiencing it sooner rather than later, and that also having something that isn't going to create unintended consequences. So I recognize it's not an easy solution. I just was curious what might be needed, and I'm hearing staff time and capacity really to carry some of it out. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hanmer. Councillor Freeman.
Through Mayor McCabe, kind of picking up on Councillor Hanmer's comments about speeding things up, I think I really would like item 8 to be a little bit more proactive so that it's not looking just at monitoring the implementation FC of regulations in other municipalities. I truly do think I would feel a lot more comfortable about starting down the path of building our own regulation. I really would. I would like to know more about the professor that Ms. Mills made reference to in terms of his research work, and more broadly, somehow or another we need to put a stake in the ground here and hold on to what we have. And I don't know another way to do it. I think we have to, I think when we look at affordable housing, it has to be a multi-pronged approach to try to keep everything that's in the housing stock, B, make sure that we're holding folks accountable through our rental housing bylaw, C, advocating to the province, and helping to clearly define what our role is in terms of what tools do we have in our toolbox that can prevent rent evictions, how do we implement those, and I'd really like to see all of that before you suggest to me what the financial implications are, because without seeing what that actually looks like, it's really hard for me to wrap my head around staffing, and so, but I really think I just feel like this can't wait. And I agree with the comment, like, if not now. And I also hadn't really set my mind to thinking about the investments by large REITs and how that can open our municipality to an unintended investment, shall we say, or an unintended consequence by not acting very quickly.
Thank you, Councillor Freeman. I didn't hear a question there, or was there a question? I'm just staff, or I just wanted to, I don't think there's a need for a response. Or unless you're asking you're suggesting to have some of the language changed here.
Yeah, like there's no motion on the floor right now.
Yeah.
So I'm not looking to do an amendment to a motion. I'm just saying that I would like to see item 8 basically say direct staff to monitor and build a framework for a renoviction regulation in Waterloo, informed by the implementation, FSC, blah, 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 of all the other municipalities, if that's how you want to word it. But it is essentially, like, I need to be more proactive here.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Bodley. We'll come back to that when there's a motion on the table, to the language, but go ahead, Councillor Bodley.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McCabe. I'm riffing now, and I don't like when I riff because then I say things that I don't want to say, but I'm going to try. I have a really great tension with the idea of a renoviction bylaw. In principle, I am enormously in favor of the idea of creating a renoviction bylaw. And I'll note that of the many things that Mayor Jaworski taught me, no offense, Mayor McCabe, you've taught me a lot too, but of the many things that resonated with me that Mayor Jaworski said is that bylaws are a reflection of the value of the communities in which they are implemented. They are not necessarily to be enforced, and they are not necessarily proactively enforced all the time, but they are a reflection of the values of the community. And as we've heard from everyone around the horseshoe today, illegal renovictions and harassment of renters, this is not a value that this city council holds. And so through that lens and just that lens, I could definitely come around to principally supporting a renoviction bylaw. The other thing that I would say is, and I don't know how many times at council, particularly in the last 2 or 3 years, I've had to say, in the absence of leadership from the province, X, Y, Z. But I'll say it again, the province has abdicated its responsibilities here and is surreptitiously, my favorite word, surreptitiously downloading to municipalities these impacts that are financial. If we don't, the one thing I do want to highlight though is the tension as well that I have on a financial perspective, because staff are saying in this report that it's going to need 2 FTEs for us to be able to properly adjudicate this program. And that doesn't seem unreasonable to me. I can totally imagine that it's going to need at least 2 FTEs to properly adjudicate this. That's a $255,000 tax impact. That's a 0.3% tax impact every single year. And I know when we created the rental housing license bylaw, we were told at council, or council before my time was told, that this was going to be an enterprise business that was not going to impact the tax base, and yet we've had at numerous subsequent budgets since my time on council heard that there is enormous pressure on the rental licensing reserve, that eventually the rental license is going to necessitate property tax impacts. So I have some tension there for something that we are not totally certain about the efficacy of. I would like to, I can principally, again, support what Councillor Freeman is putting forward here. A couple of comments that I would like to make in addition to this is to really, I think if and when this does come back, I need to see more around the financial piece to really understand what we're committing a future council to when it comes to financial impact, because this is an annual dollar amount every single year. So that would be the first thing. The second thing for me would be around how we're partnering with the City of Kitchener. If the City of Kitchener is indeed moving forward with this, and we're directing staff to move forward with this as well too, I think ideally this would be a collaborative effort, a joint service initiative with the City of Kitchener. So I don't know that those two things necessarily need to be in the recommendation should we move forward with that, but I wanted to highlight those two things as something to consider as if we decide to move forward here. Mostly more of a comment than a question, and I apologize for riffing, but I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bodley. It was a good riff.
I have one more thing. Can I add one more thing? Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. This is the problem when I riff. So the one thing that I did, the other thing that I think is a justification here for this, in implementing a renovation license bylaw, when we look to New Westminster and what they did, and this is the abdicating of provincial responsibilities piece, one of the key things that happened in New Westminster after they enacted their bylaw is it forced the province to render it moot. And so now the New Westminster bylaw doesn't really exist because the province has taken all of the things that they were implemented through the New Westminster bylaw and they did it themselves. And so that's the other lens through which I would look at this. If we've got Toronto, Hamilton, London, and then Kitchener, Waterloo, all implementing these Renoviction bylaws, hopefully at some point in time this would be rendered moot and we would, whatever the opposite, upload this back to the province where it belongs. Sorry, thank you.
Sorry, Nicole, did you want to respond to that?
Through you, Mayor, I just have a question for clarity with what we're sort of looking at proposing for number 8. So I'm just wondering if.
But sorry, can we just? We haven't actually moved and seconded the motion, so I'm not sure everyone's actually in favor of that yet. So we'll get to that in a minute, if that's okay. Unless someone would like to move and second this motion, just to get it on the table.
Well, I just had a question. I dreamed up some language here. I'd like to get a sense whether or not staff thinks that this language, as written, is the right language, whether it's achievable. I think you've heard what we're trying to achieve here, so.
But just hold on, I just looked to the clerk. My understanding is before we actually start changing language and that, we do need to have someone move and second the motion to get it on the table to make these changes.
If I do that, then I have to amend the motion, and I don't want to do that.
Well, then, I'll just look to the clerk.
If I could, I think it would be helpful at this time really to move and second a motion, then debate it. And then I think it can be quite easily amended as we go if needed.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
I just have another process question, which is that I'd like to dig into the idea of this, both the policy piece for the Renoviction, which would be bylaw, but then also the potential community services idea of having that kind of point person or system navigator to explore that as well. So is that something to bring up then now as we move it, or would that be an idea that we discuss later?
I mean, my understanding is to actually make any changes to the recommendations that are in front of us, we need someone to move it and second it, and then that opens it up for debate and discussion. So, Councillor Rowe, are you moving it? Okay, and Councillor Bodley will second it. Yes.
Just for clarity, are you moving and seconding the original recommendation that's in your packet, or the revised wording suggested by Councillor Freeman?
I'm going to say it's the original, what's in here, and then we will, and then we'll look to modify that. Yeah. I would just, and I'm just going to do a bit of a chair's prerogative here to say, just remind ourselves and anyone listening and the people who are here, because I've heard a bit of this, like, if we don't do this, it's like the city of Waterloo is us versus renters and us versus business and things like that. So I just want to remind council before we start really debating this, of some of the things that we've done. We are one of the only municipalities in the country that has a rental license program. We are leaders in that, and we've had it for over a decade. So I don't think it's apples to say compare, what Toronto, Ottawa, Kitchener, New Westminster is doing, because they don't have the program that we already have in place, and that we're actually trying to run as an enterprise. But as you just described, Councillor Bodley, we have a lot of pressure on it. So we have taken big, bold steps. Previous council, previous staff have taken big, bold steps from 2012 to today. We've just improved that rental licensing program through the reports and that we just approved prior to this report. So we have done a lot, and we are continuing to do a lot to protect tenants. This isn't about giving up on anyone in our community. We are actually, an hour and a half ago just improved what already exists. So I just want us to remember that. But I also want to just say, on the affordable housing piece, we get it. We know we need more affordable housing and deeply affordable and supportive housing in this community. That is why our council a year and a month ago, approved 1,000-unit housing development at 2025 University Avenue through our Housing Accelerator Fund. So I don't want us to lose sight of those big, bold steps that we've taken as well, because we know that affordable, deeply affordable, supportive, and accessible housing is a priority. We have made it a priority in the past, and we are making it a priority even today. So I just want us to remember that. I also am really concerned, again, to Councillor Bodley's point, about the amount of downloading that municipalities are dealing with from the province. If I look at our regional government, we are spending well over $230 million a year on primarily social housing programs that are things because the province has stepped back. We are also dealing with the province right now that hasn't enacted Bill 97 and has removed rent control. And has a landlord and tenant board that doesn't have the capacity. So this is yet another download and we're an order of government that's already struggling with like about 3 cents of every tax dollar. So I just want to remind us that we have done a lot, we are doing a lot, we know none of it's perfect, and we're not going to make everyone happy. But I do really, really worry about doing things that are going to be a duplication of things that already exist, particularly through the province and through the landlord and tenant board. So there endeth the sermon. But I just feel like we need to think about those things as we enter into this conversation now. So I think it was, I forget, Councillor Freeman, I think were you next in queue?
I can be. I still would just like to see some changing language in item 8 just to be a little bit more proactive. And I appreciate what you're saying, Mayor McCabe. And I think that I just don't have all the information to understand how beneficial or how not beneficial a renoviction bylaw could be because we don't have a framework. We don't know what it would look like. We don't know what piece we could carve out that would be reasonable for a municipality to do. So for me, I think I'm not talking about funding it right now. I'm not talking about doing it right now, but I am talking about saying, give me a framework. And you're right, like maybe we'll get some statistics to say that our rental housing bylaw is more efficient than a renoviction bylaw. I'm not sure, because I just need to know. So that, I know, I would just still like to see us take on that work. And if it's easier to not blend it in with item 8, it could just be an item 9. But I really would like to see a framework.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hanmer.
Thank you. Through you, I too would like to see, and that was why one of the reasons why I was asking the question of timing, just to see number 8 be a little bit more proactive or action oriented, I guess. So a framework is always something that's good to see. Okay, what might we be considering? What kind of data do we need to look at? And then it helps lead to the recommendations. I think one of the criteria, or one of the pieces that needs to be put in place, and I know we had something in the staff report that alluded to a certain amount of staffing, I think that should be a criteria too, the affordability component of it. I too share the concerns of what's coming down from the province to us, and we just have that attitude in Waterloo to figure out how to do it, and we just do it. And that's not always a good piece to be, especially when something's should be at a province level. So I do support having something a little bit more proactive or action-oriented in number 8.
Okay, thank you. I don't know, Nicole, did you want to respond to that?
That would be my question to staff. What would it look like? Sorry about that.
Through you, Mayor, and I think that's what I was sort of looking for what council may be looking for. Would it be prudent for us to come back with a draft bylaw when we bring back the apartment program, and council can have a look at what that may look like?
Go ahead.
I think that would be a piece of it, because typically it doesn't include the costing portion of it in the bylaw. So that would be very important information for us to have as well.
Through you, Mayor, we could include financials with that draft to understand what that program and what a renoviction bylaw would look like in addition to the apartment program. And we were planning to come back in October with that. And that may be a helpful tool for council.
Go ahead.
If I could, that answers my speeding up question, so thank you for that.
Go ahead, clerk. Julie, the clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. I wonder if, just for clarity, if it wouldn't make sense, rather than amending 8, if the mover and seconder were open to that friendly amendment, that it would be a new number 9, just for clarity, and that something to the effect of direct staff to bring back to council a framework for, it's not renoviction, what is the words you're using?
It was efficacy of eviction regulations.
Yeah, including necessary financial resources, or including necessary resources required to implement.
Is that
for council? Direct staff to bring forward a framework for a rental replacement bylaw program, because program includes all the resources needed to actually implement it.
I'm just going to look to Nicole.
Yeah, I don't believe through you, Mayor, I don't believe it would be rental replacement, but perhaps a renoviction bylaw framework. Not to get confused with the.
Yeah, I think Councillor Freeman had her hand up before you, Councillor Bodley, but just are you doing okay with this, Rook?
And I would suggest that this is subject, of course, to the mover and the seconder accepting this amendment, friendly amendment.
Okay, you were the mover. Yeah, and did you want to speak to it?
Quite comfortable with the wording. I just want to be cognizant, through you, Mayor,
ahead.
I just want to be cognizant that in our packet, in our report, it also notes that our legal staff have highlighted that they have concerns about the legality of implementing. It would have to be carefully crafted, and one of those carefully crafted things is not referencing renovictions. It's a rental license. It is a renovation license program in these other municipalities. It's not a renoviction program. A renoviction license is likely not legal. So I would recommend that we change this from renoviction to renovation license
Oh, good
program.
catch.
Thank you. And roll with it, yes.
Go ahead, Councillor Freeman. Thanks, Councillor Bodley.
Yeah, that's super helpful. I think that a couple of things. One is item 8 still has a random direct staff to monitor by the implement. I think we just get rid of by. And on item 9, do we want to just put in the word draft? Because I think that we're trying to see a draft renovation license bylaw program. Because I think we also need to look at this in light of number 8, like the efficacy of what's happening elsewhere. And also, like, we might have a lot of comment on the draft bylaw. So I would hate for it to be coming to us like as if it's a decision point that night. I think it should be a conversation that night so we understand and have an opportunity to have a really public conversation about what a draft renovation license bylaw would look like.
Sure. I think draft makes sense in there. My question to staff is just because we know you already have a lot on your plate and you've put a lot of time and effort into bringing this report forward tonight and the recommendations that you provided on both these reports. How much extra work are we talking about here?
Through you, Mayor. It will add additional work. I think we've done a lot of the background work already. And the positive is that other municipalities have done the hard work in drafting some of these regulations already, so we can borrow some of the work they've already done. And I think it's complementary to the work we're doing in investigating the apartment building program. So we can certainly, I think, meet the timeline of October.
Okay, thanks for that, Grant. Councillor Freeman?
Actually, you raise a really great point. I would really love to see in the staff report around this, that intersectionality. So like when you look at the other renovation license bylaws, like kind of be able to really highlight and say, you know, we're already achieving these pieces in this bylaw vis-a-vis our rental housing bylaw. Like I'd really like to understand, you know, just the remaining little bits or the remaining pieces that we haven't covered off, if that makes sense.
I guess staff will take that as direction. I guess I'm just going to say, I think that we are, again, like, there was a lot of information already in the report about where what we're doing and how the program we have in place through the rental licensing program already has a lot of protections and how we're improving that. So to be honest, I'm not comfortable with number 9, but that's okay. I can vote for or against it, but I just worry about, as I said before, the amount that we are going to be duplicating and asking staff to do when they've thought through the various nuances of provincial legislation and municipal legislation, and again, I just don't like the amount of duplication that we're looking at here and that we're asking staff to take on. Yes.
The council has an option if they choose to ask for a recorded vote, which would then have each recommendation voted on separately, if that was the wish of anyone on council with this addition.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rowe.
To your point, Mayor, I'm wondering if that's part of this framework as well, like what, to note what is a duplication, like a direct duplication of what's already being done. And if there is anything then that's unique to the city and perhaps not already the responsibility of the province, which is probably the whole thing.
Well, there are some of it. I mean, I don't know if you wanted to respond to that right away. I don't know if that's Michelle or Nicole.
I can speak
okay,
to that
Grant.
To the mayor, to Councillor Rowe. Certainly, I think we can highlight that in a report we bring back. as Councillor Bottomley had mentioned, legal considerations of avoiding the duplication is important, and looking at that. So certainly in the report we could look at where there's overlaps.
I mean, I think we also need to remember, in the report, I don't know which page it is off the top of my head, said that because we have our rental licensing program in place, and we've had it since 2012, and I understand that some people have faced some really challenging circumstances, but for the most part, we don't have, this isn't as big of an issue as it is in some other communities. And my understanding from the staff report, tell me if I'm correct, is because we have this already in place, the rental licensing program already in place. I forget the stat that's in the report, but it's a pretty low rate that we're looking at. But be that as it may, okay. Did you have a comment? Yeah.
Thanks, through you, Mayor. I'm moving on to the thing I want to talk about, unless we still want to talk about number 9. So I can wait.
Go ahead.
Okay, that's fine. I'm happy to see this more fleshed out. So that's good. But then in the interim, I am interested in tending to this sort of disjointed system. And so, because even if we draft a renovation license bylaw and some of these adverse impacts happen, then we actually need a system navigator even more to find out who these underground renovictions are occurring to, and they probably will need more support. And so regardless, we'll need it as a more proactive approach. I definitely hear what you're saying, Mayor, about, the region has it, but so does Social Development Center, so does Waterloo Region Legal Community Services for folks who qualified. There's Acorn, who was providing support. I was providing support. MPP Fife's office was providing support. I completely missed Social Development Center, actually. I forgot they had the peer support program. And then there's Starling. I didn't even know that they provided this support. And so it's just like all over the place. And I think, as much as I think recommendation number 1 is excellent, the coordinated education and information. Like, people want people to hold their hand through these processes. They want someone they feel comfortable and safe with asking a stupid question and quickly, and not having to draft a fancy email to a fancy person. And so, oh my God, I hope that quote is not used. My quotes last week were no good in the newspaper. So even if there are people at the region, we are the closest government to the people, and they feel most comfortable contacting us. And so I think it's really important if people on council are approached to support, we're able to either know the staff person to go to, or to say, oh, Linda, who's our elected officials constituency coordinator, she then knows the person to go to. And she may or may not know at the region, but the staff person here would definitely know the person at the region. And so just as coordinated of approach. So I'm curious about a staff person. I'm curious about what we can be doing to be stronger in our advocacy. And so if I were to say, or ask to say, can you come back to us and tell us how we can tend to the disjointed system? Could that be a navigator? Could that be an advocacy plan or an advocate position? Because we have advocate positions at the city, and they really push us to go really quite far internally, as far as we can. And then, what are other proactive measures, and what would be required to implement all of this, and what are their financial implications? So I'm interested in adding some sort of direction to staff, if that's reasonable, and if you think that's a suitable direction. So yeah, thanks.
So would you like to word that into an additional point here? Is that where, or are you trying to add to the recommendation number 2?
No, I guess it's its own point. What I'm really looking to do is, as we're looking at policies, how also can we be providing...
But it needs to be formed as a recommendation. Right. I mean,
my question is look at options for tending to the disjointed system that are impacting people on the ground. I don't know.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Vasic, that's great, and a discussion we have been having internally. And I think that would be something we would like to explore with our current staff, see what the capacity is, look at what that actually means in terms of, is it a full FT? Is it something that another staff person could take on? So I think that would be something we would want to report back, because I think we've identified that is a pretty big gap and a key that we sort of need to address.
I think in the recommendation here, thanks, Nicole, do you want the words like direct staff to look at system navigation options? No? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to help wordsmith this. Go ahead, Councillor.
Looks like others
Thank
have.
you. I wonder if you want to
Take it
keep it fairly broad through you, Mayor, and it's just direct staff to look at options for better coordinating our disjointed system, or better coordinating our system, because a system navigator could be part of it, but there could be many other options too. So I'm always in favor
I'm not
of
sure I
being
like the
broader.
word our system. It's not our system.
No, well, take that out. The system, better coordinating.
It's the provincial system we're talking about, but go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor Vasic.
Sure. I like that direction. I might add, so direct staff to look at options for better coordinating and advocating. There's an advocacy piece here as well, and advocating to, oh God, now everyone's going to see that I'm better when I plan things. Direct staff to look at options for better coordinating and advocating.
Better.
To
What about
improve,
just
I don't
an
know.
advocacy? Just put it as advocacy. Yeah. Go ahead, Clerk Julie.
I think that staff are going to take this away and look at options and come back. So I don't think that you have to have it 100%. I think if you just left it as direct staff to look at options for better coordinating and navigating the housing system, that staff know what you're talking about, or you can take out navigating, because I just heard a groan. I think staff know what you're talking about and are reporting back on many other fronts and can take that away.
Are you okay with that, Councillor Vasic?
Yeah, as long as the advocacy piece is also in there, even though the word isn't in there. Okay, that's fine then.
Okay, I think I see Councillor Bodley. Yep.
Thank you, through Mayor McCabe. Happy with the friendly amendment. Number 10 here is totally fine for me. The one thing that I would like to ensure that we have with 9 and 10, should they both pass, is that they come back to council at the same time with financial considerations for both. Because if council were to decide that, say, 10 was a better way for us to go than 9, given limited funds that we would have available to do this, I would like to have that information at the time. So I don't know if that needs to be necessarily captured in the direction or not, but I do think that those two things need to come to us simultaneously.
Thank you for that. I think staff understand that. I would just say, I think, anyway, I'm not particularly fond of number 9 or 10, quite frankly. I just think adding more staff to help navigate a system that already has staff, and I mean, you named about 3 organizations that already have them, but so for us to add another one, I think we'll just add to the confusion. But I guess we can consider that if this passes and if staff are coming back with these recommendations and these options. Again, I just worry that we're asking staff to duplicate an awful lot of work that is done by other orders of government. But okay, are there any other modifications to this amendment? Okay, so how can we, I don't know if do you want to vote with them one by one, or?
If council, if that's certainly your choice to do that, you could have the mover and seconder on all 10 and then just call the vote one at a time as a recorded vote. We would just ask everyone to just pause for a moment to make sure we've captured.
Yeah, because I have no problem with recommendations 1 to 8, so if it's easier, we could just take 9 and 10 separately. If that saves a couple of seconds. Okay. So it's been moved and seconded by Councillor Rowe and Councillor Bodley. I was like forgetting who had done that. Okay, so from recommendations 1 to 8, all in favor? And then recommendations 9 and 10, all in favor? And all opposed? Then, sorry, so that carried. Okay, all in favor then? For 9 and 10, yeah. You got that? Okay, all right, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. So we will move, thank you, staff. I guess we'll be hearing more from you about this. So the next item here is the annual accessibility report. Oh, there's Amy. You must have been watching on YouTube. Welcome, Amy. We'll just give you a minute to lower the podium. Welcome back, Councillor Wright. Okay, welcome, Amy. I know there's a presentation that is with this, so we'll turn it over to you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. This update reflects both accomplishments and the work still ahead, with a focus on how we continue to build on inclusion and welcome in Waterloo together. Brooke, could you advance the slide, please? We made meaningful progress in 2024 from new accessible washrooms and wayfinding prototypes to fundamental planning in accessibility design standards. At the same time, we continue to navigate challenges, particularly with aging facilities and the resources needed to upgrade them. These are long-term efforts, and Council's continued support helps keep momentum moving. Next slide, please. Accessibility is about more than compliance. It's about meaningful participation for community members. The province's 2025 goal is an important marker, but the spirit of the AODA lives in the ongoing work to ensure services, programs, spaces, and more are fully inclusive. Next slide, please. It's encouraging how divisions across the city can come together to embed accessibility in everyday decisions. As you can appreciate, that isn't consistent yet. Support from GRAC, the Grand River Accessibility Advisory Committee, helps ensure that this work is informed, coordinated, and aligned. Next slide, please. There are results of collaborative efforts across AODA focus areas, from improved customer service and inclusive hiring to enhanced public space planning. Some areas, like digital content and vendor consistency, still require some attention. Next slide, please. Feedback from residents and the Accessibility Advisory Committee has played a significant role in shaping how we approach accessibility, from inclusive recreation to indoor and outdoor spaces. This ongoing dialogue helps us design with people in mind, and it reinforces how valuable community input is to good decision-making. Next slide, please. 2025 is a year of continued action. We're finalizing the facility accessibility design standards, making planned upgrades to facilities, and updating policy and exploring more inclusive approaches to programs and public spaces. Some particular highlights are the upgrades to Albert McCormick Community Center. That has some big changes, including a universal washroom, and we recently received some funding to build a sensory room there, so that is a big advancement for us. We will also be doing a review of facility wayfinding in and around the buildings, and focusing some of our efforts on more inclusive and accessible recreation and leisure programs. The list is more vast than this, but these are some highlights for sure. Next slide, please. So I'll conclude by saying accessibility is a shared journey and one that benefits all residents. Council support is essential as we align policies, plan investments, and build toward a future of more meaningful experiences in city life.
Thank you very much, Amy. Appreciate all the work that you have done for years at the City of Waterloo to continue to improve accessibility across the board, and the work that you've done more recently over the last couple of years. Are there any questions of Amy? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. First of all, I just want to commend your own education efforts through the READY team that have contributed to our shared understanding and the collective responsibility that we all share. Those were all noted in the package, and that education effort is really extremely helpful. So thank you for that. And then just one clarification question. I noted that the report says that Wellesley, Wilmot, and Woolwich and Waterloo are joining forces to look at the standardization of some of the accessibility design. And I was just curious why that collection of W's and why not the whole region?
When this topic came up, the region opted to wait and pursue their own option. Kitchener had some engagement with us and have opted to just adopt the London version, and North Dumfries felt it wasn't the right time for them. And so our hope is that when we have something that applies to numerous municipalities in the region, that we can push for consistency across the space. That's what GRAC wants.
Great, W's for the win. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Councillor Hanmer.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, and just directly to Councillor Wright. That's been a big discussion at GRAC, and one I've been quite proud of being part of. So I think we will get there, and with certainly Amy's leadership and support at GRAC, it'll get to that point. Thank you, Amy, for the report, and I guess I have the privilege of being with GRAC all the time, so it makes it feel like, yes, it's a legislative requirement that we need to be AODA compliant. However, when we see all of the different things that we've been able to accomplish by the leadership of our READY team and the input from GRAC, it does start to make it really feel real and something that's much more than just a legislative compliance. So congratulations and thank you for your leadership on all of this.
Thank you, Councillor Hanmer. Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Amy, so much for the presentation or the report, and also all of the hard work that you do. I think that we see so many wins here and so many successes. And in that, I'm wondering, to get there, what are some of the challenges that you had to overcome?
I mentioned that consistency isn't there. I think everyone is in a different space in their learning journey, and also how they apply that learning to their work. I think we need to remember that the advice of GRAC is bigger than a recommendation. It's representative of community need, and to balance that with our own biases, or maybe what may be perceived as expertise from other spaces that are not necessarily people with disabilities. And I also think that sometimes there's a dependence on waiting for the direction of council to do something. And we could move forward with some other operational things that don't require your direction to move.
Do you have any examples of that?
Sure. We attended a visit to Kidsability recently, and I think you heard that they would really like a swing. And we've talked about this. About a year ago, we came and we talked about a swing. I think if you provided direction about getting a swing, there'd be a swing.
Thank you, Amy. Point taken.
Robin Milnes left the building, but I recall that discussion from last year when we were talking about a swing. Yeah. And yeah. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, Amy, but if you had other examples you wanted to share.
I think that's like a really tangible example, but there are many examples. We need to work cooperatively together to advance accessibility, and remember that it's not just physical accessibility. A lot of times it's easy to misrepresent that accessibility means ramps and elevators, but there are invisible disabilities that equally need support. The sensory room is a really great opportunity for us to move forward, and I invite you to participate in the consultation that'll happen at the end of July and beginning of August.
Did you say at the end of July and August for the sensory room? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I look forward to that. And the backpacks, the backpacks that were recently distributed to the different facilities, that's another good example. That's not just ramps and and door openers or things like that. I appreciate certainly the work that you're doing with our facilities team to provide advice, well, more than advice, to provide direct input to them as they're looking to redevelop some of our facilities. I think that's really helpful to do that on the front end, and the education workshops that you've helped to organize. The BIA, the tour that we just did with Access Now, to get to help restaurants and local shops, in particular in the Uptown, like see really quickly where they're lacking with some accessibility and where there's options for making improvements, and yeah, the recent trip to Kids Ability, really, to see their accessible playground, but then also just see where there's still some improvements, and then be able to bring that back to us for our playgrounds that we're installing and changing throughout the city is really valuable. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I don't know if there's any other. Mostly we don't have questions. We just want to tell you how great the work is that you're doing, Amy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So there is a couple of recommendations here. And so I'm looking for a mover, Councillor Hanmer, and a seconder, Councillor Rowe. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much, Amy. We look forward to continuing to work with you. Okay, our next item is the mid-year update for inclusionary zoning within protected major transit station areas. Douglas Stewart. Welcome, Douglas. And there's a presentation as well with this item. Sorry? Oh, there's no presentation. Okay. Is that it? Okay, I didn't. So there's no presentation.
There is, I apologize, there is no formal presentation. However, I have a few speaking points.
Okay.
If I may.
Go ahead. The floor is yours, Douglas.
Thank you. Two members of council, staff, and all here. We were requested by council in the spring to come back before council because there was some expectation that with a federal election, with a provincial election, that there is a potential that the issue of when inclusionary should begin maybe become a little more intended. But I want to advise council that council before approved all of the policies and the regulations, that in March of this year, council passed an amending bylaw to change the timing that was approved before to a date in the future. You asked us to come back with some information. We have continued to look at what impacts the federal election has had, what the provincial election has had, what the legislation that has come into force. We've continued to look at what the housing market is. We have continued to collaborate with the region, with Kitchener and with Cambridge. We have also consulted with the industry. At this time, reflected in our review and in housing starts, we are still of the opinion that there is not sufficient information to provide to you when inclusionary zoning should be implemented. We are advising council that a consultant who did the original report is being retained to do a further review, and that will be completed end of September. advise that we will continue to consult with the industry and that we propose to come back sometime November, December with our findings. I want council to understand that it is not only reflected in the housing starts, but the economics is the key. And as a result of that, staff are still of the opinion we cannot provide to you when we would recommend it be implemented. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Douglas. Council, do you have any questions about this report and these recommendations? Seeing none?
Perfect.
You're getting off easy, Douglas. Okay, so there's no questions. Council, there are 3 recommendations. Oh, sorry. Okay, there is a delegation. You must have been watching online, Melissa. Okay. Okay, so Melissa Durrell with Build Now. You have 5 minutes to speak.
I won't take that long. All right. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor McCabe, members of council, and staff. My name is Melissa Durrell, and I'm the executive officer of Build Urban, a group of urban developers that have invested billions of dollars into this region. I'm here today to speak about inclusionary zoning, and I'll keep my comments short. We understand and support the goal of more affordable housing, but we'd like to give a little bit more context. There's fewer cranes in the sky, projects are paused, permits are down, construction costs are up nearly 100% since 2017. Labor's hard to find, tariffs are adding new unpredictability, and the investor class has left the market. The new condo market in particular has stalled, and that matters because it's apartment projects that often include rental units, family-sized units, and affordable housing. And when those stop, the entire pipeline slows down. Implementing inclusionary zoning right now will make everything worse. It increases the cost and risk of development at a time when the numbers already don't work. And specifically, implementing IZ at this time will be particularly burdensome to new buyers who are already faced with extremely elevated housing costs. We're not saying no to inclusionary zoning, we're saying it needs to be tied to the reality on the ground. We agree with the recommendation of staff that implementing IZ should be paused for the time being and implemented in the future, if and when the market can bear it. To that end, Build Urban is recommending a clear, simple benchmark, only implementing inclusionary zoning when residential building permits return to the 10-year regional average. That's 448, give or take a few, permits per year across the region, 48,000, sorry. 4,800, let's get that right. 4,868, sorry, I apologize. It's getting late here. This metric is easy to track. It's already used across the region, and it gives both council and the industry a fair signal about when the market is healthy enough to absorb new requirements. Right now, we're well below that number and heading in the wrong direction. If we want projects to move forward, now is the time to reduce barriers and not add them. We were encouraged to see that the staff report recognizes this market fragility and supports a cautious, evidence-based approach. In conclusion, Build Urban fully supports the recommendations to delay implementation and revisit market conditions later this year with NBLC Barry Lyons to provide their updated analysis. We also support the recommendation to coordinate timelines with Kitchener and Cambridge to avoid creating unnecessary confusion or imbalance across the region. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to share this perspective on behalf of the urban developers in this community. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Melissa. Are there any questions of the delegate? Seeing none, you as well are free to go. Thanks very much. Okay, so there are no further delegations for this item. I just had one question for you, Douglas. Can you just explain how off-site, I'm not sure if I got the right terminology, but off-site units work with inclusionary zoning? Like, my understanding is when like developers, if inclusionary zoning were in place, that it would give, the off-site piece would give them the option of saying, putting it into, like, putting money towards an affordable housing rental unit rather than adding them to a condo build. I'm probably not using the right terminology.
If I may reply to you, Mayor, the policy framework of inclusionary requires the physical building. It does not permit you to pay cash in lieu of. It either is located in the physical building or within a building within the same station area. But you are not allowed to pay out of it. You have to provide a physical space.
Okay, but what if the other unit is within the same protected major transit station area?
It would have to be in a building that is being constructed.
Okay, okay, thank you. Okay, so if there's no other questions then, I'll look for a mover and a seconder, and any debate on this motion. Moved by Councillor Freeman, seconded by Councillor Rowe. Did you have a question? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Bodley.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McCabe. On March 3rd, when this was brought forward to us, I do want to highlight that an alternative direction was proposed by myself and debated and discussed at council to implement inclusionary zoning immediately, as we had originally intended to. That did not move forward, unfortunately, in my opinion, which is what is necessitating this report, and I believe we all expected that this is what this report was going to say. So I'm not going to rehash the whole debate and discussion of what we talked about back in March. But I do want to talk about what's happened since then. Douglas alluded to the provincial election. So one of the things that I will state is, since the provincial election has occurred, the province has put forward and passed Bill 17. And while there are numerous elements of Bill 17 that I do not agree with, in fact, a motion was put forward by myself a number of weeks ago in opposition to certain elements of it, Bill 17 frankly does not seem to indicate that inclusionary zoning is a barrier to housing starts. In fact, it caps inclusionary zoning at 5% and at 25 years, all very reasonable things that we had in our inclusionary zoning draft bylaw, completely in line with our proposal. I want to highlight that just last week, Council appeared to signal through the comments that we had around development charges that they are an input to housing costs. They also cannot be considered a barrier to housing starts. Inclusionary zoning is a much smaller commitment and cost than development charges, and in fact they are actually offset to some degree by the fact that development charges do not apply to the affordable units. In particular, I want to highlight that information in this report says that, and again, I appreciate what Douglas is saying about not just housing starts, but also the economics. But when we look to housing starts, appears to be starting to rebound, with 2024 substantially increased over 2023. And I know that not all 670 apartment units that were noted in 2024 are necessarily in MTSAs. However, if they were, and we had inclusionary zoning in place, this could have been as many as 33 to 34 units of affordable housing already in place in the city of Waterloo. And if we go back further and had implemented inclusionary zoning by 2020 in MTSAs, and again, I know I'm playing with the numbers a little bit here, assuming that all those apartment starts were in these MTSAs, but were that true, there would be 194 units of affordable housing more today than have been built. And so I do want to highlight a couple of final things here. I have some concerns, although I understand that this was the direction that council provided back in March with the undetermined date in the future. I want to highlight that the City of Kitchener is still, as of today, working towards January 1st, 2026 implementation. And at least on my end, while I am going to support the recommendations that are before us today, I do want to ensure from my end that we are not sending a message of uncertainty to the development industry as to whether we are committed to inclusionary zoning or not. And again, I'm not going to rehash all my discussions from last time, but we know that inclusionary zoning is not a silver bullet. We have modest rates of up to 5% affordable units by 2030. It crucially ensures that affordable housing is not only built by the private sector, but built in the MTSAs where services are available, acknowledging that affordable housing is needed everywhere, but especially in these areas. And I want to note that I appreciate the question about when it should be implemented. I think if you ask the development community with a lie detector on, the answer to that question for them from their perspective is likely never. And so I really don't want us to miss opportunities to have affordable housing built, especially as the market starts to heat up, just because we are not prepared. I know and I respect and understand Council's decision from back in March when it comes to this. And again, I am going to support this given the fact that this is coming back in the fall, and I really do not want to add more onto staff's plate around another interim measure on inclusionary zoning. So I am okay with continuing to defer this decision until the fall, with a strong desire to ensure that the undetermined date in the future comment aligns with January 1st, 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Go ahead, Councillor Bassett.
Thanks through you, Mayor McCabe. I'm not going to say as much or with as much detail, but there's just a couple of things I'd like to highlight. I also respect that the direction Council gave to staff back earlier this year. I am disappointed to see this coming through. Some applications have come through Council this year where they have indicated they're able to put affordable units in and more than the rates, and we've seen them come through, so it's possible. I don't have direct comparisons between those applications and the ones that say they can't do it, so, but of course I'd like to know more. So really what I have been thinking about is what's the problem? And the problem is not inclusionary zoning in this economic context. But there's other things that have been thrown out, like, for example, financing, and that's a bank matter. And so, who do we want to be talking to? Who do we want to be advocating to? And so, we suffer at the municipality, and the residents that we serve suffer. And so, what I find interesting is that we won't ever let the province off the hook. We'll say we can't do something because that's a provincial responsibility. And we say that often, not just today, but often. But we will let the development community off the hook. And so that, anyways, it's very frustrating for me to see that we continue to push this down the line. Like Councillor Bodley said, and this is my main sticking point, is there would never be a time at which this would be wholeheartedly supported. We would see these kind of delegations no matter what, and they would find something within the current context to say we can't do it now, we can't do it now, and we will continue to kick the can down the road until we are at a dire point. And we need to be throwing everything we can at this as soon as we can, and we keep saying we want to do that as council, but then these kind of things come through, and then we don't. And so I'm really frustrated, and I don't know how I'm going to vote for this. I don't have an alternative motion because there are two other items today that have been quite substantial amounts of work over the last few weeks, and I may just vote in opposition out of principle for how I voted before.
Okay, thank you for that, for those comments. So it's been moved and seconded. If no one else has any other comments or questions, I will call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. All opposed? Did you get that? You got those? Okay. Thank you very much, Douglas. Okay, so now we are going to item 12, an informal public meeting. This is an informal public meeting to consider item 12A, zoning bylaw amendment Z25-09, City of Waterloo. There will be no decisions made tonight. Council and the public are seeing this application for the first time. Council is looking for feedback from interested parties with respect to this application. Tonight's comments will be taken into consideration in developing a staff position on this application, and a staff report will be considered by council during a formal public meeting at a future meeting. All property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands and anyone who signs a registry will receive notice of the formal public meeting. Anyone who wants further notice of this application, including the formal public meeting and passage of any bylaw, should sign the appropriate registry located on the desk at the rear of the council chambers. Our planner, Janine Fletcher, will now provide a brief overview of the application. Welcome, Janine.
Thank you, Mayor McCabe, members of council, city staff, and members of the public. This is an informal public meeting for zone change application Z-25-09, which is a city-initiated project for general amendments to the zoning bylaw, specifically relating to parking regulations. So the city's current zoning bylaw was approved by council in September 2018. From time to time, the bylaw is updated through general amendments to provide clarity, corrections, updated best practices, and reflect changes to the Planning Act. In May 2023, the City of Waterloo released a parking standards study conducted by Stantec, which provided several recommendations on potential changes to the zoning bylaw, as well as other city policies and practices to improve the overall parking framework in the city. The city is currently eligible for approximately $23.4 million in funding through the Housing Accelerator Fund, and we've committed to 9 initiatives to help streamline development and facilitate approval processes. There are a few Housing Accelerator Fund initiative, number 8, is updates to the parking framework and approval process. This includes a few sub-projects within the initiative, one of which was the Section 40 agreement framework that Council approved in February of this year. And the other includes updates to parking regulations within the zoning bylaw, which is the current project before you. Staff are working towards the deadline of December 1st, 2025 that has been set for this half initiative to get Council approval for these amendments. The primary objective of these general amendments are to update the parking requirements to promote optimal use of land for housing and supporting affordability in alignment with the objectives of the HAF initiative. Additionally, staff will be including amendments to reflect recent changes to the Planning Act through Bill 185, which removed the ability for municipalities to require vehicular parking within protected major transit station areas, among other changes. So staff have determined some general themes for these amendments for the purposes of receiving feedback from agencies and members of the public before we create a full detailed list of amendments. One of the main projects we're looking at is simplifying the existing parking overlay map in Schedule A1 of the zoning bylaw, which I've shown here. This was one of the key recommendations coming out of the Stantec study that I mentioned, and there are currently 6 different parking overlay area categories. Some of them have very little differentiation between them in their parking rates, so we will be looking at reducing the number of overlays, and the corresponding parking rates in the bylaw will be updated. Some other amendments will include the removal of parking minimums within MTSAs in alignment with Bill 185, reducing residential and some non-residential parking rates, permitting stacked bicycle parking, updates to the bicycle parking rates, and other miscellaneous updates to parking requirements. For example, reviewing current regulations for dimensions of parking spaces adjacent to columns. So the next steps for this project will be to circulate draft amendments to internal and external agencies and any other applicable bodies requesting notice. Staff will consider any feedback provided from the public, internal staff, and other agencies, with a staff report to council to follow at a formal public meeting in fall 2025. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Janine. Are there any questions from council? And remember, this is an informal public meeting and only questions of clarification may be asked. We are not to express opinions at this point. So any questions, councilors? Seeing none, your report was crystal clear. Thank you, Janine. Okay, so that was for So we'll look for your report when it comes back in the future. Thanks, Janine. Okay, so moving on to consideration of notice of motion given at a previous meeting. There are none. There are no notices of motion. There's no communications and correspondence. Unfinished business, we have the lease agreement for St. Columba Art Space and an addendum report, with supplementary information from there. So we have 6 delegations. And I'm just wondering, Clerk, we're probably going to go over the 11 o'clock. Should we just pass a motion now to go beyond 11 is really what, before we get started? Because the delegations are going to add up to nearly an hour.
Yeah, through to the mayor, I think you're right. I think you could do that now. And I would note that it is an hour by hour extension. So your extension would only go to midnight and then we'd have to revisit it.
Okay, let us hope that we are out of here before then. Okay, so is someone willing to move that? Councillor Freeman's moving that. We're seconded by Councillor Roach. All in favor of, yeah, there we go. We're good now until midnight, but any comments people have to make, we would certainly encourage you to keep them precise. Okay, so we will start with Jen Pryor, who's a resident of Waterloo. Welcome, and you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. I actually have a little handout. I don't know if I'm able to approach the council and hand these out, or if someone else might be able to.
Yeah, sure, the clerk can help you with that.
While I speak. Thank you. Thank you.
There we go.
All right, Mayor McCabe and members of council, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Jen Pryor. I'm a full-time parent of a toddler, a business owner, and a resident living in Ward 3 in North Waterloo for the past 6 years. I'm an emerging artist participating in a 3-month term with the Meanwhile Spaces studio at 99 King Street. I've been collecting my own data since early May and put together a simple infographic for you. I wanted to hand these out to you directly because in our industry, in our industry, the end product is best delivered by hand and with love. I applied to this program because I have both financial and functional issues at home, or space barriers at home. This will become amplified in a few months when we move our family to The Hague in the Netherlands later this year for my husband's startup. I wanted to have real data on if a studio space could be both possible and worth investing in overseas, and I needed this time to build a portfolio, start earning income, and prove to myself that I am ready to invest in paid studio space. My husband is a program manager in the med tech and AI sectors at Communitech and is building a startup on his off time with a team of 8 people. None of these people have been paid for the time and the effort that they've put in for over a year, but they have a strong vision and purpose because the business will create positive change. They've decided to focus on the European governing sector because they see more forward-thinking decision-making in federal governments overseas. He has lived in Waterloo for 16 years, and he brought me here in 2019 after we met. I must say I was pleasantly surprised when I moved to Waterloo. There's a mountain of good projects and taxpayer investment in the city, which I have fully taken advantage of as an individual and as a young family. Our worlds in tech and art are not dissimilar. We both need long runways with support, and we have to be resourceful to build our dreams while we prove to the world that we are committed, even without a paycheck. We complement each other in our ideation and resourcefulness, yet contrast in global and local focus. Kitchener-Waterloo is becoming an iconic place for tech, and with that will come artists and creatives. The tech sector is volatile and demanding, and in order to support a spouse in tech, we often have to be adaptable in our careers. I, this year, had to shut down my local floral business, which employed 2 full-time seasonal staff members and various freelancers for the past 4 years, some of which are here tonight. I paid all of my staff more than a basic living wage and sourced as many flowers as possible within a 10-kilometer radius of Waterloo. I started this business during the first lockdown of COVID while working a full-time career job because I desperately needed community during those terrifying days, and I had no connections in the city. I lost sleep over the idea that I could build community by providing biweekly bouquet subscriptions delivered personally to your door. Within my first month, I had 30 regular clients who looked forward to seeing me every Sunday at their doorstep in my PPE mask. I became very close with all of them, and they opened the door for me to collaborate with a new locally owned home decor store in North Waterloo. When I got engaged later in 2020, my wedding venue asked me to be their preferred in-house vendor, which led me to 80 event contracts in my first year. I quit my day job, which would have offered me mat leave, and supported myself financially and raised our newborn while running a full-scale business that was community-focused. This is the power of creative community builders. My business generated over 6 figures in gross revenue in its second year. And this only existed because I needed a solution for my loneliness, which is a huge issue in the creative sector, and I am practically destructive if I do not create. I always have great ideas, and I love to bring it back to the community. Because I took those chances, I put money back into the community. We as creative thinkers are the pollinators of our cities, and we do this with a human-focused intention. As an artist, it is not in my best interest to move around. We initially wanted to buy a home here, but I could not compete with bids going 20% over asking price, and my bank forced higher interest rates on me because I was a new business owner. We've decided to reinvest in ourselves instead. It feels sometimes embarrassing that I am 37 years old with a child, am a business owner, and still can't afford a starter home. If you support the tech sector, you have to support the arts too. We rely heavily on our local community, and most of our income is from connections we've built around us. Shipping internationally is very costly with insurance needed, and potential buyers do not have the opportunity to connect with us as the artist, which is a deciding factor in over 50% of art sales. If artists want to stay here, they contribute as taxpayers and reinvest locally, so it is a powerful investment for council to approve this motion tonight. Artists do not need venture capitalists. We just need a space and a key. We don't need a polished building. In fact, most of us thrive in raw, flexible environments. We adapt quickly and make the most of what we're given. That resourcefulness is part of our practice. What we truly need is more room to work, to think, and to connect with our community. Even a 3-month lease can have a ripple effect on our careers. Since accessing my studio in May, I've completed 17 cohesive paintings for upcoming exhibitions, which has led me to have new opportunities, just like this weekend with the Museum, Art Gallery of Guelph, a corporate client in Toronto, and a large commissioned piece headed to New York City. Those were all acquired this weekend. My productivity, mental health, and sense of purpose has seen staggering improvements. And I'm projected to double my inventory and potential income this year because of this program. Arts Build Ontario works incredibly hard to support me as an artist, and I have made it my personal mission to be a benchmark case for fostering new partnerships like we are here tonight. Cities invest in the arts, particularly when times are good. If you decline this motion tonight, you will be sending sirens to the community that you are deprioritizing the arts and the well-being of our community. I hope you make the right choice so we can continue investing in world-class talent, not only in tech, but in the arts as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Jen, and appreciate you sharing your story of community and creativity with us. Are there any questions of the delegate? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we appreciate what you're doing here. The next delegation is Wendy Ridgway, City of Waterloo Neighborhood Connector in the Lincoln Heights Neighborhood Group. Oh, thank you, Wendy. And you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor and members of Council. I am Wendy Ridgway, and I live in Waterloo, Ward 5. My husband Terry and I have lived in Lincoln Heights since 1988 and have raised our 3 children here. When we outgrew our home on Mayfield Ave, we didn't even look outside of Lincoln Heights. We loved our community, and the only option was to find a suitable home in the same neighborhood. Lincoln Heights has many residents, including our own daughter, who grew up here and returned to the neighborhood as adults. That speaks volumes for the neighborhood. I am an active member of Lincoln Heights Neighborhood Group and a neighborhood connector. I am passionate and invested in our amazing community. Just 5 years ago, we successfully fundraised for Rosalie Park Playground, and Lincoln Heights Neighborhood Group formed as a result of this hard work. There's been no turning back, and even through COVID, Lincoln Heights' connectiveness has accelerated at great speed. The neighborhood connectors of Lincoln Heights now host many events that are always well attended by 100 to 200 residents, and very well supported by local sponsors. And thank you, Mayor McCabe, for dropping by our recent Easter event, and you saw community spirit for yourself. Lincoln Heights is asking Council this evening to vote for us to help maintain and build our community spirit, and at the same time support the arts community through the amazing Arts Build initiative. You heard last week the excellent work that this nonprofit organization does supporting artists, and St. Columba offers the much needed space that Arts Build requires to grow their work. Lincoln Heights has so many talented artists who are just waiting for the opportunity to rent space and offer lessons and classes. We have opera singers, dancers, painters, potters, theater, henna artists, photographers, musicians, jewelry makers. The list goes on right in our community. Our neighborhood art walk had nearly 20 local vendors. So Arts Build and Lincoln Heights offers you a perfect partnership. And since your vote back in February, we've been excited to get it off the ground. The residents of Lincoln Heights are ready and waiting to be part of this outstanding initiative. And it is frustrating that some councillors seem determined to take that away from us and from the arts community. We are well aware of the city's long-term plan to demolish and build housing, and we're trying to stay positive as we consider this somewhat overwhelming change to our residential area. There is real fear that housing will change not only the look, but the feel of our community. Ward 5 borders on uptown Waterloo, and the impact of increased traffic in Lincoln Heights weighs heavy on our minds as we see so many major housing developments approved, such as Bridgeport and Weber. The traffic concerns of Lincoln Heights taxpayers are valid and they are real, as St. Columba is less than 500 meters from Lincoln Heights Elementary School. It's actually in the same block. But you know what? Here's the thing. Instead of taking a negative view, we provided council with a signed letter by approximately 80 residents, and that remained positive. We urged you to vote for something, not against something. Your vote in favor of the lease will help us infuse arts into the lives of children and adults in Waterloo. And infusing arts uplifts community. The close proximity of an elementary school offers a perfect opportunity to invest in our children. Just imagine the after-school activities that could be offered, which would open the door and broaden the horizons of young minds. Please don't take your eye off that ball. Your vote for a 3-year lease will provide the much-needed art space and at the same time allow additional opportunities for us to connect and strengthen community spirit and be the best that we can be going into the huge changes that lie ahead of us. But Mayor McCabe and city councillors, you've lost our trust. We Lincoln Heights residents came to you positively speaking, asking you, urging you to vote in favor of the temporary lease of art space, backing your own previous council decision. And you broke our trust. You voted instead for a deferral, which is extremely rare in itself, and on a motion that you had unanimously voted for just 4 months ago. You have made us and the arts community feel less worthy and undeserving. And we ask you, we urge you in your vote this evening to restore that trust and to be accountable to Lincoln Heights residents and to the arts community. Allow us to grow with each other, thrive together, and build each other up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Are there any questions for the delegate? Councillor Vasic?
Thanks to you, Mayor McCabe. Wow, Wendy, you weren't even going to delegate. I'm so glad you did.
Thank you.
What a great day for a haircut.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming out, and I appreciate all your work to date. My question is to ask a little bit more about the piece of the trust building and that connection with, you know, the intensification. And we get a lot of folks in here asking us not to approve zoning and official plan amendments. So to your point of, we don't often have people say yes, we often have people say no. And you're saying you're looking ahead to more development, and you're also talking about trust. So I'm curious if you could speak at all to if you felt like your trust is eroded in some way through this process. How is that making you feel about the potential future intensification of the site as it's envisioned here, and how we might be able to rebuild trust along the way towards that longer-term vision?
Well, the short-term vision is to vote for the art space this evening. That is how you would rebuild trust. That's the only way. There's a number of people from Lincoln Heights community that have come out this evening and sat through for 4 hours, and that's how important it is to the people that are here. They weren't leaving. They were determined to stay, and so I thank you all for that very much for that. The long-term vision, as I said, we have fear. We have fear of what's coming. And so we want this time to grow stronger and to grow within, alongside the arts community. Lincoln Heights has always been a great community, but until the Rosalie Playground, and Mary Jo's here was significant in that, until that was built, we didn't have a lot of events and congregating. We didn't have a place. We didn't have a place. And now we have a place, and in 5 years, it's truly amazing what we have built as a community, and I'm just so proud of that. And I feel like last week our hearts were broken because what we were hoping for and what for 4 months we had looked forward to, trying to stay on the positive, you took it away from us. And so we're asking for you to give that back to us tonight and rebuild the trust.
Thank you, Wendy. Councillor Rowe has a question.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Thank you for delegating. I wasn't here last week, and I'm curious if maybe you could give me a bit of an understanding of maybe what the community is looking for in that space. I'm wondering, are there artists who wish to apply to ArtsBuild to be in the space? Are you thinking community space, like renting for performances? If you could give me an idea of what it is that the community is looking for.
Sure. My understanding, and please let me know if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that there are expressions of interest, many of them, for the downstairs space, for studio space for artists. I'm getting a yes. And upstairs, there's an opportunity for performance in the sanctuary, which is a beautiful sanctuary. And the acoustics are amazing, and there will also be space available for arts classes, and there are artists here from the community, the visual arts, the musical arts, there's so many artists in our community that would love to be able to share their their talents with classes and lessons and that, yes. They're there and they're waiting because there was a positive vote 4 months ago that went, wow, it got people thinking that we can be part of this.
Did you have a follow-up, Councillor Rowe? No, okay. Wendy, just a quick question. I'm curious if you were aware that back in February that you were referencing that part of what we discussed at that time was just about public programming on the site and potential space for community.
The report that I read was, and I wasn't at the council meeting, so maybe there was discussion that I wasn't part of, but I have always been aware that it was for an art space in the report that had come out. If it's for community, great, but that's not what we were expecting.
Okay, thank you. So go ahead, Councillor Roach.
Thank you for coming tonight, Wendy. And thank you for what you've done in your community too with the Rosalie Park, and that's fantastic. Are you assuming that this space will be for members of your community? I'm just asking because maybe 6 out of the 7 delegates last week were from Kitchener. Are you assuming that they're going to be from your area?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
St. Columba and on Lincoln Road, there is a bus stop right in front, and so it makes it very accessible for others. I volunteered at St. Columba Church with the food bank before the closure, and most of those clients who were coming arrived by bus, and it was easy for them. So part of the location of St. Columba is fantastic as far as being accessible. There's parking there. The bus line is very accessible. So absolutely, for all residents of Waterloo, we think this will be a great place.
Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Freeman.
Sorry, just on the accessibility piece, are you familiar that the building is not accessible? Like that it's been assessed for accessibility, and more than probably 2/3 of the space is in the basement. It's not accessible.
So certainly, I'm familiar with the building because I would go in through my volunteer work. And certainly as a church, I know that there was a way because the congregation members that came by wheelchair would come from the parking lot on the sidewalk to the back of the church. It may not be as convenient as needs to be, but it is accessible. And so, yeah, and I kind of wondered with some of the talk last week with the pricing and that, you know, when I just kind of wondered, you know, when the 350,000 came out, when that was determined, was there a price A level, a price B level, and a price C level to make it, because it is a temporary thing, and so there already is a way for it to be accessible, and so could that not suit the needs?
So I think we'll have some additional information once we get through the delegations around where we can ask some questions about the state of the facility. I don't think we don't expect Wendy to
That was my personal opinion.
The state of the facility. As much as you've been in there and as much as you know your community, and I appreciate you being a neighborhood connector. It's fantastic to have people like you doing what you're doing across our city. So thank you, Wendy. Our next delegate is Jeff Percival, who is a resident of Waterloo. Jeff, welcome, and you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Up and down. Wendy, you're a hard act to follow. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for taking the time to hear me out. I'd like to introduce myself. My name's Jeff Percival, and I've been a resident of Waterloo pretty much my entire life. I actually went to high school at Bluevale and grew up on Lincoln Road. And now I own a home, kitty corner, from the church we're talking about today. I have been in this community for 15 years, and there are a lot of people in this community that have been there for a lot longer than me, like 50 years. My house was built in 1956. I know the progress of the future of the city is going to be doing more housing, and I think, 3 years from now or whenever the development begins to happen on that property, yes, that is something that we're going to have to talk about. And when Wendy mentioned trust, I think that's going to be at the time when we're going to try and re-engage trust with you to listen to the community about what's going to suit the space. Because, I know you're not thinking of this, but if you put a 20-story building on that space, it would destroy the community. And I think everybody in council probably would know that, because it's just not suited for a 1950s subdivision. But I grew up in the area. I've always been a creative person. I'm not particularly going to use the space for art. I'm a busy guy, but I went to Conestoga College, 3-year graphic design program, and I graduated, and then within a short period of time, I started my own business in Kitchener-Waterloo, and I was involved with a lot of tech, because if people know about the graphic industry, there was a lot of tech and technology going on and a lot of groundbreaking stuff. And I'm leading to a point that I'd like to make. So when I started my business, at one point I ended up employing 25 people. So I feel really proud of that, because I feel I invested into this community and I contributed. And when I was a couple years into the business, I met these two guys that had a startup business. And the startup business was called, a little business called RIM, Research in Motion. And those two guys were two of the most creative guys I've ever met. And I think Jen used the word pollinate. What an amazing word. I wish I could have thought of that one, because these people that start tech business, their creativity pollinates tech. And a return on investment was mentioned at last week's meeting, because I was there. And I know there was, don't ask me to quote the wording, but I think there was some mention of how there's a good return on investment for tech. Tech does not exist without creativity. So this is going to be another place for creativity to flourish. And if you want to go bigger, we can talk about Steve Jobs. And we can talk about, Apple. Apple changed this planet. Apple changed the way we live. He was creative, extremely creative. So we all can't look narrow-mindedly about creativity means that people are painting and doing flower arrangements, which are amazing and important too. But creativity goes in so many different directions. And it's the thought and it's the idea, because I'm also a college professor and I teach these things. And with AI, I see how AI takes away individual and creative thinking. Well, creativity basically allows independent thinking, creative thinking, and it could be the next RIM in Waterloo. It could be anybody could create that. And we are proud of our tech, but trust me, our tech is coming from creativity. So that's the point that I wanted to make about that. And the other thing that I wanted to talk about was basically the budget and zoning. And, I think Wendy pretty much covered it, where I was at last week's meeting, and I think a lot of people were a little bit godsmacked with the meeting last week, because it just seemed very non-productive, and it seemed to be, I think a councillor, and I'm not going to say who it was, said that, talked about trust, and said, how was it worded? In good faith, thank you. That this meeting in good faith. And I'm not saying that that was the intention. I believe that it wasn't. But you had a lot of citizens walk out of here feeling that way, and we don't want to feel that way. We want your trust back, and we want to work with you for the future of our community, and that's that property. So, and I don't understand, because I've been self-employed my whole life, and I've had to make my own paychecks, and I look at you guys as a business, and you're the business of Waterloo. And in February, you unanimously said, we're going for this. And then last week, you changed your mind and you did a flip-flop. And that would not be acceptable in business, just to be upfront. Like that would not be considered good grounds. And I don't think it was intentional, but I think Wendy brought it up very eloquently. We want your trust, you know, we want to work with you, but we want you to consider, you know, the community, and you have to consider all of Waterloo, but I think we know what's going to work best in our community, and to listen to us and work with us and compromise with us to help us come up with a solution that works for everybody in the community. And the other thing that I did want to bring up is, you know, that basically on my way to work, I work in Kitchener and I live in Waterloo. I kind of look at KW as one, you know, community that we work well together. I used to travel a lot with my business, and I went to like New Orleans, New York City, Chicago, and going back between 2005 and 2015, I used to fly into these cities, hop in a cab, and I used to see tent cities. And I would be, what is that? And then I get, wow, I'll never see that here. I drive by the tent city on Victoria and Weber every day. And I never thought I would see that here. So in saying that, I want to give you guys an applaud, which I know I'm not allowed to clap, but because you guys have done a great job of addressing these issues in Waterloo with 225 University and creating housing to help solve this problem. And I don't think anybody in this room doesn't want to help you solve that problem. We want to work with you. We're just asking you to work with us for our immediate community. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Jeff. We appreciate you coming in tonight. Are there any questions of the delegate?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you very much. We appreciate your input. The next delegate is Tennille Warren, resident of Kitchener. Welcome, Tennille, and you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm a bit disappointed that I had to cross the border to come here and delegate this evening. A commitment was made in February.
You're welcome anytime in Waterloo.
Thank you. A commitment was made in February that has not only been broken, but equity-deserving communities have been pitted against each other in a game of art versus housing. Art and access to art is a human need, a determinant of positive health and well-being. We turn to art to heal, to connect, and thrive. Yet artists must beg to be viewed as integral to the fabric of the community. In winter of this year, Beyonce and the Mothers, a play commissioned by Greenlight Arts that I wrote and directed, was staged in downtown Kitchener. This commission by a theater company that is not expressly built on producing Black art is significant. It demonstrated a commitment to Black voices, and specifically in my case, Black immigrant queer voices, that needed to be heard in this region. Further to that, one of the first questions I was asked was, do you want to do this in Kitchener? Because people don't come to Kitchener for theater. And I said, yes, I wanted to prove that this region was a place that you could have really good professional art, and that was the risk that I took. I would not have been able to take this risk. When GLA asked me what I needed from them, my response was space. Writing is often viewed through the lens of writers like Hemingway, stories of people who went off in isolation and created works of art that are deemed great today. This is not the story of all artists. I found my creative voice and artistic community in Jamaica with writers, poets, playwrights, potters, sculptors, painters, actors, dancers, drummers, singers, DJs, lighting, and sound technicians. We wouldn't have found each other if we had not crossed paths in shared space, creating opportunities to create art together, to volunteer and support each other. Spaces create invaluable relationships in the creative process. As a playwright, I write for the words to be lifted off the page. My creative practice requires space, people, and community. Not to be obvious, but there is no final production without a space to develop it in or perform it. Which brings me back to my asking for space. The bulk of Beyonce and the Mothers, that play that some of you have watched, was written, workshopped, and developed in the space, was eventually staged and impacted different ways by the conversation I had with the people who work there. Because the people who worked in some of these spaces, who keep them alive, the people who clean, the people who turn on lights, some of them are also artists. And so artists meet artists in unexpected ways, learning that we are artists because we happen to be able to cross paths in space. The ability to sit in a space dedicated to creating made it possible to limit distractions and to create a piece of work that had legs beyond its two-week run. It's been recognized in other places, it's been considered in other communities, and it's also being reviewed for publication. I will also say that one of the things that was really important to that space was my own neurodivergent accessibility needs. I am someone who also writes by speaking out on a recorder, and that can be difficult with a partner and a small child at home, and it often happens late at night. And so I also had the option to be in the basement of that space and say what I needed to say and not look crazy in doing so. GLA gave me an opportunity within limited resources, and this is the mission and purpose of Meanwhile Spaces, which does not run concurrent to affordable housing, counter to affordable housing. In fact, art provides a bridge to a housing model that recognizes the whole human being. There is no evidence present publicly that I've seen that suggests the investments in St. Columba Church would have to be lost in the long term. Why would St. Columba Church have to be demolished in order to build affordable housing? The building, as far as I can tell, is structurally sound and may artistically be included in any future use of the space. This speaks to preserving the origins of history of the space, the overwhelming desire of the community to see art in their community, and preserving this initial investment. As a community activist who works in education, I pay close attention to the relationship between schools and the neighborhoods that they serve. The community around St. Columba is changing. New residents, families, including Black, Indigenous, and racialized, are making this area home. The Meanwhile Space project reflects and responds to that change. Artspill Ontario's application data shows that over 50% of applicants seeking space through Meanwhile Spaces program identified as racialized. Of those selected for the first round, 81% identified as women or gender diverse, 54% as 2S LGBTQ+, and 43% as Indigenous, Black, or people of color. These are the artists who will activate the space, not hypothetically, but in reality. This makes St. Columba not only a site of artistic practice, but also a reflection of who lives and who may live in the community going forward. We also know that racialized people are disproportionately represented in affordable housing waitlists and precarious labor. A model that co-locates cultural space and future affordable housing is not a compromise. It's a visionary approach that acknowledges the full humanity of our neighbors. It creates a space of belonging and possibly bridging isolation through art, while supporting the changing demographic of the area through infrastructure that is both inclusive and future-facing. I know that this council has brought up the building's accessibility issues as a rationale for rescinding your commitment to the arts community. I would ask if the council has asked Artsbill Ontario, an organization with an accessibility charter and strong commitment to accessibility, how they would operate the space to accommodate artists with disabilities. There's also something quietly disturbing about the idea that a building like St. Columba, solid, functional, and already deeply embedded in the neighborhood, as we have heard, should be framed as disposable. Waterloo has a long-standing history of preserving heritage buildings, recognizing their role in shaping the city's identity. Heritage and conservation policies and plans are created to protect spaces like this, spaces that hold memory, that remind us of who gathered here before and who might gather next. St. Columba is not designated a heritage building, but it is a place of memory, as we've heard by some of the residents in the community. It needs repairs. I wouldn't say it needs a wrecking ball, and I don't think that demolition is the best future for this site. I ask the council, as you consider approving this motion tonight, to consider adaptive reuse as an investment in continuity and care. There is an opportunity to champion adaptive reuse in public planning and development and call back to the civic function of churches with open doors, community relationships, and collaboration. This is about permanence and about resisting the amnesia that often comes with rapid development. By preserving the current structure, you've already invested in an innovative housing model. Community spaces are often an afterthought in housing. This space would exist and can be integrated into any future ideas. The culture of the community creating a more welcoming space for future and current residents. Finally, the demands placed on artists to contribute to the economic landscape of the communities they live in while having to validate their worth for a sector that remains significantly underfunded harms the mental well-being of the artists. It does a disservice to the community. Ironic given how much art contributes to the well-being of those who get to experience it. We don't ask athletes to score goals for their facilities. I watched last week's council meeting, and I've never witnessed this level of debate, critique, and frankly insulting rhetoric around decision-making for other types of funding as I witnessed last week around an art space. We have witnessed turnout and growing numbers for social events, but social events are one-off, and art matters. And in a community where you have the potential to foster artists, you are also having the potential to feed economic value. If I had to think of a question I was asked more than any other question at the end of every performance of Beyonce and the Mothers, it was, were the actors from here? And the answer to that question was no. But the scenic painter was from here. And the people who constructed the pieces of that set were from here. And the person who ran the lights some of the nights was a student that I met while in school. There were people in this community who got their first job and their second job and the job that they needed. And that is what art does. Art is a profession. It is not a hobby. It is not a game. And it contributes to the wholesome need of everyone in a community. And it's a part and parcel of public health. It is not counter to it. And so I ask you to approve this motion tonight and to resist the continuous practice of pitting artistic practice against systems and policies, because we can have housing and we can have art, and you can have them both at St. Columba Church.
Thank you, Tennille. Council, are there any questions of the delegate? Councillor Vasek.
Well, thank you. That was excellent. And I think what you've demonstrated to us is that this was an artistic performance. And what you have done is you have made us think and about so many things. If I had a studio space beside you, I would ask you questions for weeks about this. And how can we possibly have social change and health and resilience and wellness, like you said, if we do not have art to draw this out of us? We are all better people for having heard what you said. And I think that, so just to say thank you for the delegation, which is a demonstration of exactly what art does. But a specific question is about the adaptive reuse, which is a point that hasn't come up at all in this conversation. And so it's a really creative idea. And so I'm curious if you have any examples you might point to, or if you could elaborate on that point for us as a council to consider, and if there's any questions we might ask as staff about that point as well.
I'll share two things. In reviewing the model in a North American context, I recognize it comes up primarily in heritage buildings. And so I know that there are developments taking place right now in Kitchener where heritage buildings are being expanded into affordable housing, and that heritage facade is being maintained. I'll also point out that I think the St. Columba Church, we've heard that here, it's a very beautiful building. And one of the things that we talk about is public memory. In listening, there's this sense that if we spend this money now and we demolish it later, then what's the point? But if there is an opportunity where you don't have to do that, and further, as we continue to have debates about affordable housing, especially in long-standing historical neighborhoods, I think that we also have to consider creativity and innovation in that process. And in investing in art, the building itself becomes an artistic story, because I consider the fact that if somebody shows up in that community with elements of St. Columba preserved, that is historical memory. That is what the building was, that's what the community was, and that's what the future community, and it all gets to be there together at the same time. The second thing I would say is, growing up in Jamaica, one of the places I spent a lot of time at was a place called Olympia Gallery. And Olympia Gallery is actually a housing building. The downstairs in that building is an art gallery. And there are spaces in that building that also support art. And it's not a art subsidized building. That means the tenants are not necessarily artists. And I spent a lot of time there. And there are many spaces like that exist in the Caribbean and South America, where art is embedded into the structure and the process and idea and the way that the people exist. And so I can tell you how many murals have changed over the time that I was there on the second floor, on the third floor, on the fourth floor. It's a stunning, beautiful building. These people get to live inside art. And they get to live in a space that has community activities and programs that are not just for the residents, but bring other people there into both a space of performance and a space of studio practice.
Thank you, Tennille. Any other questions for the delegate? I'll just say I did see your Beyonce, and it was excellent, so thank you very much for for producing that or writing that. And thank you very much for coming in tonight. We appreciate your comments. The next delegate is Alexandra Glass, Executive Director, Arts Build Ontario, and you have 10 minutes.
This is fine. Good evening, Mayor McCabe and members of council. Thank you again for the opportunity to return and speak to you tonight. I'm here on behalf of Arts Build Ontario and with our board president, Bryn Jones, to reaffirm our support for the staff recommendation to lease the former St. Columba Church to Arts Build for a 3-year term. Waterloo's creative community is growing, but the space to support it is not. Artists across the region, particularly those from equity-deserving groups, face barriers to accessing affordable, stable, and welcoming spaces to create and connect. These artists are often under-resourced and underrepresented. The need is urgent. There are no other existing municipal facilities at the City of Waterloo currently identified for creative space activation. The only public arts funding specifically for individual artists in the region, the Waterloo Region Arts Fund, is currently on hold. A 2024 study uncovering barriers identified a shortage of affordable, appropriate workspaces as a key obstacle for visual artists in Waterloo Region. Waterloo has an opportunity to demonstrate what a healthy arts ecosystem looks like, one that brings together municipal investment and community-led initiatives to build something more resilient and inclusive. Space is essential. Without it, artists are often juggling multiple jobs, working from home, or being priced out of their own communities. Without places to gather, collaborate, or present work, creativity stalls and public engagement diminishes. In February, the council made a forward-looking decision to purchase St. Columba with a vision for affordable housing in the long term and arts use in the interim. It was also the wish of the parish that the building be used for arts and community purposes while it awaited redevelopment. That decision was significant, recognizing that vibrant communities require investment in quality of life. Arts Build stepped forward to activate this space now, support artists, and build local connections. We also want to honor the intention expressed by the former parish in completing the sale. Their desire was to see the building continue serving the community in meaningful ways, supporting the arts during the interim years. Our proposal helps fulfill that original vision, preserving the spirit of St. Columba as a welcoming place of gathering and creativity. This 3-year term is more than a placeholder. It's a window to meet immediate needs and build momentum for the future. It's also a bridge to housing, creating presence and civic value now while building trust with the neighborhood ahead of redevelopment. Arts Build brings nearly 10 years of experience managing cultural infrastructure. Through our Canada Cultural Spaces Fund grant, we're approaching this project as a social enterprise, offering low cost or free space to give artists a runway to build their practices. In addition to operating support, we will cover staffing and administration, custodial services, booking systems, insurance and legal, accounting, heat, hydro, internet, and shared equipment. Our pricing at St. Columba would follow an accelerator model. We'd begin with no-cost space and introduce a below-market fee structure over time. At 44 Gaukel, 1/3 of the building is under ABO subleases, and our rehearsal space rents for $12 an hour, compared to $25 to $35 an hour elsewhere. We are a nonprofit and a charity. Our model is values-driven, not profit-driven. Artists don't have a lot of money either, but their impact is wide. By reducing barriers, we're helping artists grow and the community benefit. Our social enterprise model is rooted in reinvesting all revenues back into the facility and programs. The income from short-term and long-term rentals will go directly toward maintaining the space and expanding support services. With a 3-year lease in place, we can pursue targeted funding from sources like the Ontario Trillium Foundation, Canada Council for the Arts, and the Waterloo Region Community Foundation. These investments would enable us to pilot and scale programming such as business and financial planning for artists and creative entrepreneurs, peer mentorship programs, public engagement and workshops, and creative leadership and entrepreneurship training. St. Columba will become a site that supports emerging talent, builds capacity, and strengthens the creative economy through a sustainable community-based model. Before launching a formal call for expressions of interest, we'd consult with our advisory committee and neighborhood members to ensure programming and space use reflect community needs. We offer both short and long-term rentals and have more than 50 artists on our pilot waitlist. Not to mention the 30 still waiting at 44 Gaukel. Based on our projected usage model with rotating terms, we anticipate supporting up to 48 artists and organizations with long-term licenses over the lease period, and an additional 50 or more groups through short-term bookings and community rentals. The hub complements other cultural spaces in Waterloo. St. Columba is different in this realm. It's a launch pad for early career artists, small organizations, and creative entrepreneurs. It's a working space. Studios, rehearsal areas, shared workspaces, not bound by traditional programming, and its flexible infrastructure for co-creation, experimentation, and development allow for a ton of potential. ABO staff are all trained under the AODA. We bring lived experience through staff and our advisory committee to the table in this project and in this space. We also led the Accessibility in Ontario's Cultural Spaces program focused on access in adaptive reuse buildings like St. Columba. Our community charter, posted in all of our sites, sets standards for inclusive, welcoming environments. And while the basement isn't fully accessible, the main level, including the narthex, will host the main activities in the hub. This includes studio space, events, and meetings, and the kitchen where a lot of gathering will take place. Our artist Claire Donison, who delegated last week, who uses a cane, shared, "I found the space surprisingly workable. There are ramps, railings, and accessible seating. With planned washrooms and ABO's commitment to accommodations, this space shows strong potential." This is one voice, and accessibility and disabilities are defined on a spectrum. But this can mean a lot, and our staff are trained, and the space can be made with accommodations. We see St. Columba as a dynamic creative hub, a place for open studios and outdoor concerts, performances and readings in the sanctuary, outdoor art markets on the lawn, studios and pop-up gallery space, cultural organizations and newcomer groups, community events, and public programming. It can be a dedicated hub space for creativity and connection. With this lease, Waterloo would be the first city in the region to offer a creative hub with arts incubation programming, similar to tech sector supports. This is Waterloo's chance to build for its creative community. Other cities are already moving. Kitchener activated 44 Gaukel, a former post office. Cambridge is developing 19 Ainsley, a former bank building, and they just invited the community to help name it. Mississauga has a small arms building. Oakville has their downtown cultural hub, and Kingston has the Tet Center, and Toronto has Arts Hub, and Art Hubs, apologies, it's very late, and a ton more of creative hubs that they support. Waterloo has the opportunity and the assets to lead here. Artists like entrepreneurs need somewhere to start. Our cultural economy is built on early stage creativity, and creative hubs are where that work begins. This spring, Council approved the plan for 2025 University Ave that will bring needed affordable housing, and that will be part of this Council's legacy. Tonight, you have the opportunity to add to it. The lease supported by Arts Build Ontario's grant and infrastructure means that we're bringing resources to the table too. And it seems that through the updated report, there's an avenue here to work together, and we want to work with you. Ontario's creative industries contributes $26 billion in the GDP and support over 270,000 jobs. That's a big number for 10:30 p.m. at night or later.
It's 10
It's 10 p.m. In Waterloo region, the return is more than $633 million annually and over 14,000 jobs. When you invest in artists, the community benefits, and economically and socially, we're ready. And we're here because the neighborhood showed up, because the arts community is looking for a home, and because this space was envisioned for the arts. This is an opportunity to bring that promise to life. With your support, the council can help unlock a resource that will serve artists in the community today.
You have 1 minute left.
Oh, I'm almost done. And build trust and momentum for the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks very much, Alex.
No
Are there any questions of the delegate? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Hanmer.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Alex, thank you for being here, and same comments to all of the delegates that are here this evening. I just had a question, because Arts Build Ontario also is activating Wing 404, and I'm struggling a little bit with the spaces that we need to have available for artists. And I'm always one to make sure that we've got space that's going to work and not trying to shoehorn things in. So I'm curious, with Wing 404 and then what we're learning, there may be some limitations with the numbers that can go into St. Columba. How is that going to work?
What do you, can you clarify limitations for St. Columba?
Well, we're learning that there may be some challenges, and you heard, and you even mentioned it today with the space in the basement not being fully accessible, and is that going to limit having people come in? And I'm just concerned or curious with Wing 404 and what have been some of the barriers there in getting artists to use the space?
Yeah, I mean, okay, so that's a great question. I mean, the first thing that stands out to me is like getting to the space. So by public transit, Wing 404 is not accessible by public transit. So when you take the Ion, you get off at Northfield, and then it's about a 15-minute walk for me. But I can imagine what that would be like for somebody who isn't able to walk to the site or get there, or bike there or drive there, you know? And so it isn't accessible in that sense, and St. Columba is on the public transit line, so it is more accessible in that sense. And then in terms of the facilities, they're different. They're different in layout. So Wing 404 is more of a short-term space, but when I look at St. Columba, it offers that studio space and that incubation opportunity in the basement. But what we are going to see is all the common area spaces and shared studio space, also incubation space on the narthex as well. So that main energy where groups are coming in during the day and in the evenings and sharing food and meals together will be happening on the main floor, and we would structure it that way. And it would also be, and it is a requirement of all our program participants to sign off on our charter, which is our program manager, Eva Helrick, where are you? Accessibility is near and dear to her heart, and she has baked this right into the program. So they have to sign off on that to participate in it.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Councillor Hanmer. Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you so much for your presentation and also for all the information that you've provided me via email. Since I wasn't here last week, I won't make you go through all of that, but it's been very helpful.
Sure.
I actually just wanted to follow up on Councillor Hanmer's question about Wing 404. Is it fully occupied then?
Yes, yeah, we have artists in there right now for the full term.
Okay, that's great. And the other question was about food at St. Columba. It's my understanding that the kitchen would be decommissioned.
Oh, would it really?
That's just my understanding, so I just wanted to throw that out there, but we can talk to staff about that.
I don't think it limits us too much. I mean,
no, it was just a question. Yeah. I just wanted to clarify, but
it'd be cool if it wasn't.
We can ask them. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Yeah, I was a little curious about your comment that space is growing, or this need for space is growing for the arts community, but we're not providing more space when we've just made Wing 404 available. So we that's something very new that the city has provided, correct?
We have a 1-year lease with Wing 404. This is a 3-year lease, so the difference is in terms of the term.
But the space is new.
Sorry.
Wing 404 is new space for Arts Build Ontario to use in Waterloo, correct?
It's a 1-year lease in the Meanwhile Spaces program, so it's a 1-year space for 1 year that we get to use. St. Columba offers more time and more security for the arts community, so it is more stability for the sector as a whole, and our impact in our program will benefit a measurable number of artists and arts organizations. So I think with the location and the setup of that space, even though Wing 404 is amazing, it is on the edge of town. It's hard to get to. St. Columba has a ton of potential to really make a great impact with numbers greater than we'll see at Wing 404.
Yeah, and sorry, I don't mean to argue with you, but I'm putting my regional hat on to say there is a transit stop. There is a bus stop that is on Weber, not too far from Dutton, just up from Albert Street. So there's the Ion, which you referenced, but there also is a bus stop as well. So just want to be clear on that as well. Anyway, thank you very much for your presentation, for coming in. Oh, sorry, Councillor Roach, did you have a question? Okay, sorry, I missed that.
Thank you for your delegation, and I apologize and thank you for your email. And I apologize we couldn't get together. I had some health issues this week, but I really appreciate you coming, and I appreciate actually all of you who have spoken tonight. And it just came to me, you talked about equity deserving groups, and and Jeff, you had said, think of the community, the community matters, and we want to be welcoming. Just a question with regard to the delegations. I mean, we've had a world-renowned, award-winning artists, National Film Board, people that won awards from National Film Board and recording companies, people that are, very, well privileged, in curling clubs and golf clubs and #1 realtors. I mean, when we say consider the community, is that the community that we're talking about here? Like people that are very, very, very privileged.
Oh, the speakers tonight?
Or
in the
I'm
past
talking about
2 weeks?
I'm talking about the delegations that we've had over the last few days.
Okay,
And
I want to make a comment about this.
sure,
This
please
is a-
help me. Just help me.
Yeah. We have a ton of artists in our programs that are from underrepresented communities. To ask them to come into, and then some are newcomers. I did not feel it was appropriate. Well, we did put out the call for anybody who wanted to delegate, of course. Everyone's welcome. But this is a colonial decision-making process. To put somebody here on the podium to speak to to a process that has historically left them without a voice, an equal voice at the table, is difficult to ask someone to do. And so I think we need to, of course it's open to everyone, but I'm also looking at it as we don't want to seem extractive, and we don't want to seem like we're tokenizing individual voices as well. So
thank you.
Yeah.
As a racialized person and counselor here in Waterloo, I'd like to ask, have you spoken to any of that community at all? Any of the racialized community?
Well, Rainey is here tonight. She tried to delegate, and she didn't get in on time, but she was going to speak to her own experience working with Arts Build.
Right. I just had the question because I'm talking about...
Oh,
yeah.
Antonia, obviously they're so epic.
Yeah.
That goes without saying.
Thanks, Alex. And I just had to ask the question because, I live in Waterloo. I've been here all my life, just like you, Jeff. And I do know that there's a part of the community, that needs help, that needs access. And I was there today, and I support the arts. And I just wanted to show you, I have a whole bunch of art that I've bought, and I've got a big bag full here from Adventure for Change. Adventure for Change. I don't know how many of the audience is familiar with Adventure for Change. It's a community. Yeah, one hand came up. It's based in Waterloo. Actually, we share it in our ward, and it's a lot of people from Eritrea, Somalia, Ethiopia, artists who. This art was probably done on their desk in their Sunnydale dining room. But now they do have accessibility to do art at Adventure for Change. And I was there today, on Friday, and mentioning that I would be here today. And they graciously offered space, if you would like. There's someone, I think, who spoke from Ward 3, very, very close. Yeah, Jen? Yeah, very, very close. It's right at the corner of Albert and Behringer, Albert and Behringer. Yeah, right in that plaza.
Do you have a question?
No, so I'm just saying, no, but my question, I was just responding to her answer with regard to, have you spoken to the community?
Of course, yes. So in our outreach, and Eva Helrick, who led that, and Shannon, who is our Meanwhile Spaces coordinator and the lead singer of House Cat as well. I just want to shout her out, or them out. We intentionally reached out to community groups, not just in the arts, community groups and nonprofits that represented diverse community of Waterloo region when we launched this pilot. Yeah, it was baked into our whole plan, and it's a part of our community charter as well. While it includes accessibility, it's inclusion as well. And in the applications that we emailed back and forth about this. What we saw really coming out were like financial barriers that individuals were facing, and that was factored into the general assessment of our applicants in our Meanwhile Spaces advisory. And Sam Nobby's on our advisory and delegating in a minute, so you can ask them more questions too. But it is very intentional that this program is serving artists that don't have access to space or the same resources that others might have. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I had to ask the question because as I went there on Friday to speak with the director, Olution, who offered space, had never even heard of Arts Build Ontario, and would, there's a lot of great artists, young artists, that would love to have access to your space.
Did you tell
Perhaps,
them
okay,
Yeah.
perhaps we could take that offline, or you can take that offline. There are some other, or I think the point is well taken that there's space at Adventure for Change that is working with a really a high needs area in Waterloo as well that needs access to some of these opportunities as well, and possibly there's some partnerships with within the arts and cultural sector. So thanks very much, Councillor Roach, for bringing that up. Thank you very much, Alex. Okay, our next and final delegate is Sam Nabby, Project Coordinator, 1 Million Neighbors. I believe, Sam, you are a resident of Kitchener, if I remember from last week, and you have 5 minutes, and I'm actually just going to excuse myself for a couple of minutes and hand the chair over to Councillor Hanmer. Oh, sorry. Okay, Councillor Bodley, go for it.
Thank you, Mayor McCabe, members of council. My name is Sam Nabby. I am project coordinator for 1 Million Neighbors. And before I get started, I'll take this opportunity to say, I am familiar with Adventure for Change, and Olution was actually part of one of our roundtable discussions for 1 Million Neighbors, Waterloo region, specifically focused on newcomer supports. We had these discussions with nonprofits and artists throughout the region, and a lot of similarities kept coming up. The importance of resources for youth, including the arts, and that includes after-school programming, community spaces like what we're talking about today. So it's all connected, and everyone that I've talked to in this process and through my involvement with Meanwhile Spaces recognize that it's all connected. Community spaces, art spaces, youth empowerment, entrepreneurship, it all feeds into each other. So I'm going to be over time now, but the City of Waterloo showed great leadership by deciding to purchase this property for the intention of turning it into long-term affordable housing. And one unique aspect of that decision was the recognition of an opportunity cost. There is a huge opportunity cost of letting a property sit unused for years while the redevelopment process takes its course. And Waterloo recognized that we could do something special here, a temporary arts hub. A temporary arts hub that would provide affordable studio and exhibition space for artists that don't see themselves included in larger landmark institutions like Clay and Glass or the Kitchener-Waterloo Art Gallery. And for the neighborhood, having artists care for the space and bring positive energy to Lincoln Heights is much better than the alternative. Leaving the site vacant would mean 3 years of a fenced-off, empty, deteriorating property, ripe for property damage and mischief. In this way, support for housing and for the arts are not at odds, and we've heard that from other delegates tonight as well. They reinforce one another, and I'm glad to see how this plan and the recommendations from staff don't fall into that trap of pitting one cause against another. As the updated staff report has clearly laid out, housing projects take time, finding a development partner, obtaining financing, going through the design, zoning, and permit process, and community consultation about what exactly a new development would look like. This will take about 3 years. There's no getting around that, so let's make the most of it in the meantime. Last week, there was some discussion around the cost of accessibility upgrades, maintenance, and upkeep for the next 3 years. Setting aside the fact that those activities had been allocated funding without impacting next year's tax increase, Council should recognize that leaving the church vacant will also incur costs. Costs for maintenance, landscaping, essential building repairs, fencing. This is a property that the city owns and needs to keep up. These costs will also have to come from somewhere, and they won't provide benefits to the neighborhood in the way that maintaining the site as an arts hub will. There were also questions last week about the need for a record of site condition. It might be relevant to mention that the Ontario government is proposing amendments to OREG 15304 to introduce an exemption where a record of site condition would not be required when changing from community use to mixed use. These regulations are not in effect, but there's consultation about this last winter, and 3 years from now, the situation may look very different than it does today. I've helped to organize festivals and events, including last year's Black Talk Fireside Chat between local author Antonio Michael Downing and award-winning essayist Hanif Abdurraqib, with the support of the City of Waterloo and Tennille, there's Tennille and the textile team. We put that together. When we booked Hanif, Waterloo was the only Canadian stop on his book tour. His publisher saw how much energy there was and added a second date in Toronto. We packed the theater at CG with youth and community groups from Black and racialized communities, with the types of artists who are normally excluded from prestige literary events. These are also the types of artists that might find a home for a few years at an art hub like what we're hoping for St. Columba. So to recap, this arts hub was never going to be funded through tax increases, and the updated report shows another funding mix that preserves more of the city's reserves thanks to federal dollars. Leaving it vacant could introduce other unanticipated expenses. And at the end of the day, this comes down to council keeping its word and showing us that when you do vote on something, especially when it's unanimous, that we can expect those decisions to be followed through. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sam. Are there any questions of the delegate? Seeing none, thanks very much for coming last week and this week. Okay, thank you to everyone who delegated tonight. We really do appreciate you sticking with us despite the hour. So council, now we've heard from the delegations, and now it's our turn to continue discussions on this issue. So I'll open it up to comments, questions, or mover. Go ahead, go ahead, Councillor Vasek.
I'd like to move it, the staff recommendation.
To get it on the table?
Unless you want to do questions first. I'm ready to move it, ready to, yeah.
Go ahead if you want to move it. And does anyone have, and you're seconding it, Councillor Rowe? Yep, we'll move it and second it and get it on the table, and then we'll take questions. Yeah, I thought Councillor Rowe was, but sure. Okay. Okay. Lots of seconders. Okay, so we'll start with questions then now that it's on the table. Councillor Julie, or sorry, Councillor Wright, did you have your hand up?
I don't have questions. I just have a comment. That's all.
Okay, we'll save comments till later. Councillor Vasek, questions?
Yeah, thanks through you, Mayor. Yeah, I do have some questions because I just want to make sure that we're kind of all having the same information here. So can staff clarify for me what the third recommendation was from the February 24th, 2025 report that we unanimously approved, please? I'll give you a second to find it, or do you have it?
We can look to the clerk for that. She'll be able to find it more quickly. Okay, we'll look to Brooke then.
Yeah.
So the third recommendation that was approved was that council approve the temporary use of the facility as a city programming space for public art organizations and other city programs for up to 3 years.
Okay, city programming for public art. Perfect. That's what I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
And other city programs.
Yep,
for
correct.
Up to 3 years.
Yep.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. So the other piece, I certainly appreciate the some of the accessibility concerns, and I'd like to speak to that in my comments. I also really value you really sharing the vision and the approach for Arts Build Ontario around accessibility. I wanted to touch on one of the challenges in the ward, so this is also for clerks, I understand has been finding an accessible voting location in Ward 5. And so can you tell me if my understanding is correct or if I'm off, and if St. Columba, if it had the accessibility upgrades on the front, may serve as a potential voting location through its interim use? And we know the election is coming up next year municipally.
through the mayor to Councillor Vasek, what I can say is that we've done numerous accessibility audits on the location, and it has not passed accessibility for use as election facility. And so that has caused some challenge in that direct neighborhood. So we have had to look at alternate locations, moving people a bit further away. So if this facility was made accessible and still maintained a space of adequate size to host as a voting location, it would require a fairly substantial open space. In order to do that, then it is a potential.
Okay, thank you for that. I do have a couple other questions, but I need to just find them.
Do you want me to go to someone else?
Yes,
Okay,
please, thanks.
thank you. Are there other questions of council? Councillor Hanmer.
Thank you. I found two of my questions and I have a third, so I may have to come back to it too. In the information that we received with the report, the amended report, and I really appreciate getting that from staff, there were a couple of comments around the record of site condition and also zoning considerations. And I'm just needing, and maybe that's two questions together, I'm just needing some clarification of what triggers either one of these things happening, and I'm not sure if it's planning to answer that.
I see Mr. Cotter coming to the...
Thank you, Mr. Cotter.
Thank you, Joel.
So I'll stop there and then I have another
record of
question.
site condition and the zoning.
Through Mayor McCabe to Councillor Hamner, the record of site condition would be triggered as a requirement of a building permit. So for the conversion of a building permit, the Ontario Regulation 15304 would require a record of site condition to be undertaken if it was applicable under that law.
So if we were to do the renovations, that would trigger, is that what you're saying?
So for the purposes of the regulation, you can modify the existing building without undertaking a record of site condition. But to move then the property from an arts hub to a residential use, then the record of site condition would be triggered prior to the issuance of a building permit for a residential unit on the property.
Okay, so moving it from the current use, which is a church or place of worship, to an arts hub would not, and doing the renovations would not trigger anything.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then I do have another question, and that's regarding, I know back in February when we had the information, we all were expecting that there were going to need to be some renovations done to make the building accessible. And I know further work has been done on that, and I'm just curious what the implications of that, and can it all be accomplished to make it usable space that the arts community is looking for in this community?
Is that a question?
I don't know if that's a question really for
maybe-
Mr. Cotter, or if it might be for Amy,
It
if
may
she's
be
still
for
here.
I think
through
you want to take that, Jim?
No, through you, sorry, my voice is gone. Through you, Kevin Van Oudegate can discuss that.
Okay, thanks, Kevin.
Through
And
you.
we
And
also
Amy's
have
there, too.
Amy and Divya.
Yeah, through you,
Okay.
Mayor, to Councillor Hanmer. So I can maybe speak to the accessibility work that was identified from facility staff, having completed the audit of the facility. So back in January, operations and capital staff from facilities audited the facility, looking not just at things like HVAC systems and things like that in their condition, but also the accessibility work. And that's been further supplemented with Amy over here as well. We work closely with her on accessibility work. And so should council proceed tonight with this interim use, the work that we would be looking at, which would be contained within that 350,000, would be things like creating a barrier-free washroom on the main level. We feel that's a pretty critical piece. Upgrades to the entrance, which is really at the back of the facility. So there's a sidewalk that leads to the back of the facility that would need some attention, as well as the door and some door operators and things like that, as well as signage and parking realignment. But that all to say is there's really no practical way for us to make the basement level accessible, and so that would be the one piece we wouldn't be able to address. But the other things we're ready to go on should council proceed.
Should be able to go.
Thank you. Did you want to add anything, Amy?
I think we
need to remember that if we're talking about using the main floor and we're talking about making the washroom barrier free, we are taking down a wall and moving it out further. And if we need to put in studio spaces, that limits the availability of open space on the main floor. Additionally, there are not really very accessible spaces in the chapel itself, and the stage is not accessible. So if we were planning to do retrofits there, we would need to take out many pews to make that happen. So
Okay.
it's not maybe as much space as people think it is currently, that the space will change.
Okay, thank you, Amy, for that additional information.
My final third
Okay.
question, if we're going in threes, then, yeah, so that helps a little. My quandary has been, when I'm hearing 48 artists, and Alex, I appreciate that we're trying to get lots of space for artists to have in the community. Are there other options we should be considering if this is not going to be space that's advantaging lots of people? And it may be more of a general question to staff. Do we have other spaces within the city that we should be considering? Because definitely I fully understand and appreciate and want to see us have spaces for the arts, but I also want to make sure that we're setting spaces up that are going to be usable and not more problematic. And that's the struggle I'm having right now.
Thank you. Is that a question for
Probably three
Kevin
people.
Van
I
Uytvangen?
just asked it, sorry.
Or maybe, I don't know, Justin or Estero, or you're asking about space, the city-owned space?
I was asking about city-owned space and wondering if we need to be considering that and having concerns with the constraints that may be coming up. And I recognize you never really know until you go into it what it's going to be. Are we really adding something or not far enough? Or is there something else we should or could be considering?
Do you want to take that one, Justin?
Another site that has been a possibility is Herbsville School. But again, we haven't investigated it enough to determine the applicability of it. We do know there's no transit out there, and we know there's no sidewalk, so that would be one concern at Herbsville. But other sites that possibly come into play, I have not done a full consideration of it at this time.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, yeah, and
it's not really the question that was asked, but we have done an assessment of other non-city spaces as well that are available kind of on the market. And generally speaking, what we found was that when you apply market rent and CAMs and all of that, you would be looking at kind of a similar cost over time as to what St. Columba would cost over the 3 years. A lot of the private sector developers and property owners are looking for 5-year leases, which sort of expand your commitment. So even if your annualized cost is a little lower than what the annualized cost is for St. Columba in some cases, overall you're going to be looking at typically more cost than what we're talking about over the 3 years.
thank you. Thank you, Justin. Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I would like to direct this question to Amy, because this conversation is about space for artists, incredibly important, but I think we're skirting the elephant in the room, right? Like, I mean, we're addressing it, but we're really not, about who doesn't have access to this space. There might be some access, but it isn't accessible. As a city, this is what we are working towards. So from your role as an accessibility advocate, and even your role, like even in your personal opinion, what does it mean if we move forward with a lease that does not include everyone?
It's equity, right? We've heard a lot about equity in this space tonight, but there will be people that cannot use the basement. There is no practical way of doing that, and to be fair, like I'm not sure it would be safe if we tried. And so you will unintentionally create spaces where gatherings happen, and even though that's not the intent, that will be what happens. And so if we are doing that, then we are excluding people there are potential human rights violations from doing something like that if we are renting a space for public use to another organization.
So I just wanted to be clear what I heard. Sorry to interrupt, Councillor Rowe. So, Amy, you're saying that with the audit that you did, Arts Build would not be able to use the basement.
There's no practical way to use the basement.
There's no practical way
and
to.
maintain accessibility that would allow people to have equitable access.
Okay, thank you. I think that's important to be really clear about. Did you have a follow-up, Councillor Rowe?
Yes, I just wanted to touch on the human rights aspect and also then compliance, because it's my understanding if the facility is not compliant with accessibility, that the city would have to self-report that, and that then that does open us up to human rights complaints. Is that correct?
They're two separate things, right? A human rights complaint is triggered by an individual who feels that their ability to participate has been created as less than. And the compliance aspect, we are due for our 2025 report as our municipalities across the province. And there is a question in the report that asks about public space. So we will have to volunteer that information that we are non-compliant if we are actively using that space in a way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Councillor Vasek. Do you need a second? Okay, Councillor Freeman.
Through you, Mayor McCabe, I have some questions to finance. Mr. Witzel, there was some conversation tonight about keeping the building longer than 3 years. Do we have any money in the budget associated with keeping a building longer than 3 years?
Through you, Mayor McCabe, to Councillor Freeman. The current funding source that's been approved would only be for the acquisition and the property and then the temporary use for up to 3 years. So if the intention was to extend that, we would be looking to add additional funding in the future as part of future budget cycles. But I would just also note in terms of the acquisition and the funding sources that have been used to acquire the site, we are using affordable housing funding sources, and so we do need to keep in mind the long-term intended use of the site and the goal to add housing there. So if we were to look at a permanent use that doesn't include housing, we would probably need to revisit the original funding sources for the acquisition.
Further to that, the funding sources we used, in particular council contingency, is that a tax-based fund?
Through you, Mayor. So the subsequent report does outline the alternate funding source of the Housing Accelerator Fund, which is intended to return the tax rate stabilization portion. So I think that's an important piece that staff did report back on. The council contingency reserve is in essence funded through property tax contributions and property tax surpluses. So it in essence comes from the property tax base. But in terms of, putting it into the context of a property tax impact with it being a one-time use, that's where, it would be, arguably an opportunity cost or an opportunity investment.
And my next question's to Kevin. What happens if we were to keep this building longer than the intended time? What happens to our asset management plan, and what's the cost of this degraded asset?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Freeman. So, yeah, it's certainly an older facility. It was originally constructed, I think, in 1961 with additions, a couple additions in the 80s and 90s. So even the 1990 edition is getting up there in age, and so it would require ongoing capital investment if we did keep it beyond the 3 years, certainly.
And I guess my last question is back to Mr. Witzel. What happens if the roof starts leaking in a month's time? Where are we pulling that money from?
Through Mayor to Councillor Freeman, within the capital investment portion of the budget, there is a little bit of funds for unanticipated repairs. And I think, you know, Kevin may want to layer in on this where possible. The goal would not be to replace assets that didn't need to be replaced, but ultimately, if we had a leaky roof, we would need to repair that and find the funds within this with this an allotment or seek additional funding.
Thank you. Do you have more questions? Because we have others.
guess
I think
my-
I was
my
going to go
other-
back to Councillor Vasek.
My other question is with regard to triggering the record of site condition, I think it's probably, can you just clarify, Mr. Cotter, like it's related to the fact that we're changing the use? Like records or site condition are not related to zoning, they're related to use.
And can I just add to that? My question was, I think the same as yours, is if it goes from a church to affordable housing, there's no record of site condition. If it goes from a church to something else of community space to affordable housing, then there's a record of site condition. When it's the two-step, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vasek, do you have your question?
Yes, it's two questions, so I understand. To the clerk, the first question through you, Mayor, is with the accessibility upgrades plan to Moses Springer, would that make it a suitable site for elections?
Through the mayor to Councillor Vasek, I'm not familiar with those plans, but certainly if there were accessibility upgrades to Moses Springer, we would welcome the opportunity to do our audit and potentially use that space.
Okay, so it's, Kevin, would you happen to know what the plans are? I guess that's what I'm curious about is, okay, well, I understand, first of all, that we are pitting adventure for change against accessibility, against art, against housing for $500,000 in total is deeply disturbing to me. I will focus on accessibility, which I also believe in, and while our goal is 100% compliance, I would also like to be there. I expect that we're not there. I could be wrong, so can you clarify for me if we are at 100% compliance at all our other facilities and in all of our other recent decisions? I don't expect you to remember all of our recent decisions, Kevin. Thank you.
No, I certainly don't have that good a memory. But no, like I think, you know, it's fair to say that there's always more work to do at facilities when it comes to accessibility upgrades. So certainly there's ongoing work at all of our facilities related to accessibility work.
Thank you. And then if there are, whose phone is that? Come on, guys. It's just like, come on. It's like not the time for that. Sorry.
I just want to remind council, we've got 29 minutes left before we would need to reconsider whether we're going into an additional
I'm
past
happy to
midnight,
move that
so-
motion should we need it. And I suspect I would have a seconder. I don't know if I would have a vote in favor, though. Regarding concerns about accessibility liability for the city through audits and the compliance, what is our role in this? And does Arts Build Ontario have a role because they're operating the facility? Would it all be on us as a city, or do they have a role? Or just trying to understand the concerns about kind of that liability.
Sorry, is that to Amy?
I'm not sure.
Amy?
I don't know who would, if it's because it's kind of a legal concern, I guess, but whoever.
Well, we purchased a facility knowing it's not accessible. That is different than owning a building that we've owned for many years that exists within the realm of the accessibility laws at that time. And so we do need to make some upgrades to this space. One of them we noted in particular last week is there's not air conditioning. That would be enough to trigger some significant renovations, which is enough to trigger that it's not really compliant. Does that help? So think about the button factory. we have some specific obligations about making sure that there's an elevator for that space. There's a ramp, there's all kinds of other amenities, there's gonna be a universal washroom there. Similarly, as the property owner, we have some obligations to do that as well at St. Columba.
Thank you, Amy. Did you have a follow-up to that or no? Okay, all right. I think where we're really struggling is that we purchased this property. The ultimate goal in 2 to 3 years is to have housing, but also housing that has some type of community space included with it. I believe that's really what we all were agreeing to in February, and I think in fact that's what we all still want today. The question is the timing and does it make sense to use it as an interim temporary use, given what there's accessibility challenges, there could be record of site condition, or there would be record of site condition, an additional, was it $40,000 or $45,000? Or is it, do we own the building, do we just move more directly into community visioning? What really do we want to see out of that space and move to, rather than that interim step, moving towards more directly to housing? I think that's where we're at. Does that make sense? I'm just going to turn to our CAO and just see if you have any wisdom you can share with us today. And I guess partly what I'm wondering, because I've heard partly from some of the different delegates who are talking about, what they want in their community. Like the community visioning isn't something that we would wait 3 years to do, correct?
Thanks, Mayor McCabe. Yeah, I think, I believe we're hearing the sentiment too from the community and from council that ultimately the vision for this site is affordable housing. And you've heard from Mr. Witzel around the funding sources that we're using. So I think we're in alignment there. There is totally a public engagement process to go through and some unanswered questions around the density for the site in the future. The height that was mentioned in some of the delegations remarks, the community space size and things of that nature. And staff will come back to council with kind of a bit of a work plan on what those questions are that we need answered and how we'll go about public engagement. And we'll try to move it along quickly, but I think we've been realistic that it will take some time to go through. If it's more density, it's more of a planning approval, and will take a little bit more time. If we go with less density, it will take less time on that front. But all of it is a bit of a time process for us. And we want to do it right. I think it's an important site for the community, for council, and I think that's why council decided to purchase it. And so the opportunity is there, and we are focused on really the long-term vision for the site. The decision tonight is really in council's hands on the interim use, and as Councillor Vasek had noted, and I think it's been drawn out, it's really about the investment, the $500,000 investment at this time. And just a reminder for the delegations too, like there's been a bit of a tone around potential use beyond 3 years. I don't think that's the expectation of council or the administration. We would be moving this planning process in parallel and trying to bring this site to affordable housing as quickly as possible. So I'll end my remarks there, Mayor.
Okay, thanks very much, Tim. I think that's really helpful. Okay, I was just going to say, I think we should really, given the time, I think I'm going to say that we should call the question, but.
Whoa, point of order, no way.
Okay, but I mean, we've talked about
In
this
two
for a
council
couple of
meetings,
weeks.
I have not even had a chance to speak to this.
Okay, you didn't let me finish. I was going to say we'll let you two who haven't spoken yet ask your questions or make your comments. So Councillor Wright and then Councillor Bodley.
I just have two things that I want council to consider. One is I would not have supported the original purchase decision without interim use. There are so many places of worship right now considering redevelopment. Why St. Columba? There's 7 in Ward 7 alone that I can just name. It's because it was a chance to pilot interim use during a phase when we are creating new pathways for affordable housing. In effect, it's a demonstration project for how a place of worship can continue to provide community benefit. And we have to ask ourselves, are these spaces good enough in the context of interim use? The second thing I want us to consider as a council is that we did not include the arts and creative industries in our 10-point response plan to the tariffs, despite the cost pressures experienced across the creative industries. And as Alex mentioned, in 2022 alone, this sector contributed $26 billion to the Ontario GDP, 270,000 jobs. So this is people's livelihoods that we have a chance to invest in. It's a create local strategy. It's not just a buy local strategy, it's a create local strategy. And it's a wasted opportunity to not move forward with this lease. Just a wasted opportunity. It's highly strategic and a waste if we don't move forward.
Thank you for your comments. Councillor Bodley?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Before I make my comments, I want to make sure that you're going to allow Councillor Rassick to make her comments because she had her hands up as well too. And if only one of us is going to be permitted, I'm pushing back on that. But if only one of us is permitted, it will be Councillor Rassick and not me.
Sure, Councillor Rassick can speak as well.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor McCabe, I do echo Councillor Wright's commentary about the interim use being a part of what we approved. It was integral part of what we approved. It was the fourth recommendation. I want to thank everybody for coming back here this evening. It's exceptionally late. I cannot believe the passion that everybody has to stay here at 11:40 on a Monday night to advocate for the arts. The arts contribute enormously to the vibrancy of the city, and living in a city that has a vibrancy really should just be enough. But the arts community consistently has to demonstrate how important the arts are also economically to the city, which they have thoroughly highlighted. Whenever we make a decision at council or otherwise, it's incumbent upon us to weigh the risks and the opportunities that are before us. So what are the opportunities? These are the same opportunities that were before us when we unanimously approved this back in February. 1, assess the latent demand. We know from public consultation that the biggest issue for the arts community is space, but we can assess the demand through this space. 2, assess a specific location. Is it suitable for potentially a longer-term arts space as part of a potential affordable housing complex? The city has committed to the arts in many, many ways, but another opportunity that was identified back in February is that it would mitigate current pressures or plug holes that we see in the art space. The Wing 404 had 71 applications for 21 spaces. We know those holes exist. We need to plug them. And crucially for me, this was an opportunity to equip a future council with all of the information that they need to make an informed future decision around art space in general and this location specifically. But of course, risks come along with this as well too. One is the accessibility risk, which we've talked about. I would like to say that we knew about this risk when we approved this decision in February. We approved doing our best to mitigate those risks. I want to highlight at this time, I'm like a Luddite. I take copious notes for all of our council meetings. I have 3 lines of notes for the St. Columba Church back in February. I have hundreds of other topics that we had way more conversation about than this. The second risk is financial, and it's of course a legitimate concern, and I understand why council has some concerns around there. There are enormous financial challenges that all municipalities are facing, and I'm not going to get into all of them here today. But what is the financial impact of this interim use? $500,000 over 3 years, $166,000 a year, one time for 3 years. Fortunately, this is not going to impact the tax base. We're utilizing reserve funds in an appropriate manner. We're not burdening a future council with additional financial impacts in the way that we would with some other decisions we talked about this evening. In fact, a future council is going to be armed with all the information they need to make a decision based on the financial needs of the city. And that includes when the RFEOI goes out, council can decide whether they want an arts center or not. They can decide the amount of affordable housing on the site, the depth of which, etc. In my mind, these financial risks have been completely mitigated. To me, The biggest risk that comes forward for us was alluded to by Wendy in her delegation when she spoke about trust. The way that I look at it is reputational risk. That reputational risk is multifaceted. One is with the community. We need to remember that the community brought this opportunity to us. They advocated for this. And so when council does bring forward the affordable housing project and all of the engagement that our Commissioner Anderson alluded to there, we're going to go out to the community and we're going to ask for engagement. And my question to council today, should we not approve this, is why would they bother? That's my question. The second reputational risk is arts community. We went out for a 3-year lease. We brought Arts Build Ontario, a trusted partner, on board. They're a not-for-profit with limited resources who have invested significant time and energy into this. When we next ask the arts community to come forward, why wouldn't they focus their efforts on other cities? Why would they bother to partner with the City of Waterloo? And then the third reputational risk in my mind is with the faith-based communities, which Councillor Wright alluded to. We have a half initiative around repurposing faith-based institutional buildings. It's a massive opportunity for the city in Ward 7 and beyond. And I know that when St. Columba sold this property to the city, they did not put conditions on the property. However, we provided them with what we intended to do with the property, including the interim use. And so when we next engage with a faith-based organization, why wouldn't they just sell it to the highest bidder? Why would they bother to engage with the city? These are the real risks to the city that we simply cannot mitigate if we do not approve this lease. The financial risks are fully known, they're fully mitigated in my mind, but the financial impacts of this reputational risk are the real unknown at the moment and could drastically impact the city going forward. So I encourage council strongly to uphold the decision that we unanimously made in February. Please approve this 3-year lease and mitigate that reputational risk so that we can regain trust with the community.
No, we'll just, no. I don't know that the city's entire reputation rests on this decision, but if that's how you feel, that's well expressed. But okay, Councillor Vasek.
Well, through you, Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to talk. As someone who feels like I talk too much all the time and I'm not always linear, it's a big insecurity of mine. And so to almost have been not given that time and to receive the reaction I did to wanting to have comments after I've obviously taken up a lot of space in my questioning tonight on this is, I appreciate the time, and I feel really frustrated that on a almost fully woman presenting council with a woman mayor and a woman finance chair, me having comments tonight was maybe going to be too much. But in the end, I thank you for the time.
It wasn't
for that.
directed at you, Councillor Vasek. This is the entire
I know we're
council.
all tired. I know we're all tired, but I thank you for the opportunity to talk.
Go ahead.
Thank you. If nothing sticks from what I say tonight, because I can appreciate that there are some members of council who may be reactive to how I feel about this, and I can understand that. I hope what we remember is what we ask from under-resourced communities when they come into this council. We have asked so much of the arts community tonight and last week. And God, they have delivered. Adventure for Change has been here before, and last council term. And you know what? They felt entirely insulted by our council because everyone was paying attention to something else on their computers, and they could tell who was paying attention and who wasn't. And they felt like one person was paying attention. And when other community groups come in here asking for $20,000, we scrutinize them with question after question after question. So I hope we remember and we think about who we're asking several questions to and who we're not, and why. So if you take nothing else from my comments, some of which will overlap with Councillor Bodley's, and I will try to mitigate that, I hope you remember that. I do also appreciate the financial challenges that all municipalities are in, and I believe this is a good investment. And this is certainly not a perfect use of space for disability accessibility reasons. But I'd like to bring council back to the decision we made this afternoon about the dog park, that accessibility will be considered in thinking about a more permanent location, but GRAC and our accessibility team wasn't involved. And I think what the accessibility concerns that have been raised here provide us with is a real learning opportunity. It's not great. It's definitely not great that the basement isn't accessible, and that but it's also really good that we're learning what we need to know up front, how we can shift the culture at the organization so that we involve accessibility up front. But to derail the whole project for the basement not being fully disability accessible is really concerning to me when we didn't seem to care about the dog, that part of the dog park, or we're not fully accessible on other things. And so I think that what we're doing is using the accessibility piece as a crutch. And that might not be the right way to say that now that I've said it out loud. So yes, definitely not the best use of space, and I certainly concede that. But I think that the benefits of this space can outweigh the drawbacks, and that perhaps we can do repair through that kind of culture change around accessibility. But I think we need to balance these two challenges with the benefits, which are that it is community initiated, supported, and with a clear community benefit. It's much bigger than Ward 5, but to have this kind of support from the local community, knowing it's not going to be exclusively for them, and maybe not at all sometimes, that is a testament to this community, that they've come out also 2 weeks in a row. For the arts community, it tends to a need, and it helps us. It's gonna help us better understand the need, and so we're gonna be able to invest in a better way. It's housing eventually with a realistic timeline, and the interim use makes sense until we get there. It gives us time to make sure that we're quickly preparing not-for-profit partners, to ensure they're ready to launch as soon as possible. The economic development impact has been alluded to a number of sites, a number of times. Maybe Moses Springer will be accessibility ready for the election, and hopefully, and then maybe this will be slightly a duplication, but if it's not, St. Columba may be a really good candidate for an accessible voting location next year for the municipal election. And I'm concerned about a vacant site. There may be potential for, could there be like unhoused folks living there, tents living there? It's right by the school. That will raise a lot of concerns in the community, especially from parents whose kids go there. I don't want to waste too much time on this, the unanimous decision that we have a vision and roadmap. Like, that has been talked to, but I will punctuate the point of trust. This is a trusted nonprofit partner. What message are we sending to the community and more broadly about Arts Build Ontario if we say this isn't a good partner? The trust with the neighborhood has been spoken to. The trust with other religious institutions has been spoken to, but we really did go into these negotiations asking the church what they wanted, and this was it. This was the vision that we talked to them about, and this is what they were hoping for. And oh my gosh, I just feel pretty badly about going into those conversations in sort of this what felt good, and now we're doing something totally different. Yes, trust with the arts community, trying to build a healthy democracy. And before I conclude, I will just say, and this is just strictly my value about this, but arts are, as I've said before at this council, an emergency mitigation measure. The arts have been widely recognized, and as was spoke to tonight, for their contributions to enabling individual change, as well as social resilience and improvements. And we are in the midst of many emergencies. So I will conclude momentarily and say, if it ends up being council's prerogative to vote down the lease agreement, I will not support that direction clearly, because it removes this investment we already unanimously committed to, and one that we clearly have a mandate from the community to invest in. Clearly, thank you, everyone. Of course, I hope we vote in favor of the staff recommendation. It will demonstrate this council's continued proactive and smart approach to modest and prudent financial investment in our community. In this case, one that is committed to moving forward with a clear plan for affordable housing on an expedited and realistic timeline, as well as ensuring we don't follow suit with the many, many leaders who have come before us across this region, the province, and country who turn first to cutting arts and creative industries at the best of times and at the worst of times. And these are tough times, and we need the arts now, and we need the arts always. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vasek. Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. This is a tough decision.
Oh, pardon me. I meant to pause and see if we needed, we'll need to have a motion to extend so that we can finish this. Moved by Councillor Freeman, seconded by Councillor Rowe. All in favor? Not really, but that is carried. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Rowe.
I deeply value my council colleagues' opinions and their experiences, and this is very challenging. For me, in particular, as someone who has consistently advocated for inclusion and accessibility in my volunteer existence for over 20 years, and in my role as a city councillor, this proposal presents a real challenge. I value the arts, and I'm learning every day how urgently artists need space to create and connect. And that's why I've taken this proposal seriously. I've reached out, I've asked questions, I want to understand more about what artists need. However, the fact that the space will not be fully accessible raises significant concerns for me. I've spent much of my time on council working to advance equity, and I believe that publicly funded spaces must be open and welcoming to everyone, including people with disabilities. It's not about opposing the arts. It's about ensuring the spaces we support reflect our shared values. And for me, that comes back into who we are as council, what our strategic plan is, what our guiding principles are, and what we have asked Ready to do in terms of guiding us forward and looking at things in a different way, or expanding our vision and ensuring that those who don't have a voice have a voice. And those are my core values: inclusion and belonging. So it's not an easy decision for me, but for me, the accessibility piece has to remain non-negotiable. If we can't all, from the outset, because I know it's a new purchase, so I look at that differently than, as we were saying, older facilities that we are bringing forward. For me, it's a different piece, but to go into it knowing that there will be people who cannot participate and may not be able to share in the community building in the same way is just not something that I can support.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. Councillor Freeman.
Oh, through you, Chairman. Okay, thank you. I am broken to have the suggestion that if I don't support this motion, then I don't support the arts, because it's just totally not true. And we have done nothing but increase funding to the arts in this council since I came to this council in 2006. We've created permanent funding to a number of institutions: the Button Factory, the Clay and Glass, the K-WAG, the Symphony, and I'm really praying the Symphony comes back. We commit $1.7 million a year to arts funding, and only 51,000 of that is towards a big event like Lumen. I know that a lot of people think that the 1.7 is used for Lumen. It's not the case. You know, in February, I did not know in February that this proposal, and I did not know what the uses were going to be for this building. And I did not know that those uses were going to require a zoning change. I did not know that those uses were going to ultimately trigger a record of site condition. And while I appreciate there's a $40,000 price tag associated with the record of site condition. In my 30 years as working as an environmental engineer, I have never seen an RSC get done for $40,000. The Infant and Toddler Daycare Association had a newer building than this, and the HVAC system was operated with fuel oil, and I'm confident that this church would have been operated with fuel oil at one point, which triggered a phase 2. They put the boreholes in, they found stuff in the ground, and it cost $250,000 to get the record of site conditions so that we could expand a daycare center. I have never seen an RSC done for less than $100,000, and I would like to say that that was true, but I don't believe it. And the biggest thing that I didn't know in February was I didn't know that we were offering a lease. We were going to do $350,000 of leasehold improvements and offer a lease at $0. In fact, I went back and read every single report we have ever had. I didn't even know that the 404 wing was being offered at a $0 lease. I went back and read the briefing note that we received in May on that, and it's never said anywhere that we would never get any recovery on the leasehold improvements. I just can't. I can't support investing $350,000 that we know we basically have to cart out on a dumpster in 3 years' time. And truthfully, maybe it would be less than 3 years' time. We listened to 3 hours of delegations tonight talking to us about affordable housing. And I don't see why we can't fast track an application for rezoning this property, because our limiting factor to the 3 years is whether or not our staff have time to bring the application forward. We could hire external planner to bring that application to us and get it done in much shorter order for way less money. And you know what? I wished that I had thought to ask all the questions around zoning and all the questions about environmental compliance and all the questions about records of site conditions before this report came in June. I just didn't think that it was my job to make sure that we did the phase 1 before we bought it, and we didn't. I didn't know that we hadn't talked to the Ready team around accessibility before we came up with an idea for an interim use. I didn't know that our planning department had not been sat down and talked about these uses. All of these things make me look like a villain around this table, and I apologize to everyone that I didn't think to ask all those questions. I was wrong. And now, as we're facing this, and we're facing an unimaginable amount of pressure as it relates to our budget over this year and next, I just can't do it. And it's not about the arts. It's about so much more than that.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Freeman. Councillor Hanmer.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. It is a tough decision for us, and I appreciate, and I too have gone back over all the materials that we saw in February and all the conversations, and I did have a few more than 3 lines of notes from that from our last discussion. And I'm always one for looking at, are there good ideas to carry forward, to do pilots, to test, but I also want to balance that with being able to have it accessible, being able to have those that really need the space be able to access it. And my struggle with this one is that I'm not sure that this is the right decision. I'd like to see us have space that we can try the hub model, but in a space that's going to truly allow us to test it out and try it, and then be able to design it in, and I've heard others dream of this, in a supportive housing or affordable housing for artists that has appropriate space according to it. So I struggle with this one at the time of us doing this, and there has been additional information in my mind come forward that's really making this a tough decision for me.
Thank you, Councillor Hanmer. I think we've talked this issue out. We've heard from everyone, so I will now call the vote. There's 3 recommendations here. Sorry, I thought were you? Okay, sorry, I thought you were going to say something. There's 3 recommendations here. I think based on, I think it's best to take them separately, to vote on them separately. No, I guess, well, we want to approve the report, do we not?
I think, Mayor, I think it would be fine to take all 3 together.
Okay. I thought we had to have the report approved in there as well. Okay, so then, so I forget who moved and seconded it. I think Councillor Vasek and Councillor Wright moved and seconded it. So all in favor of the recommendations before us? All opposed? That is defeated. So thank you everyone for your patience as we went through this. I know it was very difficult discussions, but I want to assure the community may want to listen to the next step, but okay. I was just going to ask CAO Tim Anderson if we could, because we're at this point now, could you maybe just give us a sense of when you can come back with the next steps and with this report, with another report on this?
Thanks, Mayor McCabe. I'll try to speak as loud as I can here on process. As I indicated earlier, we will come back in the fall with a process report, and we'll look for ideas on how we can accelerate this next phase that will move the site into permanent affordable housing. And the aspiration that I think we're hearing is to provide that community space on the site as well. And so let us come back with that, and again, how we can accelerate it. Maybe perhaps, as Councillor Freeman noted, using some external resources to move it along.
Okay.
So we'll do that, and also if there's questions that council needs to answer, and there may be, as I indicated earlier, around the density for the site or the size of the community space, things of that nature, we'll seek council's guidance on that in the fall as well.
Okay, and I want to just make sure I heard you say that there would be some, because it's a bit noisy, that there, as part of this process, you're still going to bring back some report on, include the community programming space, correct?
Correct, yes. I think that's a common expectation.
Okay.
So yeah, and I just give us some time to think about the size and scale or purpose of that space.
Okay.
So that it can be used well into the future. Yeah,
Okay, thank you very much, Tim, I appreciate that. And thank you, staff, for Divya, Amy, Justin, Estero, Lincoln, Heather, Nicole, Justin, Joel, and the rest of our team over here. Randy, for sticking with us. I know it's unusual for us to go this late. Okay, so we are at questions. Seeing no questions, new business. Oh, new business. Go ahead, Councillor Hanmer.
I just want to do one, because I know everybody wants to go. But I really do want to do a shout out to staff. We had our 6th of the community conversations this past Sunday, and I think staff thought I was absolutely crazy suggesting that we do it at the splash pad at the boardwalk, but the weather accommodated and kept it going, and we had about 250 people interested in the beaver tails that we had and a few other things. But we did learn a lot, and thank you, Mayor, for joining me that day. It was well done, and the staff did a wonderful job.
Yes, they did. Thank you very much, Sandra, for that suggestion. It was an excellent one. Any other new business, Councillor? No. Enactment of the bylaws. Councillor Bodley. Moved by Councillor Bodley, seconded by Councillor Freeman. All in favor? That is carried. Adjournment. Councillor Vasek and seconded by Councillor Hanmer. All in favor? That is carried. Enjoy your Tuesday, everyone, and have a good evening.